A Doooovid here with Jennifer. We are live covering the first day of the Science of Consciousness Conference. Happy 90th birthday to Roger Penrose. Very excited for this conference. It was actually Jennifer almost 3 years ago who told me about the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis. I was familiar with Penrose. I have a number of his books. But I hadn't known too much about quantum mind. It's very complicated. Now, almost 2 years later, I think I have a decent feel for the various theories of quantum mind, Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. I've been following the conference now for a few years, and watched hundreds of videos. Me and Jennifer have been doing a weekly stream every Sunday night for over 2 years now. So I was very happy this year. The conference was online and free. I guess last year, COVID-19, the conference was online, but still had to pay. So I didn't attend this year. I was on the Zoom call, so very happy about that. I see some people in the chat that were in the conference. So if anyone wants to come on, if just using StreamYards, the simplest, easiest streaming technology. So if anyone wants to come on and discuss their thoughts about what happened today and go over it. Today was basically a celebration, Roger Penrose's 90th birthday. So he gave a speech over an hour, which was pretty interesting. I'll cover a little bit of that, and then there were two other physicists, and it had basically to do with black holes. So today's presentations were largely to do with black holes, and it was Roger Penrose, Reinhold Getzel, and Roger Blandford. And I guess because Penrose is one of the big names and won the Nobel Prize, and won the Nobel Prize for his work in black holes. The talk was largely related to black holes, which is only tangentially related to consciousness. So I prepared to do an overview of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. I have a video from a few years ago that I did, but now I can probably do a better one because I didn't have too much to add on black holes. So Jennifer has a degree in physics, understands physics probably better than me. So although she's on the other side of the globe and has time zone differences, I'm not sure how much she caught of it. So let me hand it over to Jennifer for her thoughts on the conference.
Hi, Doooovid, everyone in the chat. Nice to see y'all. I caught the tail end, probably the last maybe hour and a half. So it was interesting. Not totally clear why black holes were being discussed at a consciousness conference, but I guess that's because it was, as you said, a celebration of Dr. Penrose's 90th / winning Nobel Prize. Big congratulations out to the good doctor. It's been a long one, but finally got the coveted Nobel Prize. And I guess we can talk about whatever you'd like, but it didn't seem there was a whole lot that touched on consciousness specifically in that presentation.
Yeah, I prepared articles, and you want to see my YouTube channel regularly. I actually have some PowerPoints and some articles, a little bit on the current update of the orchestrated objective reduction theory, or an overview of it. So I thought I might go into that, but let me just do a basic screen share for people to give a little bit of an overview of what we're talking about. And okay, so this is the conference. We've been promoting it on our regular week in review at free online Zoom attendance. People could see the official page of the YouTube page of the Science of Consciousness Conference that people want to watch from previous years. So previous years have had much more. So usually breakout sessions and tens of hours of content. even hundreds of hours of, from all the various breakout sessions and panels that are usually going on at the same time. So this year, it looks simpler, just with one session each day for 3-4 hours. This was today's session. Roger Penrose, Reinhard Gensel, and Roger Blandford, moderated by Stuart Hameroff. Tomorrow will be moderated, I think, by Roger Blandford, and it's going to be on the objective reduction part, which I'll explain, which is more the Penrose part of the hypothesis, on which is more somewhat straight information theory on how the collapse of the quantum wave function could possibly lead to consciousness, as opposed to the orchestrated part, which is Hameroff's addition, which would be the physical mechanism of the brain of the microtubules that Penrose, Hameroff being an anesthesiologist, had thought that it might be related, and that's how they came together to make the hypothesis. So tomorrow I hope to be on that also, and then Thursday, so that will be more directly related to consciousness, and then Friday will be more physics again with the Big Bang, and which is Brian Keating. So just for
hopefully he's going to say that it's not true and actually theological superstition, and that we can just all move on peacefully. Look forward to it. I just want to quickly give a definition for this objective thing, because objective is one of those words like free will that seems to mean something and then maybe doesn't. But it seems that it's some way to reconcile quantum mech and general relativity by taking the position that quantum state is in superposition, i.e. non-collapsed, until the difference in space-time curvature is at a significant enough level. So that sounds extremely speculative to me.
I have some slides on this. Hopefully we'll be able to give a clear explanation. If anyone in the chat here wants to jump on, if JD Mitch was mentioning Roger Penrose black hole hypothesis directly relates to orchestrated OR, and yeah, I was saying that the collapse of the wave function is a general physics thing that relates to all phenomenon, and how that relates to consciousness. So Dr.
That
Penrose
is actually not the popular view. The popular view is the correspondence principle, which comes from the Copenhagen interpretation, which is that for large N, it'll converge to the classical interpretation.
Yeah, so my background is
these collapses. Sorry, I'll say wave function there because that's what they say. But these wave function collapses are seem to only really be defined for these certain types of systems where the quantum effects are well defined, which is allegedly like only a small class of system.
Yes, let me try to make this a little bit sequential, because I actually have some slides and some articles that might you hear it straight from the scientists, and Jennifer has more expertise in physics, and I guess my expertise may be more in theology or generally consciousness in general. And you have to say, what is consciousness from a scientific perspective, as opposed from psychiatric, phenomenological, historical perspective. We're talking like Plato and Descartes and Kabbalist, or if we're talking physics and anesthesiology. So Penrose gave a little bit of his full history into science from his youth and what he studied, interested in, and so he mentioned, that he had written this book in 1989, The Emperor's New Mind. And you just read here quick from Wikipedia. Penrose argues that human consciousness is non-algorithmic and thus not capable of being modeled by a conventional Turing machine, which includes a digital computer. Penrose hypothesized that quantum mechanics plays an essential role in the understanding of human consciousness. The collapse of the quantum wave function is seen as playing an important role in the brain. Most of the book is spent reviewing, for the scientifically minded lay reader, a plethora of interrelated subjects such as Newtonian physics, special and general relativity, the philosophy and limitations of mathematics, quantum physics, cosmology, and the nature of time. Penrose intermittently describes how each of these bears on his developing theme that consciousness is not algorithmic. Only the later portion of the book addresses the thesis directly. So you'll see that this was at this point it was largely a mathematical concept on his understanding of the collapse of the wave function and how that could relate to consciousness, and actually brings it back to he mentioned Gödel's theorem. And just a quick Wikipedia. I have more some slides in the actual articles.
From what I saw on the one video, it seems like the consciousness is not computational is derived from the Gödel incompleteness theorem. It's like bells should be going off when you get that negative conclusion, right? Negative axioms, unwise. So there's a perfect example of that not being a good call, but keep going.
Yeah. So here we have called the Penrose Lucas argument. The Gödel, Jennifer's objections prove that any effectively generated theory capable of proving basic arithmetic cannot be both consistent and complete. In other words, a mathematically sound theory lacks the means to prove itself. An analogous statement has been used to show that humans are subject to the same limits as machines. However, in his first book on consciousness, The Emperor's New Mind, Roger Penrose argued that Gödel's unprovable results are provable by human mathematicians. He takes this disparity to mean that human mathematicians are not describable as formal proof systems and are therefore running a non-computable algorithm. If correct, the Penrose-Lucas argument leaves the question of the physical basis of non-computable behavior open. Most physical laws are computable and thus algorithmic. However, Penrose determined that the wave function collapse was a prime candidate for a non-computable process. In quantum mechanics, particles are treated differently from the objects of classical mechanics. Particles are described by wave functions that evolve according to the Schrödinger equation. Non-stationary wave functions are linear combinations of the eigenstates of the system, a phenomenon described by the superposition principle. When a quantum system interacts with a classical system, when an observation is measured, the system appears to collapse to a random eigenstate of that observable from a classic vantage point. If the collapse is truly random, then no process or algorithm can deterministically predict its outcome. This provided Penrose with a candidate for the physical basis of the non-computable process that he hypothesized to exist in the brain. However, he disliked the random nature of environmentally induced collapse, as randomness was not a promising basis for mathematical understanding. Penrose proposed that isolated systems may still undergo a new form of wave function collapse, which he called objective reduction. So I'm not going to read all of this, but this is more complicated physics on his understanding of the nature of the cosmos and space-time. But
I think the important thing to remember here is that this is an attempt to reconcile quantum and general relativity. And the reduction, because it seems like these theories have different arguments as to where the reduction originates, is a difference in space-time curvature of the respective systems. So I think that's the key takeaway here. Yeah, so the theory, Penrose-Hameroff, is orchestrated objective reduction. So the objective reduction is largely a theoretical construct in physics, which is Penrose's adaptation, improvement upon, or critique on the Gödel theorem. And then Stuart Hameroff, separately working in cancer research and anesthesia, which gave an interest in the brain process. Hameroff read Penrose's book and suggested to him that microtubules within neurons were suitable candidates for sites for quantum processing and ultimately for consciousness. Throughout the 1990s, the two corroborated on the OR, orchestrated objective reduction theory, which Penrose published in Shadows of the Mind, 1994. Hameroff's contribution to the theory derived from his study of the neurocytoskeleton, in particular microtubules. As neuroscience has progressed, the role of the cytoskeleton in microtubules has assumed greater importance. In addition to providing structural support, microtubule function includes axonoplastic transport and control of the cell's movements, growth, and shape.
ORC OR combines Penrose-Lucas argument with Hameroff's hypothesis of quantum processing in microtubules. It proposes that when condensates in the brain undergo an objective wave function reduction, their collapse connects non-computational decision-making to experiences embedded in space-time's fundamental geometry. The theory further proposes that microtubules both influence and are influenced by the conventional activity of the synapses between neurons. So microtubule computation, Hameroff proposed that microtubules were suitable candidates for quantum processing. And so I'll show some of Hameroff's official papers here. So here, here's a recent one from 2012 that has some diagrams that could possibly show. I have more diagrams, what these microtubules are, and then I have some slides that might show what exactly is this collapse of the wave function, and how is this an adaptation on the Gödel theorem, that what would a collapse of the wave function have to do with consciousness. Actually, this is what I think what we were talking about.
You can see how tenuous of an argument it is, right? Well, we can't be computers because we can solve logic proofs. Like, talk about anthropocentrism, right? Like, I don't know how familiar you are with Gödel.
And we've discussed this at length, and it might pay not to
sure
get too much into Gödel, and just saying the history of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis is an adaptation on Gödel. We'll focus mainly on the theory. So this paper, I brought this up. This was more on the flow of time. So I brought this up. I wanted to cover it on Week in Review, but we didn't have a chance. This is Hameroff's most recent paper, a short one, where he says orchestrated OR is the most complete and most easily falsifiable theory of consciousness. The orchestrated OR theory attributes consciousness to quantum computations in microtubules inside brain neurons. Quantum computers process information as superpositions of multiple possibilities, which in ORC OR are alternative collection dipole oscillations orchestrated by microtubules. These orchestrated oscillations entangle, compute, and terminate by Penrose objective reduction, resulting in a sequence of ORC OR movements which orchestrated conscious experience. Each ORC OR event selects microtubule states which govern neuronal functions. ORC OR has broad explanatory power and is easily falsifiable. And so here's a little.
Someone's asking for you to share the link in the chat if you could. And there's a message from Physical Lectures saying, what perplexes me about gravitational OR, which is short for objective reduction, is that it assumes the gravitational self-energy is well-defined. Well, yeah, there's, you can't throw a rock without hitting 10 fallacies in most of these arguments, right? Like, it's funny that he says that his theory's falsifiable. To me, it seems unfalsifiable because your objective reduction doesn't appear to define what is actually a significant delta of space-time curvature. So, make me a prediction in that.
Yeah, so saying. I guess the microtube. Yeah, I think we'd be better off just trying to explain his hypothesis before their critiques, because but I mean that's fine. I mean, Jennifer,
I want people to know how it arose, right? Because consciousness not being computable, that's a very significant statement, and it's not maybe not so clear what that means, especially if computability or computation itself haven't been defined. That's the point. Not trying to go into a large critique, just trying to make it easier to understand what is actually the theory saying and how we might falsify it.
Yeah, so just here's the simple diagram of I guess here the polarity of when you're conscious and when you're anesthetized, which would be unconscious, and they would say that in the microtubules that they would be in a different state, and diagrammatically to show how the different state might be, I'm
It's
not
like
sure.
consonants, right? So when they're superimposed, when there's a superposition, there's consonants between them. That's where the quantum link is. The whole thing makes one thing together. All the constituents come together to make one thing, harmonized to the superposition. It's not a great diagram, is it? But basically what it looks like it's saying is that the anesthetic is disturbing the coherence or coherent entanglement of the superposition of the mind or consciousness.
Yeah, so neurocells have these microtubules that, you know, here it's saying are about 25 nanometers, and you know, these particles, I guess, oscillating dipoles of tubulin are about 4 nanometers, and I guess these tubules could be closed or unclosed, and is saying that the difference between conscious and unconscious is you know, these states of the I mean, closing or unclosing isn't the proper understanding of the tubulin. And if you're looking at like a frequency that would exist, how they would appear at different frequencies, or a row of dipoles that would be electric signals lining up, being in alignment or out of alignment, you know, however you describe the physics of what does it mean that the microtubules are properly feeding conscious, or they're being blocked, and if this you know, so to say, collapse of the wave function, what actually happens? You know, is it actually particles or something that you know, harnesses this collapse, and it be, you know, these elements that are in our neuron cells, and you know, so to say, they would kind of either be open or closed.
What do you mean they'd be open or closed?
The pathway for consciousness to flow through, so to say.
Well, not quite, because we haven't even been clear on whether it's the microtubular entangled. I think that I want to say they're pi something, but I forget what exactly is the entangled matrix. What is it? Is it that is conscious, or is it something that is doing, that is generating the impression of consciousness? You have to be careful that there's actually at least two possible interpretations here. It's not a criticism. Again, it's sort of, I just want to show anecdotally, sequentially, that talking about consciousness is extremely difficult, because we have to contend with, is consciousness is it something that a system is, or something that a system does? Think the pi resonance. Yeah. Thanks, JD, Mitch. Pi resonance, and I was trying to remember what the molecule was. For some reason, I'm thinking phosphorus, but it's been a while since I actually looked at the nuts and bolts, so I might recheck that back out. Go ahead, Doooovid. Sorry.
Yes, I have. I think this is more for the diagram. This wasn't directly related to Penrose-Hameroff. This might be more similar to you know, Jennifer's theories. If you had
yeah, so that's a shape that comes up a lot, because it is, in a way, better. It's a better energetic geodesic than a sphere, because the sphere, if it's spinning, if all the energy in the sphere is saturated on the edges and it's spinning, which is how matter works, you're getting a delta E on the boundary. Whereas this will break that delta E in two by allowing that extra bit to sort of flow through the center. And I think what that black line is maybe a path that something would take on a vector field shaped that way. And possibly some type of geodesic. It would be nice to get a little bit more detail on what that graph means exactly.
Well, this is from Macombe, but it's built upon I mean, it's a competitive theory to Penrose-Hameroff, but it's built upon the microtubules. So the figure represents how the psychions are embedded from the consciousness field in the microtubules of neurons of the brain. Also, McFadden that you had mentioned, and so within the brain, this field would be greater than even the physical head, physical mind, and it would I guess the wave function collapse would activate microtubules in different parts of the brain, And this is a competitive McCombe's theory that is similar to Hameroff Penrose, but different. It had some nice nicer graphics to explain that.
Yeah, that's one thing about the Hameroff model, is that the graphics do leave a bit to be desired, but I respect him a lot, and given what tools he are at his disposal, he's done a lot of really good work. So I'm sure better diagrams will come in time.
Yeah, it's why the science of consciousness, it takes interdisciplinary connection between lots of different experts bringing different fields, and obviously, consciousness probably will draw upon the best of all fields of science: chemistry, biology, physics, philosophy, computer programming. Here was a recent article just this last month, had some good diagrams also. Neural circuits, microtubule processing, brain's electromagnetic field, components of self-awareness. Just to read the abstract quickly. The known theories discussing the essence of consciousness. I think these are Polish scientists, Alicia Rosen-Myrta and Andrzej Brodziak. The known theories discussing the essence of consciousness have been recently updated. This prompts an attempt to integrate these explanations concerning several distinct components of the conscious phenomenon, such as the ego, qualia perceptions. Therefore, it is useful to consider the latest publications on the Orch OR and semi-theories, which assume that quantum processing occurs in microtubules and that the brain's endogenous electromagnetic field is important. The author combines these explanations with their own theory describing the neural circuits realizing imagery. They try to present such an interdisciplinary, integrated theoretical model in a manner intuitively understandable to people with a typical medical education. In order to do this, they even refer to intuitively understandable metaphors. The authors maintain that an effective comprehension of consciousness is important for healthcare professionals because disorders are frequent medical symptoms in emergency during general anesthesia in the course of cognitive disorders in elderly people. The authors emphasize the current possibilities to verify these regarding the essence of consciousness thanks to the development of functional brain imaging methods, magnetic encephalography, transcranial magnetic stimulation, as well as clinical studies on the modification of perceptions and feelings by such techniques as mindfulness and the use of certain psychoactive substances, especially among people with self-awareness and identity disorders. And I think I pulled this one out mainly for the diagrams. So this is the visual pathway, the location of object neurons and the relation to memory system. The diagram illustrates the hierarchical neural structure integrating visual information, runs first to the occipital lobe, but is prolonged by afferent pathways in the temporal lobe, where so-called object neurons are located. The object neurons can be activated from the side of speech area in the loop. So mentioned on Week in Review many times. If like a model that I would say is the brain is a receiver, and but if you're looking that the brain clearly does sense perception, and anyone who's knows anything about anatomy of the brain, or even medical anatomies, dissected a brain, seen a brain, the pathway of the eye, the brain, like 40% of the brain is basically centered around vision. So you have a neural pathway of something like vision, and if there was a consciousness, like conscious thought reaction to the vision, that there would be some sort of combinatory effect of this OR collapse of the wave function, probably dualistically interacting with normal, we'll say, physical sense perception. If you assume that sense perception, like vision, completely occurs in largely, say, a non-quantum method, and but the same microtubules that are receiving the photons and processing in the brain at some point would interact with consciousness. And so here
You have to be careful because it's not interacting with consciousness, because consciousness is the interaction itself. Consciousness is not a substance, it's more of a process. So you can't think of consciousness as being something that interacts. It's part of what gives rise to interaction. It's part of a cycle of matter. Just to be clear there, I know this stuff is complicated.
Yes, so here would be like a representation, I guess, of the ORR, these microtubules that are within. So let me just read a little bit of this. Penrose and Hameroff proposed their theory because they remarked that evidence related to the integrate and fire network of neurons does not indicate how consciousness could arise from its activity. Their theory was inspired by the observation that protozoa such as Fusarium exhibit intelligent behavior, that is, they can learn, remember, and solve problems such as escaping from a maze, even though their organisms do not contain synaptic connections. Nonetheless, the protozoa have cytoskeleton. Stuart Hameroff remarked that neurons also have an organized cytoskeleton composed of microtubules and persuaded Roger Penrose to collaborate in the formulation of a theory linking quantum physics to brain function. The researchers thoroughly analyzed the structure of microtubules. They found in their structure element that may play a role similar to components of quantum information processing systems. Microtubules are composed of 13 protein filaments, each of which is a series of tubulin dimers. Tubulin is a kind of globular protein. Microtubules are assembled from dimers of alpha and beta tubulin. In the cell bodies of neurons, the microtubules are arranged in short scattered segments connected by microtubule-associated proteins. Microtubules and axons are arranged in a continuous long band. The tubulin dimers have pockets that contain delocalized electrons. The authors assumed that the electrons of the mentioned pockets could represent quantum states and become quantum superposed. Therefore, they claim that these electrons represent coherent quantum superpositions, in other words, so-called qubits. They also assume that these electrons can be quantum entangled. In one of the first papers on OR theory, the authors presented intuitively understandable drawings. Here, this one is the symbolic presentation of microtubule composed of tubulin dimers existing in 3 different states. Symbolic presentation of tubulin dimers, which are due to the positions of delocalized electrons, can be in 2 different states, and additionally in a quantum superposition state. On the left, a symbolic presentation of a microtubule composed of tubulin dimers existing in the 3 different states. So there you have these microtubules and the tubin element that makes up the microtubules that are capable of being in 3 different states. So within that symbolic illustration of the essence of Penrose and Hameroff's OR theory, the authors assumed that in the microtubules of neuron, repetitive cyclic quantum information processing is realized, which consists in increasing the quantum coherence of the tubulin dimers, interrupted by the objective reduction operation, causing the conscious moment. In larger synchronized sets of neurons, the termination of orchestration by objective reduction moment occurs after approximately 300 to 500 milliseconds. So there would be your time in milliseconds, quantum computing, the number of tubulin dimers in coherent superposition state, and of the diagram, the 3 different states of what that would look like in a microtubule, where you would have the microtubule that has the tubulin in a possibility of 3 different states. So this is their best graphical representation of what orchestrated objective reduction might look like.
Absolutely. Definitely a step in the right direction. And yeah, I think John Joe McFadden basically is saying the same stuff as me, only obviously not as good. So he'd be the one to check out if you have burning urge to come and tell me that I'm wrong. Perhaps, read what he's said, because he's actually, doing this full time and going against the grain like a boss.
So I encourage people to read this article, but like I've done other streams where I actually try to read these whole articles straight out. But let me just read a little bit here. The theoretical model integrating the most convincing explanations of the phenomenon of consciousness. We believe that the attempts to explain the nature of consciousness discussed above can be integrated and presented in the form of a theoretical model that takes into account several components of this phenomenon. Contemporary neuroscience describes in detail the operation of neural circuits active during perception. The available functional brain imaging techniques have also made it possible to determine the importance of various brain centers in the execution of particular activities. Their numerous connections and cooperation have also been established at an important neuropsychological feature is the synchronicity of their actions, which is assessed by so-called degrees of connectivity. For a long time, scientists have emphasized the need to explain the essence of fundamental sensations such as colors, tastes, sensory perceptions, which is referred to as the feeling of qualia. The claim of Roger Penrose and Penrose-Hameroff that their Orch OR theory effectively defines the theoretical model of these feelings seems to be convincing. There are, though, other cognitive processes than perceptions. For example, when we search for a solution to a situation, imagination is indispensable. In our former papers, we described neural circuits, which are necessary to recall mental images, in other words, to realize imagery. This theory is illustrated, the previous diagram is known. So there you go, I'm not going to bother reading this, but this is, so to say, an advancement on the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis that tries to take more recent discoveries or adaptations of the theory for a more complete explanation of how this process might work. As explained, take it off screen.
Can I explain something to someone in the audience, because I don't want to like go off the deep end with regards to how abstract it's going to get?
Yeah, I just finished this point that it said that the theory is made up of multiple components, and it's relatively just a theoretical framework. So Penrose has more a mathematical physics theory and very theoretical. That's just a possibility of how consciousness might arise, and he doesn't even have any physical mechanism for how this may occur in the mind. And then Penrose, an anesthesiologist who's familiar with microtubules and familiar with an understanding of the clinical anesthesiological difference of what it means to be conscious or unconscious, and differences in microtubules, and a little understanding of physics, that these microtubules might be able to harness this objective reduction phenomenon. And so that already happened in the 90s, the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. But neither Penrose or Hameroff are a specialist in the brain. And so over the decades since that theory has become popularized...
Well, Hameroff kind of is. Wait a minute. Hameroff is an anesthesiologist. I mean, come on.
The anesthesiology doesn't have much to do with neurology. Anesthesiology is a general... I mean, he's a medical doctor. No, he's not a neurologist. He's not a brain surgeon. Anesthesiology is a general medical practice. So, no, he doesn't have any specialty in the operation of the brain. I mean, he's a smart man. He used his own time to research and study this stuff. But no, I don't think there's any special reason why you would assume an anesthesiologist to be an expert in neuroscience. It was more a theoretical framework for how consciousness might work. And then over the years, people who are more expert in neurology, in the brain, in biochemistry, in these various fields, have made significant advances on we'll call the Penrose-Hameroff orchestrated objective reduction hypothesis of how these microtubules could be used to harness quantum effect in terms of consciousness. But to have a whole picture of how the brain generates consciousness, or even to work together with sense perception or thought, is largely completely beyond the original intent of the
sorry, but consciousness generates the brain. I know it's hard to
you have to separate. I mean, Jennifer's got her own theories, and there's say that these things are not well defined and not well
Well, you're saying the
understood.
brain generates consciousness. That's extremely confusing because it's backwards. It's consciousness generates the brain. I know that seems
That's more
counterintuitive,
my
but it's true.
understanding also, but I'm not here to explain my theories. I'm trying to explain these. I'm
Well,
not.
maybe
I'm not.
then you could be
I'm
less
not even doing
specific
the
and
stream.
say
I'm not even doing
consciousness.
the stream to promote Jennifer's theory. I mean, she's welcome to explain her theories, but I'm trying to explain this.
I'm just trying to help you be more clear. That's
But
all.
you're
Maybe
not
just say
helping.
arising
You're
in the
not helping because I'm
arising of
trying to
consciousness.
explain it in terms of the mainstream understanding. I'm not promoting my theories or your theories.
Saying arising
You're
of
welcome
consciousness
to.
is not promoting my theory. It's being correct. You don't want to say the brain causes consciousness because that's literally backwards from what's correct. So say it in a more vague way, how consciousness arises in the brain, perhaps. That's not promoting my theory. It's not being wrong. It's being more accurate. Okay, so we get these questions in the chat about what does it mean for reduction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So coming back to square one, why do things reduce? Okay, why do we have? It's called the measurement problem, but basically, why does a system go from being in a superposition of its potential states, aka distribution, probabilistic distribution of eigenstates? Why does it go from that to being what they call wave reduction of the wave equation? Excuse me. I use the term waveform because it's a geometric form. It's not a function. Why? Because functions are a particular type of depiction in a graph of a relation between independent and a dependent variable. And they axiomatize something called Euclideanism, aka the real number line. But that's not real. And we know it's not real, and we can disprove that it's real with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So we don't necessarily need to say the exact correct thing, like consciousness creates the mind, but we don't want to say the exact opposite of what we know is the right thing from tradition, which is that the mind creates consciousness, even though that's what it feels like. I agree, it feels like the sense of self is simulated by the brain. But what something feels like and what something truly is, I mean, science is about the latter. So back to why the waveform reduces. Super important. One reason, 3 plus 1. That's called the measurement limit, okay? So here we've got the measurement limit depicted in the quantum periodic table. So you got 59 spheres here. Each sphere represents 2 elements. You count from the middle outwards. So what's this depicting is that the universe can't really count past 4, but it can count to 4 in new and creative ways, which ultimately results in these 118 microstates, which exhaustively span the set of possible observable microstates of matter, right? But really, there's only 3 plus 1 observables. So you get 3 plus 1 observables, but 118 microstates. And we've seen this before, right? This idea of complexity from simplicity. Those interested, Wolfram's basically one of the main things that he talks about in his contributions. But anyway, why does a wave function, why does the quantum system undergo reduction, collapse, whatever we want to call it, is because it reaches the measurement limit. So we have this principle in the universe, which is called stationary action principle or least action principle. But basically, to understand it philosophically, is that the universe is one lazy, cheap SOB. And that's a good thing, right? We've got this like optimized efficiency, every single way you slice it. The universe is really freaking good at this stuff. And then we look at what we create sort of in its image, like computers and stuff, and it's like, wow, we are way, way, way less efficient than the universe, right? Okay, so we got a question. Are Hilbert spaces 4-dimensional? Again, Hilbert spaces do not exist, right? Why? Anything based on the real number line cannot have any analog in reality. Why? Heisenberg uncertainty principle demonstrates it's not this notion of indivisible, of arbitrarily changing the size of delta x. In other words, the dx doesn't exist in reality. And if you try to get dx in reality, you're going to run up into Heisenberg effects, because what is delta x? It's a teeny tiny, weeny woony little slit. And he says, again, it's definitional. And this is where it's hard, because we got to think about things that like space and time as not being the first things that arise in a system. Well, what's the first thing that arises in a system? The fact that it lives in a 3 plus 1 dimensional universe. Okay, so it's going to expand, because light always wants to expand, but then it reaches the end, And it's like, oh, I can't go past 3 plus 1. But it's not 3 plus 1 in a simple, blocky way that we would think of it as dumb ape humans. No, it's this transcendent sort of intradimensional, whatever you want to call it, 3 plus 1 over 3 plus 1, because you notice you got 3 plus 1 labeled twice on this diagram. All right. So that is why we have a generic waveform collapse, right? So, but what does that mean with regards to consciousness? Well, consciousness is a special effect of that is comes about from what you call a light crystal or a standing field of a photon waveform. And people want to say, well, that wouldn't be stable. But then they also want to say, well, actually, consciousness is because an electric field in the brain. It's like a photonic field is way more stable than an electric field. Photonic field has been demonstrated to be the operating principle behind photosynthesis. It's like, this is the thing that has the evidence in support of it. And this is how you can really do science with a quantum, right? So how does it work? You generate a bunch of different possible states. Okay. So we know we have these rules, right? We don't just have the rule of the measurement limit, which we have to apply across multiple dimensions because every 1,000-fold volumetric difference is approximately independent from previous ones, right? We can go a little more into that later, but I don't want to get lost in it. But basically, we're starting always with these primordial spheres because if a system is simple, i.e. there's nothing acting on a system, it's just going to tend to a spherical array. Why? Because the sphere minimizes the torque relative to the center. And this is therefore the maximum entropy shape. But there's also energy that moves around the universe, so it's not bound to remain in a sphere forever. In fact, we can never observe perfect spheres. But that doesn't mean that the perfect sphere doesn't control the behavior of what we do observe. And this is the monadic principle that I keep coming back to. But basically, you generate a bunch of different possible states, right? So we could have a sphere just as a sphere. We could have a sphere divided into 2 spheres. We could have a sphere divided into 3 spheres, etc., and so on and so forth. And what we want to know is which one of these is actually the solution to the least action principle. Which one of these minimizes the net amount of work the system has to do to maintain a balanced position. So that's why we can superimpose these different ratios and realize that we actually get a minimum here at 4. If a sphere is divided into 4, that is taking less energy because there's 2 things that contribute to making turning something from just being 1 blob into 2 blobs or 3 blobs or 4 blobs. The 2 contributing factors are how many times you have to divide the blobs up because it takes energy to, crack an egg, so to speak. And also this idea of like how big is your resulting oscillating waveform, right? Because if I take a blob, divide it into, and then it starts oscillating as 2 sub blobs, well, it's going to oscillate throughout a larger volume than what it originally oscillated through because the packing density of the 2 spheres inscribed to a larger sphere is only 0.5. And remember that, this isn't the true shape of the periodic table because even though this is the energy staircase, this whole shape will itself be re-inscribed into a sphere. Why? Because the sphere it's like the super dictator. It's like even when you get a non-sphere shape, you're still kind of crammed back to a sphere shape. So I think I have a video of that floating around somewhere. But yeah, basically, consciousness is a crystallization of light. And what is special about this 4 thing? Well, how does your heart function? Functions on a principle of 4 chambers, right? So that's literally a waveform pumping through. So we don't even have an answer to the question, why is a heartbeat? It's like, because it's slowed down light. It's because light travels at a same speed in a constant medium, slowly variable medium due to inductance, right? And that's what the heartbeat is. Do, basically, but just like going on basically at exactly the same speed forever and ever, amen, till you croak. And that is how it works. So we have this basic, I don't want to go into all this, but yeah, it's super scientific. You can check it out on my blog. It makes great predictions and basically gives you a geometric understanding of why things end up looking the way that they do with cytoplatonism, where it's sort of making the crumminess of this world make a little more sense. Thanks for giving me a chance to explain that. I hope that was clear for the people in the audience. And sorry if that's a little too weird, but yeah, the stuff does work at all. I will share a link in just a minute. Thanks, Doooovid and audience.
Okay, yeah, so I tried to prepare quite a few information, and like maybe if there's more interest or even tomorrow, I'll just read through some of these papers. Yeah, I was hoping maybe we would actually be able to get some of the people at the conference that knew maybe different pieces of information or more about it to join and talk about it. If weekend review is usually more conversational. If it was just me, I'd probably just read and examine papers. So we'll see if I'm gonna. So let me do a quick overview of some of the papers I was looking at to prepare for the conference, and so I opened them all up. So here, this was right before I interviewed Jennifer on her theories on reincarnation back in 2018, and I read through quite a few papers and showed some slides, and actually read through a few papers of Dr. Hameroff and Penrose, and actually I went through the slides that Hameroff has on his own webpage. I have some slides here that hopefully we'll go through and show a little bit easier understanding, because a lot of the stuff is quite complicated. So some visuals. Here's an entropy journal of last year that has a whole bunch of relatively theories of consciousness. So it's too much to go through today, but people who are looking for more reading material, encourage them to look through that. And maybe if there's more interest, or if we stream, every day this week after the conference, I'll try to go through some of these. Here is a recent, it was 2019, on the finer scale of consciousness and quantum theory. Some visuals also on the, these are, more recent complete models that have, adapted the OR OR framework. And so I'll just add these links to the chat with, so people who want to do further research have plenty of material to do so. Here is McFadden, who me and Jennifer both mentioned, integrating misinformation in the brain's electromagnetic field, the semi-field theory of consciousness, which is a competitive theory to the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis, but very similar. And that's the diagram I was showing earlier was from this McFadden. So encourage people to look through that. Hopefully I'm going to reread these things by tomorrow, and maybe I'll be able to do a better job, but just get some of this information out there, and hopefully tomorrow, if we do this again, if any of the people watching this want to do more research. So here's another article, gamma oscillations modulate working memory recall precision. And this would just be more detail into how something like orchestrated reduction or quantum mind would work into the various phenomenon of consciousness. Obviously, the collapse of the wave function, like a computer programming theory, related to an alternative to Turing's algorithm, as opposed to something that actually corresponds to what we know about the brain. So that's on memory. Here is an article about involvement of top-down networks in the perception of facial emotions, magnetoencephalographic investigation. Also a recent article. I think this one had some good graphics also. But didn't have time to prepare this, so I'm just going to add them to the chat, and hopefully there'll be some people that are more academic that will do some research and work together. So here was this one wasn't public. So this I think a very recent one: shared neural mechanisms of visual perception and imagery. So this also, we're talking about the perceptual pathway of vision and perception, and consciousness is hard to know what the term means, and it's saying like thought. What is the process of thought, sense perception, and various things? So this one's focusing on a visual perception and imagery. Here is consciousness as an emergent phenomenon, a tale of different levels of description. Which also kind of what's the nature of consciousness? What are we actually describing? I apologize, I didn't do enough preparation. As usually the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. But I just want
I can answer some of these questions in the chat while you're going through if you want. Like, I don't want to derail too much, but I know it's important to answer questions when people are asking them, and these are, crucially important questions.
So let me just finish. I got three more articles. So this one's more longer on Principia Qualia, Blueprint for a New Science. And so qualia are usually the individual aspects of consciousness as opposed to like the global I. It's a nice paper, free paper online to read. So people hopefully people will read this. Here is a more mathematical angle on can quantum probability provide a new direction for cognitive modeling, classical Bayesian probability theory, and so kind of like Penrose, his hypothesis is more mathematical, and then it's adapted, so it's kind of a pure thought theory that then gets adapted to the physical realm and the mind through Penrose, and so Bayesian probability is one of the common things used. So that's a long paper. Here is a more recent paper, David Chalmers, who's been part of the Science of Consciousness conference and one of the big names in it, on the consciousness and the collapse of the wave function by David Chalmers and Kelvin McQueen. And actually I have some slides from Kelvin McQueen. Let me just read this abstract real quick. Does consciousness collapse the quantum wave function? The idea was taken seriously by John von Neumann and Eugene Wigner, but is now widely dismissed. We developed the idea by combining a mathematical theory of consciousness, integrated information theory, with an account of quantum collapse dynamics, continuous spontaneous localization. Simple versions of this theory are falsified by the quantum Zeno effect, but more complex versions remain compatible with empirical evidence in principle. Versions of this theory can be tested by experiments with quantum computers. The upshot is not that consciousness collapse interpretations are clearly correct, but that there is a research program here worth exploring. So this is probably the type stuff that we're going to hear, the next 2 days during the conference. So encourage people to read this. David Chalmers, who's a big name at the conference. This one I had to download. It's a nice history overview from quantum chemistry to quantum biology, a path towards consciousness, which is quantum chemistry and be more theoretical as opposed to the actual quantum biology, which would be more exact in what's happening. So I wasn't checking the chat, so if Jennifer wanted to address some of the things in the chat, and then I'll try to address some of that also if it's directed towards me. And then I have some actual slides, like the Kelvin McQueen slides that are related to the Chalmers article, and a few others that might give people a clearer understanding of what is this orchestrated objective reduction theory.
Cool. Yeah. So, if anyone has any questions about what it is, I'm happy to answer them. However, there's this issue of falsifiability or testability where we're not actually getting any sort of like formal expression of what it would mean for something to be significant, right? Like, I don't see how you could possibly know. This is outside of experiment, but I guess I'm not aware of any experiments that have been done to verify like what is the threshold for delta space-time curvature, because that would seem to be something you'd need to validate over a whole heck of a lot of experiments to make sure you're canceling out all your potential sources of error. So do you mind just sharing the screen? So I got like maybe 10 really good questions from physical lectures. I totally appreciate what you're saying. I've been there. I love linear algebra myself. Like, I think it's one of the better things that's been come up with in the last little while, like that in calculus. There's something really special about linear algebra, though, because it's arguably what allowed us to make computers, right? This idea of diagonalizing a matrix, right? And how that relates to what it is exactly that computers are doing. So I've got this little diagram here. I think it's kind of a funny meme where it's just trying to explain the the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, right? So we have to draw a distinction. Like, I understand what you're saying about how, we needed to use linear algebra to get to the Pauli exclusion principle and the uncertainty principle, right? That's not quite true. We started, the real impetus for these algebraic interpretations are experiments, okay? Specifically the slit experiment. What is happening here? So up until this point, there was a belief in something called mechanical determinism, which is basically if you knew everything about a system at t equals 0, then you could predict the configuration of the same system at t equals anything, because it's just really a matter of filling it in from the initial conditions. That's usually called determinism. I like to call it mechanical determinism because there's another sort of determinism, which is this idea of causal determinism or quantum determinism, which is not a one-to-one mechanical determinism, but it's still causal. And so I want to just sort of specify, but coming back to this point of like, we didn't get to Heisenberg and Pauli understandings through algebra. Okay, we got to them through experiments. Algebra was then used to interpret the experiment. And this is actually the part of the problem. So it's like, it's not 100% problem, 100% solution, because when you're doing these kinds of advanced strategic analysis, you like screwing up is part of getting the right answer. It's like you find sort of the right answer on a pile of wrong answers. But basically, what what the slit experiments tell us is that they basically disprove this concept of one-to-one mechanical determinism. So given it an electron, where's it going to end up? We know we can't know that specifically for one electron. What we can know is that if we put a bunch of single electrons out, it's going to converge over time. So you see this in the bottom one here. So what's happening here is that basically it's just more and more electrons, right? So on B, you can barely see a pattern, right? But by the time you get to E, you can see that, oh yeah, it's like a regular waving, sort of like a corrugated, unchanging. It's a very simple waveform, right? Like there is no real difference in the size of the wavelength between the wavefronts, right? So the question is reality a vector space? And the answer is no, because it can't be a vector space, because the fact that this happens in our reality means it's not a vector space, because to be a vector space, it has to abide by all the conditionals of a vector space, the axioms of a vector space, right? Where do vector spaces come from? Platonism. So there's this implicit continuity, compactness, completeness, whatever you want to call it, in the Platonic object of the real line, which is necessary for linear algebra to be a thing, right? So linear algebra seems like it ought to be universal, but we have to be careful between something that feels universal or seems universal or looks universal and something that truly is universal. What tells us about universality is experiments, not interpretations. So we have to sort of go from the ground up. So you're asking a question like, and you're on the right track. It's super good. Like, why aren't the orbitals orthogonal? It's like we have to go down to what does it actually mean to be orthogonal, right? Orthogonality is a concept defined only in a vector space, right? So basic idea of orthogonality is like the x-axis and the y-axis, a 90-degree angle between them. So that's like your most intuitive version of orthogonality, but generally it has to do with the relations between two curves over a specific interval, whether a particular integral is 0. None of that stuff can work IRL literally because of the Heisenberg principle. So that doesn't mean we abandon math. It just means that we can't use the constructs of mathematics, i.e. orthogonality, to describe a reality where we can't be sure that orthogonality is even a thing, right? So we got to start from what are we sure is a thing? We're sure 3 plus 1 is the measurement limit. Does that mean that the 3 constituent dimensions are orthogonal? Well, the spatial dimensions are interchangeable in that they're equivalent, in that because the sphere is the thing that is sort of the, grandpa shape, they're equivalent, X and Y and Z. The universe doesn't distinguish X, Y, Z. Does that make them orthogonal? Well, we don't really have evidence that things can be actually truly orthogonal in the sense we understand them in linear algebra. So that's why I call it like maximally orthogonal. It's a limit. The limit is orthogonality, but it doesn't actually ever get to that in the universe because it will undergo waveform reduction before it gets to the limit. That's why it's a limit, right? So in algebra, you think about orthogonality, it's like these are well-defined dimensions. We can just go into these dimensions anytime we want because we're thinking about like in terms of a computer code, right? You can have a 21 gazillion dimensional computer construct and it's fine. But reality is not a computer, right? The reality is restricted. And the thing that restricts it is the number of independent, but nothing's truly independent because we have orthogonality. We don't really have orthogonality, right? It's approximately independent. 3 plus 1 maximally independent observables per canonical order is the limit. Okay, so the solution to the measurement problem is the imposition of a measurement limit, which is 3 plus 1, which is like, okay, this is the top. Anything more than this is excluded. And even if we get close to this, we're going to get near field effects to this thing that's here, which is where you're going to start getting the Heisenberg effects, right? Because it's like, well, why did the system break apart? Well, it was because delta X was too small, which caused delta P to be too large, which caused the delta E to be big enough to break the system apart. It's like, this is all just ultimately emanating from the fundamental wave-like nature of things in the universe. The fact that particles don't exist. What you're trying to do right now with linear algebra is access reality, which is waveforms through particles. That doesn't work. Like this thing I've got on the screen here, it's not clear how we go from a particle to that, not even clear that we can do that. So we want to build up our understanding of physics. We've got to do it vis-a-vis things we are sure are a thing, like Heisenberg uncertainty. I'm really sure that's the thing. If someone can disprove that, I'm going to be, mind blown. But I'm fine with that because I'm a scientist. But I'm just saying, like, it's on par with gravity in my eye. I'm very convinced. Whereas stuff like a particle, no, we don't have evidence particles exist. We have evidence of locality. We have evidence of entanglement. We have evidence of, for a system, which is in a superposition, being entangled, and therefore it just being one system, regardless of its quote-unquote geometric volume. So these are the things quantum mechanics have shown us are actually right, and we have to build up our mathematics, axiomatizing the things we know accord with reality. So I'm not saying don't use calculus. I'm just saying you can't use calculus to understand the metaphysical level of this stuff. You can later invoke calculus if you can prove that your system is modelable by calculus. Go ahead and use calculus, but it needs to meet certain very well-defined criteria because fundamentally the universe operates on a principle of quantization. Quantization precludes calculus because calculus is all about continuous, not quantization. Those things are fundamentally opposed concepts. So I hope that clears it up a little bit. But yeah, like, are the SPDF or SPDF orthogonal? It's like that question doesn't quite make sense because orthogonal, like the SPDFs arising, the fact that there's 4 arises from the fact that the 3 plus 1 measurement limit is a thing. So the thing that's not orthogonal but approximately orthogonal is the measurement limit. The SPDF wouldn't say orthogonal, you'd say that it is derivative of this approximately orthogonal thing. Yeah, being precise in this stuff is really extremely challenging. So I do appreciate these questions. Quantum mech is done in complex vector spaces. Yes, it is. I'm not going to deny that it's done in complex vector spaces. I am now showing you why you can't get the answer in the form of something that would accord with a vector space because it contradicts the axioms of reality, which you already know that there are axioms from experience. So again, this is not a categorical refutation of linear. I love linear. I love calculus. I'm just saying we have to, like, what's calculus about? It's about limits. What's linear about? It's about perfect concepts. We got to find the limit of those perfect concepts in the reality, like what is actually real versus what would seem to be. We have to sort of make a distinction between what we want to be real and because it's simple and intuitive and what's actually real. Like right now, our our mathematical crutch is holding us back from actually understanding the way things work. So it's like, well, it's got to be a vector space. It's got to operate on these principles of Euclideanism. It's like, that's a subjective illusion. A point particle, that's not a thing. That's a concept that we think of to make things seem like we invented point particles because we experience a tiny little tube of time, and we feel like it's one instant at a time. So it's like, oh, particle, particle, particle. It's like dot, dot, dot. That has no correspondence in real reality. It's something our own subjectivity generates. Hey, Amy Newman, nice to see you. Oh, look at that. We're going to have some company. And
okay, so let me try to.
And I'm taking a little bit of inspiration from Amy Newman, who's extremely gracious host, unlike me, who's a grumpy old codger. So Physical Lecture says, yeah, there's a differentiation between reality and the Platonic world. Yeah, absolutely. And there's a sort of a thread in linear that is saying, sort of trying to sneak in Platonism into the concrete. And it's like, that's a contradiction, right? So the whole point of having the Platonic realm be not the concrete realm is to enforce a minimum metaphysical necessity to make a distinction between true and false statements, right? We don't want to conflate those two things because then we lose our ability to distinguish true and false. So I don't know, did you, has the link been shared in the chat, or do you have, like, maybe you could pin it?
I put the link there a few different times.
Okay, awesome. No, you're right. Physical Lectures, it's not restricted to linear algebra. It does apply to all math, and denying it makes us crappier physicists. Accepting it is like, yeah, cool. I'm not scared of the fact that math isn't, like, you don't want to overstate the domain of applicability of something, no matter how awesome it is, because then you chip away at what made it awesome in the first place.
Yes, I'm trying to
go ahead. Sorry.
Keep this. I mean, the consciousness is very complicated, and so I have some slides here. Let me just go straight into. I want to, keep this on topic, and largely be educational towards what the conference is trying to achieve. Like, I'm not here to promote myself or Jennifer, really, or just to even do like basic mathematical or physics tutorials. Those are valuable. There's another time and place for that. So anyone watching hasn't heard of Jennifer, could search up Church of Entropy, or she could link her channel or blog in the content. So this was one of the better from 2016. Farzad Selapur, Neuroscience Research Center in Tabriz. That had a nice slideshow that I found that probably has one of the better overviews of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. So here's the link to one of their papers, Consciousness in the Universal Review of the Orch OR Theory, Hameroff Penrose. This is a 2013 view, and you can see citations here. Penrose has been cited over 8,000 times, or Hameroff has been cited over 50,000 times. And just put it in perspective, like we're just nothing, pieces of nothing. If consciousness is the source of consciousness, the mysteries that maybe I have more slides on this, more like the theoretical, historical background, but on consciousness. But I'll focus more on just the Penrose-Hameroff Orch OR theory. So here's a little timeline of quantum physics. Max Planck, 1900, forces are manifestations of exchanges of discrete amounts of energy. Einstein's equivalent descriptions of energy and mass, frequency, and wavelength. Niels Bohr, 1913, electrons are permitted to occupy only some orbits around the nucleus. De Broglie, 1923, waves and particles are dual aspects. Max Born, 1926, the waves associated to a particle is a wave of probabilities. And so Werner Heisenberg's equation based on matrix algebra, introduced in 1925 as the result of physical experiment, depends on the order in which the calculations are performed. And then the wave function collapse, Erwin Schrödinger's equation based on wave mechanics, introduced in 1925. a particle is a wave spread in space. And so, these things require extreme levels of math and physics. So some of it is intuitive. Consciousness could be understood basically by anybody on any level, but the details of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis in reality requires extreme levels of physics. So what is this waveform that's being collapsed? So 1925, Schrodinger's equation. And so the classical world refers to the macroscopic world. It exists in a single unified state with no entanglement. We see objects and particles as material, classical things in specific locations in state. Quantum refers to fundamental units of matter and energy. At the quantum level, particles exist in multiple alternative states, superposition, and connect non-locally, entanglement. And the measurement problem is the question of why we don't see such superpositions in the consciously perceived macroscopic world. So this is all the precursor information to the physics required to understand how this Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis comes into play and what it has to do with consciousness. So the state of a particle is described by wave function, which summarizes all the alternatives and their probabilities. The wave function describes a set of possibilities. The state of a particle is a superposition of alternatives. So, if you like classical, if you studied chemistry, you see the picture of electron clouds, and these are alternatives to possibilities of where the particle might be at a given time. Quantum entanglement is a term used in quantum mechanics to describe the way that particles can become correlated to interact with each other regardless of how far they are apart. So this is interesting, non-local entanglement will come into play later. So this is very important. I have more slides on this that possibly I'll go over also to what you need to understand about quantum mechanics. So the Copenhagen interpretation, 1927, and so it was a group of physicists that met in Copenhagen. Kind of like the Frankfurt School of Sociology, the Copenhagen interpretation of physics, since the wave function is not assigned physical reality, but is considered to refer merely to the observer's knowledge of the quantum system. Quantum mechanics suggests that quantum measurement is something that occurs only as a result of the conscious intervention of an observer. So the observer effect, we'll see more about this. Einstein's interoperation, 1935. Reality is a quantity whose value can be predicted with certainty before measuring or otherwise disturbing it, and defined a complete physical theory as one in which every element of physical reality is accounted for by the theorem. And so the many worlds interpretation, 1957. Each instance of the observer's conscious experience is separate, independent world and is not directly aware of any other worlds. And then objective reduction, the Penrose-Hameroff, Penrose is coming 1989. So Penrose, D'Arcy Penrose, as a quantum gravity proposal for objective reduction. So DP proposal suggests each OR event, which is purely physical process, is itself a primitive kind of observation, a moment of proto-conscious experiments by the principle of energy is H divided by T.
Is it experience or experiments?
Experience.
Okay, just to make it clear there, sorry.
I'm going to read the slides that this person put it forward. So I'm saying this is just, I wanted a visual, and these were scientists that you have public slides that were from the better ones I could define. Jennifer is more than welcome to make her own slides and put together her own shows trying to explain it, but I'm doing the best with the public material I could find out there. So an isolated single electron in a superposed state might reach objective reduction threshold only after thousands of years or more. So this is Penrose's objective reduction theory in general. And so Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose, the Orch OR theory, 1994. Penrose comes up with his theory in 1989 and writes his book, The Emperor's New Mind, which Hameroff reads and gets into touch in 1994. they release their theory, physical aspects of OR theory. Reality emerges from the reduction of the wave function. Your subjective reduction, observer-driven, is not the only type of reduction. Objective reduction is a type of reduction of the wave function that occurs when the universe must choose between incompatible space-time geometries. So you have subjective reduction, which is when something is observed by an observer like us, it causes a collapse, or that the universe physical system itself could necessitate a collapse of the wave function for various reasons if there's incompatible space-time geometries. So here is the neuron cells. People know basic anatomy: a dendroid, cell body, axon, axon terminal, and you have the cytoskeleton that comprise 3 structural complexes: intermediate filaments, microtubules, and microfilaments. So here you have some sizes. So as we showed in the earlier slide from the paper, microtubules are about 25 nanometers, and a microfilament is about 7 nanometers. So just from evolutionary understanding that microtubules appear in eukaryotic cells about 1.3 billion years ago, a hollow cylinder about 24 nanometers in diameter. Along the microtubule axis, tubulin heterodimers are joined end-to-end to form 13 parallel protofilaments with alternative alpha and beta subunits. This can be seen here in the diagram, kind of like a DNA helix, but you have these spiral of alternating alpha and beta subunits that make up these microtubules. So singular alpha tubulins and beta tubulin structure, singular tubulin dimer, a beta monomer here in gray and alpha monomer in light gray, include both water soluble polar and water insoluble nonpolar groups. Nonpolar groups include aromatic amino acids with pi orbital electron resonance clouds in phenyl and isolate rings, persistent predicted volatile anesthetic binding sites, hydrophobic quantum channel of an aromatic rings in the center of a molecule. So this is just, I don't call it basic, this is advanced biochemistry, and these exist, these is what's going on inside of us. So hydrophobic quantum channel. The pi orbital electron cloud within a hydrophobic quantum channel is highly polarizable, which couple by van der Waals London forces. Van der Waals London force coupling at top 2 phenyl rings, aromatic amino acids, as occur in protein hydrophobic regions, have uniform pi electron cloud. At the bottom, you have a pi electron cloud induced dipoles, which form attractive London force pi electron cloud dipole couplings, as we were showing earlier in the Penrose's paper, Hameroff's paper about saying that OR is the most testable theory, where the diagrams were showing the nonpolar or induced dipole moments in the microtubules. So this would be the microtubular arrays, and the dendroid and cell body microtubules are interpreted and interconnected with each other by microtubule associated proteins. The hyperphosphorylation of tau in the nervous tissue of Alzheimer's patients. So that's what's diagrammed there. So you see what we've seen in the past few slides, put to the pyramidal structure of a dendrite and these microtubules, that there would be multiple ones of them. So talk about a microtubule, so there's multiple ones of these microtubules in a single dendrite of a neuron cell. So you have dendritic microtubules. This is from Hameroff 2012. Neurons do not divide, and neuronal microtubules remain assembled indefinitely. Dendritic microtubules are interpreted in local map-link networks of mixed polarity microtubules, which prevent depolymerization and are thus especially stable for information encoding and memory. Gap junctions in the neuronal cells are a specialized intercellular connection between multitudes of neurons' dendrites. Gap junctions is different to the chemical synapse. At a chemical synapse, one neuron releases neurotransmitter molecules into a synapse space. So the biological view of ORC OR theory. Penrose-Hameroff Orch OR theory suggests synaptic inputs orchestrate tubulin qubits in dendritic microtubules and integrate and fire neurons. Orchestrated qubits entangle, interfere, and compute according to the Schrödinger equation during integration that spontaneously reduce by Penrose objective reduction at time t equals h divided by e to classical tubulin states which regulate axonal firings controlling behavior. So there you have the orchestrated objective reduction, that the collapse of the waveform is, I use the word harnessed, though it may not be correct, in these microtubules that causes a physical, biological effect.
Perhaps
that,
pump.
Yeah, that causes the tubulin to be in one state or the other that would actually have a physical effect on how the neurons are fired. So according to ORC OR theory, consciousness is a manifestation of the quantum cytoskeleton state of tubulins of microtubules. Quantum states of unconscious possibilities evolve and compute according to the mathematical laws of quantum mechanics until reaching the threshold for objective reduction by the principle where E is the energy, the number of quantum superimposed tubulins of microtubules, H is Planck's constant, and T is the time until objective reduction and conscious moment occur. E is also proposed to correlate with the intensity of conscious experience. So you actually have a mathematical understanding of what's going on. And Planck's constant is very small. It's like 10 to the negative 35th, and so we're talking extremely quick amounts of time and low amounts of energy. So how conscious moments occur. In steps 1 through 3 of quantum superposition among winding pathway, qubits evolve during integration phases with increasing quantum superposition. Gray tubulins until threshold is met at time S equals H divided by EG. According to ORC OR, a conscious moment then occurs and tubulin states are selected which regulate firing and control conscious behavior. So the role of the gap junction, quantum states and dendrites of a particular neuron could entangle with microtubules in the dendritic tree of that neuron and also in neighboring neurons via dendritic gap junctions, enabling quantum entanglement of superimposed microtubulins among many neurons, unity and binding of conscious content, and large energy which reaches thresholds quickly. So biological systems are warm and wet. So how can quantum mechanically effects possible? So Stuart Hameroff, 2014, warm functions quantum, this might be in response to Tegmark's critique. Warm function quantum processes have been found in plant photosynthesis, bird brain navigation, ion channels, smell and taste, DNA protein folding, nonpolar electron resistant clouds within proteins, lipids, and nucleic acid interiors shielded from polar interactions appear to isolate and protect quantum states from environmental decoherence. In 2003, quantum spin transfer through phenyl ring pi orbital resonance clouds are enhanced at increasingly warm temperatures. So only in the brain may a sufficiently large number of quantum superposition neuronal microtubules be entangled and integrate as a dendritic web so that the objective reduction consciousness threshold is reached in relevant timescales. So even some numbers, 25 milliseconds, duration of 1 gamma synchronity cycle at 40 hertz. E is equivalent to the superposition entangled microtubules in a dendritic web of roughly 10 to the 9th neurons. Here is in a carrot. Are we to believe that carrots also exhibit quantum computation or conscious? No, we are not. Plant cells have very few microtubules. Whether they have quantum isolation and quantum computation is unknown. But by the E equals H divided by T, a carrot might have a single very low intensity conscious moment once per month or so.
Well, I'm just really glad that my plants can't hear this conversation right now.
So you have Wang, 2013, psychological conflict, ambiguity, uncertainty can be viewed as quantum superposition of multiple possible judgments and belief. Measurement, answering a question, reaching a decision, reduces possibilities to a definite state. Reduction of the wave function, judgments and choices may deviate from classical logic, suggesting a random or non-computable quantum influences. Here's we mentioned earlier, cognitive behaviors in single-cell organisms. 2012, protozoans like Fusarium can escape mazes and solve problems, and Paramecium can swim, find food and mates, learn and remember, all without synaptic connections. How do single cells manifest intelligent behavior? So, POTS probably quantum effect. So electronic and optical properties of individual microtubule, 2009, reported electronic conductance at certain specific resonance frequencies along microtubules, particularly prominent 8.9 megahertz. Conductances induced by megahertz frequencies appear to follow several types of pathways through the microtubule, helical, linear, along the microtubule axis. Coherent megahertz emissions were detected from living cells and ascribed to microtubule dynamics. Gamma wave synchrony. A gamma synchrony is a pattern of neural oscillations in humans with a frequency between 25 and 100 hertz, though 40 hertz is typical. OR suggests a spectrum of possible types of conscious events might be able to occur for a tau of 500 microseconds. Conscious moments, roughly 10 to the 17th tubulins would be required. For 40 hertz, 20 microsecond gamma synchronicity conscious moment, 2 times 10 to the 18th tubulins displaced in a coherent superposition. Neurons each contain roughly 10 to the 9th tubulins, but only a fraction per neuron are likely to be involved in consciousness. Therefore, 10 to the 9th, 1% of the brain neurons would be required to experience the regular conscious moment. So we thought like that maybe as a qualia. So you're talking huge amounts, 10 to the 9th of neurons to channel one conscious experience, but that's only 1% of the brain. So just in terms of number and thought, like how many of these superposition collapse are we involved? And you're talking huge numbers of tubulins being triggered at one time, but from the totality of neuronal cells and microtubules in the brain. So here you have Lutz, 2004, experience of high-intensity consciousness. High-intensity conscious experience in my meditating Tibetan monks. 80 hertz gamma synchronity correlates with extremely high frequency, amplitude, and coherence of global gamma EEG synchrony. Other research, Buddhists have moments. So there's been, I mentioned some of these on my public study sessions, these measurements of meditation. Hydrophobic quantum channels and anesthetic binds. 2012, following the Meyer-Overton correlation, anesthesia gas molecules bind by London force dipole coupling in quantum channels, inhibit quantum dipoles, energy transfer, and electron mobility, resulting in loss of consciousness. This is probably what Hameroff had been familiar with when he first contacted Penrose about the microtubule. There's more recent research, but the Meyer-Overton correlation, I think, goes back over 100 years. I think it's the same Overton, maybe the same Overton from the Overton window. Emerson, 2013, fluorescent tracing study, cessation of tadpole behavior occurs specifically via anthracene anesthetic binding in tadpole brain microtubules were shown. More pi electron cloud oscillations. Pi electron cloud dipole oscillations are dispersed by anesthetics, suggesting a similar mechanism in microtubule quantum channels, accounting for loss of consciousness. Treatments such as megahertz-based transcranial ultrasound and nonpolar hydrophobic drugs and high-intensity conscious experience during prey aimed at vibration of pi electron cloud of brain microtubules will be beneficial in mental, cognitive, and neurological disorders. Medical approach of quantum superposition in neuromicrotubules at a cellular level, 2013, microtubules have electromagnetic resonance of 2 to 8 megahertz, which is an ultrasound wave range. Hameroff, 2012, 2 megahertz ultrasound exposures to mature brain can improve mood by resonating microtubules. So there is quite a bit of corresponding evidence. Alzheimer's disease and neuronal microtubules in Alzheimer's disease. Tau is a hyperphosphorylated and dislodged from destabilized microtubules, forming neurofibrillary tangles which correlate with memory loss. Conclusion: the OR theory suggests conscious experience is strongly connected to the fine-scale structure of space-time geometry, and that consciousness could be deeply related to the operation of the laws of the universe. Enhanced electronic conductance discovered in single microtubules at warm temperature at specific alternating current megahertz and frequencies strongly supports OR, and aesthetics has been hypothesized to act via quantum dipole regulated vibrational resonance, and the hypothesis will be experimentally validated. Novel anesthetics may be created via rational drug design based on molecular ability to disperse dipoles. Alzheimer's disease, brain trauma, and other disorders are related to microtubule disturbances. Promising theories like transcranial ultrasound have been aimed at OR theory in the brain. So there you go. I'll put these slides in the chat for anyone who wants to see them. I guess Amy didn't show up yet.
It could have been another troll. We never know. Hasn't been too bad, but never know.
Okay, well, actually, I think I even wrenched her, so if it wasn't her, maybe she left. Maybe she just... Oh, actually, here she is.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look through what you just said. So I did have a comment, but it completely went out of my mind. Hi, Amy. Thanks for joining. Great to see you. I'll be RB, but I'll be listening in.
How are you guys?
Okay, very, very good. I guess we haven't met, although I've watched your channel, familiar with your work. I think Jennifer just stepped away. I've been streaming with Jennifer for almost 2 years. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Penrose Science of Consciousness conference that I believe has been going on for over 20 years, but it was today, and I was in attendance. Jennifer was there, and Penrose's 90th birthday, the famous Nobel Prize winning physicist. And so they went over some of his work and stuff about black holes. Tomorrow, the conference will focus on objective reduction, which is more this theory of quantum mechanics. And then the next day, this orchestrated objective reduction is the interface between the reduction of the wave function and the microtubules. And the fourth day will be the Big Bang. So I thought that, me and Jennifer have been talking about this for years. So I thought we'd do a post show. So are you familiar with any of this stuff, Amy? I listened on your one part. I saw that you did have theories of consciousness or thoughts on consciousness, but I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Science of Consciousness conference or the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis.
I wasn't until you guys really started talking about it, but now that I'm looking into it, it looks awesome, and I want to go the next year.
It's tomorrow. I believe in the description, I think I have the link, so you could probably still sign up tomorrow, 12 to 3 or 4, and through Friday. So you missed the first day, which was mostly about black holes, because Penrose, although it's the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis, Penrose won his Nobel Prize for black holes, and he's probably the biggest name related to the conference. So they kind of made it about him and black holes, even though it's only tertiary connected to consciousness.
That sometimes happens. Well, I would say, first I actually have a question then. You say it's tomorrow. Is it in person, in Zoom?
It's in Zoom. I mean, historically, it's been
then absolutely.
That has been traveling around the world. I mean, Hameroff is a professor.
Link in the chat, or sorry, is the link in the description?
I'll re-put the...
People sign up there?
Yeah, it looks like...
I think it may already be in the... it's just really easy. You just need like a Zoom... it's like a Zoom link. I think it goes from 9 to 12. Is that right? Or 9 to 12:30 every day? PST?
Yeah, I re-put... It's in the description to the show. I re-put it in the chat, although I'm just clicked on it, and I'm not sure if registration's closed, because right now you can't seem to click on it, but They already have the one for next year, but it usually travels around the world. It's saying Hameroff is based out of University of Arizona, Department of Anesthesiology. In science, the only real scientific field that covers consciousness is actually anesthesiology. For a medical definition of being conscious or unconscious is actually only in the field of anesthesiology.
So interesting that you say that, because that is part of where my foundation of a definition of consciousness. I don't necessarily disagree with Jen or either yours or anything you actually said in your slideshow, because it's, to me, everything you were explaining seems to be like, how does it actually happen? And my views, I'm starting to find, are trying to answer the what, as in like the what is going on when we're experiencing it. And instead of saying I have a theory of consciousness, I'm starting to phrase it that I have a theory of thinking, a theory of thought, which is how do our actual thoughts arise, and why, I guess, why do they arise, which is normally a tricky question.
I was trying to the best of my ability to just give over the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis and the understandings without intertwining my own beliefs. Although I have my own beliefs, and and we could talk about that and say for like the scientific theory of consciousness, it's very difficult. In on the Week in Review, you have Jennifer has me quoted saying, according to science, consciousness doesn't exist and it can't exist. Because if you're a physicalist and consciousness has to arise from the brain, you have the hard problem of consciousness, which remains unsolved, and the evidence might even lean towards the solution being no, that consciousness is an illusion and free will is an illusion. So then if you have a philosophical theory of consciousness, a psychological theory of consciousness, a theological theory of consciousness, like I'm a dualist and believe in a separate spiritual realm, or the various schools if you believe you have a soul. And so for me, I'd like that science would say that the brain and body cannot produce consciousness, because it leads to the direction of my conclusions that consciousness does not arise from the physical and comes from a separate source. And then a lot of these things, the metaphysics of it could be it doesn't matter. If you're just explaining how these phenomena operate, even though you don't have a material explanation, like you might not have a theory of the soul, body, and mind, or a theory of how the brain produces consciousness, but like a psychological Freudian theory that just phenomenon experientially works according to
I
how
might
you
describe
experience
it
the
as a
world.
theory of subjective ordering parameters regarding Amy's
Yeah,
ideas.
it could make predictions like psychology. So
it's more of an explanation than a prediction. It's very hard to make predictions in subjective science. So it's more of a manner of ordering parameters. So it's a theory, and it's fundamentally, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but what it seems to be doing is like there's an emergence to consciousness, and it's happening in levels, and you're not necessarily going to get to that top level or bottom level. I don't know what the
when you have soft sciences like that make predictions, like theories of personality, theories of thought, that may have no correlation to neuroscience. So I'm saying, like, yes, if you have theory of personality or theory of how people go about decision making, and even though you don't have any advanced theory of how that connects to neuroscience, it could still be predictive in the sense that I'm pretty sure that that's how my mind works, and you've been able to put it into words.
It's not predictive. I'm sorry. Being pretty
what
sure
is
being predictive, that's like teach up level.
It's a model, like a model of personality is predictive. That if you have a model
really
of personality,
I'm sorry.
and you
Even
say
Freud's not predictive. It's like, you want to fuck your parents. It's like, no.
What is predictive? Freud
no, that's prescriptive perversion. A model that makes predictions. Take my model, okay? The subjective
psychology
minimizes cognitive dissonance. That makes predictions. That means when someone does something, it's because they're minimizing cognitive dissonance. So there's your prediction. People get cognitive dissonance. People minimize the cognitive dissonance. Not everybody gets the same cause of cognitive dissonance, but their reaction is always to minimize it. That's something you can test. Most theories about consciousness are not either testable or definitely not predictive. But I just want to come back to a key difference here, which I think is making it easier for everyone to understand.
Clarify to the audience, Jennifer is not correct. Jennifer is not correct. I mean, psychology has been around over 100 years.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Behavioralism.
And people are just so mentally healthy now, aren't they? That's, I mean, prove to me that people are mentally healthier now than they were 200 years ago. You can't do that. So the question is,
like all these psychological theories are predictive,
prescriptive, not predictive.
Not prescriptive, they're predictive because they predict how people will behave. You can't just call stuff
predictive and magically make it predictive. It's like, no, the Freudian Oedipal shit, that's just perverse, disgusting degeneracy. That's not a predictive
We just mentioned
theory.
Freud, but if you're talking about the hierarchy of needs or even Pavlovian training, something like Pavlovian training
give me an example
is predictive.
Give me an example.
Well, Pavlovian training is predictive. That you could put together a behavior. You could put together a behavior with a stimulus like that in these tests of Pavlov with the dogs. That if you have the sound of a bell with a food, that after a certain amount of time the dog will salivate at the sound. So it's predictive. It makes a prediction that could be tested, and it could even be tested in humans in like a behavioral type aspect.
So
that you could condition people to behave in certain ways. So how the mind works, the prediction is that there's conditional training to behavior.
Behavior can be trained in dogs. That's what it proves.
Yeah, it's predictive. Pavlov's theories were predictive.
I didn't know you could train behavior. What an amazing revelation.
Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs is predictive that you could take Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like the movie Trading Places, and God forbid if a person was in a bad situation, even though they were a good person, that if you took them away all their needs and they were in a bad situation, that they would resort to the worst behaviors. It's predictive, even though it isn't a complete
wishful
model.
Thinking, projection,
psychology and sociology are soft sciences, but they are predictive.
Because they aren't predictive, right? Exactly. So the question we want to focus on is consciousness something that something is, or is it something that something does? So this is where we get this idea about wave. What is wave?
No, so you're going back into Jennifer. Like, I encourage you to make videos explaining your theories, but you're saying that
we're talking about consciousness, Doooovid. I'm trying to help people understand it better. Now,
so I encourage you to make videos explaining consciousness.
I am right now.
I was making the point to Amy that she could have a theory on consciousness and behavior that makes prediction. That's a model that could explain how she herself acts and how other people act, and can make predictions on that someone could understand the model and then use it to make predictions about life, even though it doesn't correspond to how the brain operates, or to say a rigorous scientific theory. That was the point I was making. So Jennifer claims to have a model of consciousness. That's good, and I encourage her in that, and I encourage her on her own channel to make videos explaining that and to teach as many people as possible. I was just making the point is that anybody in their own mind could come up with explanations, and they could be predictive for their own behavior, and then they could explain in their own words, even if it's not scientific, to other people these ideas, and they could be predictive for other people's behavior also.
So what's the difference between predictive and explanatory?
Explanatory refers to an explanation for phenomenon that already happened, as opposed to predictive is a form of explanation, but it actually makes predictions for future behavior.
Self-referential. Can't use a word to define it.
Explanatory is an explanation for something and why it occurred, how it occurred in the past, as opposed to predictive is a prediction about something that's going to occur in the future. So an explanation in theory could be predictive. If you explain how and why something happened in the past, it could be predictive in the sense that that explanation, should the same conditions happen in the future, then you could expect the same outcome to happen. So if your explanation is correct for why did this happen in my head, why did I do what I did, here's the explanation. That explanation would become predictive if you could say in the future, in a similar circumstance, in similar conditions, that the same outcome would happen.
Yeah, so that's absolute, insanity, if you want to call that science, right? That is not science. That's just something you dreamed up. So science is only valid because it has high standards. You can't then change the standards and expect the prestige of it to remain. So theories are fine, but in order to be science, you have to be able to falsify and validate it. And also this, I wanted to bring something up actually that reminds me about the presentation that you
I
just
don't want to
made.
get too much into us.
This is about what you just talked about.
I encourage you, you have a channel, I encourage you to make videos explaining your
Doooovid,
theories
this
on
is
science.
about the presentation
I
you
was
just
trying to set
made.
up some sort of explanation so how Amy could explain her thoughts on consciousness, even though she never heard of the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis or doesn't have a background. Like, she doesn't need your explanation of what science is. I mean, and I'm not saying it's bad for you to say, like, I encourage you to make videos
you might need to go
explaining
back
what
to
science
smoking
is.
weed, Doooovid, because this is becoming intolerable here. So the established ultrasound, I just want to give an example relating to the science stuff. So they said that the ultrasound impacted the pi electron field. So the question is it the ultrasound that affected the field in the microtubules, or did the ultrasound affect something else, which then affected the microtubules? So the issue is that how do we know? Because your model can't distinguish between what if it's like, where's the original cause? Is it the mind? Is it the brain? Is it the microtubules? So it kind of seems like they're saying it's that they're validating their model, but it seems to me like they're just anecdotalizing what they found, because they said that people being exposed to ultrasound helped with their consciousness problems. Not exactly sure. Like, I guess it's some sort of like depression thing, but it is unclear how that effect works. Like, what if the ultrasound is going somewhere else and then through 10 more steps and then finally getting to the microtubules, right? Maybe the microtubules are an effect of the consciousness changing and not actually the consciousness itself. So it's like, how do I tell now? Did that experiment actually validate that model? Like, what exactly did that experiment tell us? So that's a sort of one to bring that up, because
To validate the Penrose hypothesis, because
it really doesn't seem to validate it. It seems to show that if you have
it was based on frequency, you have an equation equals h divided by t, and so it was based on energy levels and vibrational frequencies, that these things occurred at a certain frequency, and that frequency matched the predictive frequency of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. And that was a study. That was just a slideshow that had one link to the study and a one-line explanation of the study. I mean, you'd have to bring up the actual paper in the study, but I'm saying predictive. It was based on the frequency, the frequency measurements corresponding to the predictive equation equals h divided by t of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis.
And can I try and win you over? It's a really quick, I'll just give my 5-step that I believe model of how we develop thoughts. And it starts, in my opinion, with step 5, where we're at the physical brain. I think it could happen otherwise, but just when we're looking now, you would say there is some physical substrate by which there are the individual neurons that they can live their happy little lives, because each neuron is just a cell that lives around the other cells, gets 10 times more energy, so they're hungry, but they're just a cell. So they start to actually group together, and as they group together, they bundle into a neuron network, where they actually go into step 4 as we go deeper, what I would call the mind. And what is the mind? Well, it's really the operating system of the brain as the neurons are able to communicate with each other. So it's great that they're talking with each other, but now you actually have to have programs running on the operating system, And I think that takes us to step 3, which is consciousness. And I think there are conscious programs and unconscious programs. We can see unconscious programs with how our heart beats, how hormones get distributed throughout our body. But then we also definitely have conscious programs. We need to be able to walk around on the macroscopic level so that we can gather energy. We need to get rid of the energy and sometimes mate. And consciousness is a great vehicle for us to do those mechanisms. However, there are sometimes hybrid mechanisms. You can see kind of like a conscious, unconscious, where like breathing, where we can see an evolutionary reason for why we would need to hold our breath, because there could be an animal that would want to pounce on us. So we actually need to consciously hold in our lungs. But generally speaking, we need it to be unconscious. We need to go about our day. But many people at this point will say, that's great, Amy, but that doesn't really get us to the moon. That's because, and at this point, I would start to say, we look at the Turing test that can draw false positives. We have to go down to sentience. And what actually is sentience, which would be my fourth, if we're going, would be the second layer. As we're going down, sentience is a combination of memory and emotion. Why memory and emotion? Because if we actually look at things like a Pavlov's dog, or if we look at a mouse trying to get through a maze, what is actually going on here? Well, they're building memories. They're storing them as they're conscious. And as they are going around and building these memories, they're tying what I call emotions, or what we call emotions, what I would say are labels on data. We can actually say, what's the data? It's raining. It's raining outside. But how do we feel about that? Well, that's the emotional state that we label the data. And so from that, the rat can actually get through the maze in one, and I would say in one generation, because I was actually maybe multiple generations through bacteria. You could even have macro sentience if you want to do structured organisms like ants and things like that. But okay, we still haven't gotten to the moon. We got the rat to get the cheese. Fantastic. He can even do it again if he wants to. But we actually need to go to the bottom layer. We need to go to what I call introspection, or the metadata layer. And the metadata layer is data about data. And so we're actually able to pass the mirror test at this point. We're able to go, holy moly, that is me. That is not just another form of me in the mirror. That's actually me. And how do I feel about this? And reflect on it. But that too can draw false positives in the term of looking at a zit. When we're going, oh my gosh, what the hell is going on here? We know that there's bacteria in here, but probably better off that we just leave it alone. Now, this uses consciousness as a stage, so I can't even truly say it's a theory of consciousness. I could say it is a theory of how we think.
Good evening, guys. Sorry, this is fascinating stuff. I've just tuned in. Evening, ladies. Evening, Doooovid.
Yeah, Ralph, we spoke for a while. I actually watched your thing with Joseph Cohn. That was interesting, but I'm trying to have the post show for the Science of Consciousness conference. If you didn't even hear of that, it was on Zoom. Hameroff Penrose, mostly organized by Stuart Hameroff of University of Arizona for over 20 years now. They're usually traveling around the world, has top scientists, the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis. If you're familiar, I went over some slides explaining it. Like consciousness is, it's a tough, it's a simple thing because everyone experiences consciousness. Everybody has an understanding of consciousness because we have our own experience of it. from the scientific level, the science of consciousness is near impossible because these questions, the hard problem of consciousness, or explaining from a scientific materialistic aspect of how consciousness arises, versus competitive understandings of dualism, or psychic phenomenon, or historical beliefs of the soul. So the Science of Consciousness conferences, it's mostly PhDs, mostly people with PhDs in science, people who are professors, and mostly a material aspect. Although a lot of the participants are spiritualists, and generally the most people interested in are non-scientists or more spiritual people, because more people interested in consciousness are more spiritualist, and most scientific-minded people generally take the approach that the hard problem of consciousness will be solved from a material level, although most intelligent people are not well enough read or versed to understand the difficulty of the hard problem of consciousness, or what the current theories on the market, like the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis, are, and even the background in physics that would take to require. So I did go over slides trying to give a understanding. I wasn't just trying to have conversations about random things, and so Jennifer knows a lot of stuff, knows a lot of science, but I didn't even want to get too much off on just giving random explanations like a physics 101 to everybody's various questions, or even to like the ontology of how do we know science. And so it's like Amy has, to call it, words mean different things to different people. Like saying like, no, they're not going to invite you to be a panel. They're not going to invite me and Jennifer to, Jennifer has a degree in physics, but in her own theories, but they're not going to invite me and Jennifer to take part in the Science of Consciousness conference. They're not going to invite Amy to present her theory of consciousness.
Oh no, I'd love to just watch.
I didn't know that Amy had a theory of consciousness. I love it.
Everyone has, because it's a phenomenon of our own mind. And so if a person's a well thought out person who does introspection, they've thought about, what is my mind and how does it operate? Because someone self-improvement or meditation, you need to understand what mind is in order to improve the mind. And so consciousness is something that basically all people have thoughts on. I talk to consciousness basically with everybody. There's not a person I've met that can't talk about consciousness, because everyone has the, if they could communicate, has the experience. And then for someone to even have so to say a model or an understanding of how the process works. And say Amy, there's probably truth. And for like a multiple truth hypothesis perspective, there would be some sort of truth value to your model in a predictive explanatory power of how good of an explanation is this to explain the phenomenon that we observe, how accurate of predictions could it make, versus the purpose of the Science of Consciousness conference would recognize that no one has a solution to these questions, and you need to bring the greatest minds from interdisciplinary fields together to put together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, hey, I'm a big fan of Penrose. I met him just after he wrote The Emperor's New Mind a couple times, and once when
that was 1989. They mentioned that he wrote that book, and Hameroff, the anesthesiologist, read it. And The Emperor's New Mind is more a theory of information theory or physics, the collapse of the wave function, that he said might be related to consciousness, but he didn't know enough to even know these microtubules existed. And that's where Hameroff comes in to create orchestrated objective reduction.
I think basically, the big, just my 2 cents. I've got to catch up, so I'll be quiet most of the time as I catch up with you guys. But yeah, I think the problem is going to be when we originally, I think we believed that dualism would be solved by materialism, because we thought in a reductionist fashion, thinking ultimately prior to maybe the mid to late 80s that consciousness could be a computation. And then the breakthrough of Penrose, which was then closed by, I guess, David Deutsch, I'm desperate to get onto it on one of my other channel interviews, is realizing ultimately that consciousness is not a computation, because a universal Turing machine cannot make a copy of itself in material. So then we get this bridge going, okay, so if it's a quantum phenomenology, which we know it is, we don't know what it is, then the question becomes, was it Amy and Jen, I can't remember who said, is consciousness a property of a system, or is consciousness separate from a system? I think that was a great point. Because then the question becomes, do I have a descriptor? Can I use any other theories to come up with a descriptor, be it IIR or microtropios or the microfield hypothesis, to give me a descriptor? Is that what we're looking for the answer? So what would the answer to Chalmers be? If the question is, what is hard consciousness? And the answer is a description, or can it not be a description?
What I was trying to say was like,
you have a problem, right? Because what's the descriptor going to look like? Is it going to be in quantum mechanics, in computation? We know it can't be in computer science because it's bounded, right? So I don't know if that.
You lost me at the end of what you said there, but the point I wanted to make was that asking the question, is consciousness something that something is, or is it something that something does?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I.e., is it a property, or is it some sort of I don't want to say mechanistic, but is it some sort of form related? Is it a form thing, or is it a function thing, or is it an attribute thing?
And more importantly for me, would it be an emergent, as opposed to I don't know what the right terminology would be if I'm using complex system speak, but would it be a property that's an emergent at a layer above its parts?
You have to be careful with the word like emergent. Emergent gets tossed around by a lot of fools who are pseudo-intellectuals, so I don't like to use it. But let's say, I'll take your emergence and raise you a causality, right? Like, think of it as we have a desire to make a linear time, right? But think of it as just like what's real isn't linear time. Everything is cycles which don't have beginnings and ends, so you have to synthetically impose a beginning and an end. So the question is, what is the order of synthetic impositions of beginnings and ends, which is most consistent with reality, i.e. at what point in our understanding of the structure of reality does it make sense to put consciousness in? And the question is it something that it is, or is it something that it does? Because if it's something that it does, we have to talk about, well, who's the doer?
There's absolutely that's a very good point. There's going to be the doer would be putting back in the subjectivity of the I and the experience. But even if it was just something that emerged as a property, you still got a really deeper problem, right? Which is what Deutsch and what's her name is doing at Oxford, is like, how do I describe it? What's its descriptive form? Is it a set of functions in physics? Is it a set of descriptors in theoretical computer science? Because I think of the answer to the question, what is hard consciousness? What would the answer look like? Would a series of equations in quantum quality geometry, suppose I take an entire quantum quality geometrical model and say, I've got it, this is the descriptor of consciousness. Would that be a descriptor worth having? Would it mean anything to me? Would it allow me as a subjective I in that experience? Which I think is pointing to your question, not answering your question, Jen. Would it help at all to have a descriptor? I mean, that's your first problem. That's the differentiation of those two things. And then, the deeper question is, what does it mean to me? I mean, is that subjectivity something that only can be described by me in the sense that it's only my particular collapse of sets of functions that make what consciousness is? This is, I think, unanswerable. I don't know if it's unanswerable, but it's definitely unanswered, right? I don't think the Hameroff, or the Lucas hypothesis does anything to answer it. It just, if I understand it right, it just makes the claim that when the physical reduction happens, there's a non-computational interaction with the collapse in the state space. Am I right, Ken?
Well, he's coming at it from the perspective of someone who's been working. Like he's a good guy to reference. I'm not saying agree with everything he says, but he comes from a background of experimental science, right? Like this guy was there, anesthetizing people. It's a certain type of person that can be an anesthesiologist, right? Like you can't be careless, right? You can't be sampling your wares, right, or anything. Like it's I don't know. So he's like a salt of the earth type as far as doctors go.
I know
but
hundreds
he's
of
not
doctors.
an expert in physics, and his theory is basically saying like microtubules create see, this is the thing where they don't understand the measurement problem, so the way they phrase their theory sometimes don't even make sense. But basically, from what I can understand, there's a microtubule matrix, okay, in the body, which just basically is like, you could think of it as girdling almost for your cells. And this girdling is able to sustain what's called superposition, which is that there's no longer individualism between the microtubules. Together, they're making one big simulation of something, which somethings, yada, 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 and now I'm subjectively conscious. So the question is, what's going on in the yada, yada, yada? And we have all these theories, but what we're not seemingly able to do is exclude other potential roots, because we seem to have already, like, we can't isolate the causal vector or the causal chain, because we've already decided that it is impossible for the body to be a subset of the mind. We've excluded that
Jen, well said,
possibility.
but I would just to add to that, that's what I mean by emergent in a strict sense of the word. I mean, is the phenomenology not describable by the attributes of the layer below? So I'm using a technical
That is actual nonsense.
Why?
Because it's like, what's describability? What's understandability? I have to rely on your testimony. You can tell me you understand, but then I would have to literally design a test to test you to see if you were actually lying or not. Because it's like, I can't presup that you're being honest, not because I think you're a liar. That's neither here nor there. It's that we can't presuppose that people, what they say is true in any objective sense. The only sense it's true in is that saying it led to us not dying in the what they call Darwin Olympics.
Yeah, but I don't mean it that way so much as subjective or honesty. I just mean literally, what would the shape of the descriptor be if it was an emergent property? So let's say I had some hypothesis that was verified at the quantum level, and we think consciousness would be some emergent phenomena. Let's say of many collapsing
you're
wave
presupposing that a shape could exist, when really in
yeah,
it's not about shapes. It's about where do shapes arise, or Platonism, or whatever you want to call it. It's about where do shapes arise in the total understanding of everything that exists. Where are shapes in that?
Even if I reduce the problem a little bit and make an assumption, a presup, if you like, an assumption that this thing is, I'm still left with a problem. Is that descriptor that emerges of any use to me if I can't relate it to the thing that? Because if you look at all the emergent stuff,
again, you're presupposing utility is viable, right? So on what basis do you assert that utility is your primary? And what does it even mean? What does that even mean? Because utility means that it's a means to an end, implying there's an existing thing there already, right?
Okay, without the philosophy, even nevertheless, the point is, if the utilitarian thing was trying to answer the question, what is consciousness? That's only utility constraints I'm concerned about.
We don't even know
if I'm trying to answer that question.
Sense, right?
Even if I'm trying to answer that question, I still have, I think, a deeper problem, right? I have a deeper problem that says, if I got a physical descriptor, all assumptions here, and consciousness is emergent, is there any ability to even describe that emergent property, or to have any utility, like to answer the question, what is consciousness? So you see, we have even a deeper fundamental problem, right? Is there descriptors? With these descriptors, if even, let's say, having thousands of factors collapsed in some elegant form, would that itself be an answer to the question, what is consciousness? That's what I don't think anyone
We need to look at it a different way. We need to say, does it even make sense to ask the question, what is consciousness? Because asking a question like, what is the meaning of the universe, seems like it might mean something, but actually is meaningless, because it's the universe. Its meaning only exists relative to the universe. The thing that allows for a thing to arise doesn't have the thing that that arises from it as an attribute of it. It's an attribute of the thing that arises from it, right? So the question is not what is consciousness, but rather, does it make sense to ask that question, or does it make sense to ask the question like, what allows us to ask the question what? How do we ask what? Why do we ask how? That's what you got to look at and try to, because you're going to go into like a sort of a rabbit hole, a self-referential rabbit hole, and then you're eventually going to have to commit to something as the foundational ground of certainty. Because it's not just something you acknowledge once and forget about. It's something you volley all of your value judgments off of for the rest of all causality. Anyway, I'm sorry if this has gone off into the weeds here, Doooovid. I would like to bring it back to whatever extent possible, but a lot of these things don't understand the measurement problem at all. So they're saying it's objective. They're saying it's because of basically an effect of general relativity is the reason why quantum waveforms collapse, which seems to me a little bit nonsensical.
Yeah, I was trying to separate myself. I've claimed in the past that Jennifer doesn't seem to be able to do that well, but separate myself and just try to explain other people's ideas and thoughts for the sake of the benefit of the conference. And we got these trolls here, but the unfortunate you say just to give an
If you're getting that terrible troll, what I suggest doing is going to the settings on the stream. I did this last time, and making a 5-second time lag between posts. And you can also make it so only people sub to the channel can post, and that seemed to deal with it.
You can just right click and ban him, right?
Well, it's more than one account, so no, probably not.
Well,
it might just ruin the
I
chat.
get trolled by hundreds of trolls. I have like, I think 1,900 blocked accounts now. So
Yeah, I might just let him ruin the
blocking
chat,
them.
which is unfortunate. And
Yeah,
I think
sorry, chat, for this. So yeah, I just joined the.
I don't even
live
mind. I
stream.
mean, I kind of think it's somewhat related to what I was saying. Like, I don't mind making purely explanatory, like public service, explaining things that I don't even agree with, and without even necessarily adding in my own 2 cents. And I was trying to make. I was actually hoping to get people that were at the conference to join the conversation, and or people to attend it. But saying from the perspective of a scientific model of consciousness would be like a model of the heart, a model of anatomy, where we have like an engine. We have computer models that could basically model a whole car and show the combustion in all the various parts and how it adds up, like how the heart pumps blood and oxygen and the various systems. That a model of consciousness would need to be a complete totality model of how what we are going to call consciousness, thought, control of the body, arises from the brain. And so Penrose-Hameroff is just a template, a framework to understand how consciousness works. I was making the point. I know thousands of doctors, and really like even I've had close associations with hundreds of people that have went through medical school. And anesthesiology, to some extent, it's an easier day job in the sense, because most anesthesiologists work normal hours, and it's relatively high paying. So if you're in medical school and you choose anesthesiology, maybe radiology is similar. It's one of the professions where you don't necessarily get called or waking up in the middle of the night, and could have a normal hours. But so Penrose is more a pure theoretical understanding of the collapse of the wave function. Hameroff is just giving a biological unit that it could apply to, and really that's the end of their theorem. So it's other people that have went and advanced the theory further and have tried to create a complete model of the brain. And I showed on the slides earlier that you're talking for what they would say a qualia conscious experience that would take about 1% of the brain, and it could even be up to 10 to the 18th tubulin molecules. So if you're talking like a theoretical decision, should I have conflict with Jennifer about how I want to run my stream or not? And so it's a decision, that there's a wave function that has possibilities of the decisions I could make, and like in the Schrodinger equation or any form, that it has all of the possibilities, and then it collapses to one action where this is how I'm going to run my stream. And I don't care if it means that we're going to not be friends anymore, or to some, I'll let you do what you want, like no problem. But in all the possibilities in between. And so there's there's that wave function that where it exists isn't even necessarily explained, but the possibilities, and then it's going to collapse to one decision, because there's one Doooovid, and at the end of the day, I'm going to make one decision. And
how about it collapses to the state of compromise? That's a good one, isn't it?
any decision that anybody makes, that you have this potentiality and it collapses to one single decision, and that would be manifested in about 1% of the brain activity in anywhere from 10 to the 9th to 10 to the 18th microtubules, and that would actually cause the firing of the neurons that would cause a coordinated action that my body takes. So if you're talking about a scientific model of consciousness, theoretically it would be like, okay, we have a scientific understanding of how the heart works and it pumps oxygen. You could create a computer model of the heart and oxygen and all the various systems and how it works, and it would be predictive in the way that that there's a model of a human body that exists in the computer, and it's a reasonable or even exact percentage accurate to how it operates in reality. That such a thing for the solution to the hard problem of consciousness would be a certain thing that would have a whole model of the whole brain, of all of the microtubules, of all the tubulin alpha and beta, and it could explain just a single quality, a single process, a single action, like right now I'm moving my hand for whatever reason, but presumably we could already explain that medically, that when I pick up my hand and drink my coffee, or if I click the button and band or don't band or hide or don't hide, that we know how that process could be described in terms of neuronal firings, and how certain neurons in my brain went down my spinal cord to my hand to hit the button, but we don't have an explanation for decision making. So that's where comes in the Penrose-Hameroff concept of this development. Saying this isn't even Penrose and Hameroff. This is later theoreticians that say there's this wave equation that has all of the various possibilities, and it collapses to a single one, and that would control enough neurons in my brain, either to get one thing that would cause the action to take place, but it would also give me the phenomenon of the experience of consciousness. That if you're a physicalist and say the experience of the I is coming completely from the physical, that somehow they would have to model and explain how this feeling of I that is making this decision arises from these neuronal firings. And from my perspective, it's not going to happen. They're never going to have a model of consciousness, although they might have stronger models of how the brain works, how sense perception works, and possibly decision making works. And even this.
Sorry, David, but that was the critical thing. You said that the other day, a few days ago in your streams, is that what would that descriptor of the subjective I be, which would be able to give me meaning? So if Doooovid feels warm when he holds the cup as a qualia, would he see a description of his subjective I in a set of equations, in a computational model? It would have to be quantum. I mean, would this be a legitimate descriptor for you to say, Doooovid feels warm differently from Jen, or Amy feels warm, but there's a universal descriptor of qualia warm, and this has any meaning to me? I think that question to me it isn't obvious what the shape of the answer is, if that makes sense. Like,
if you want, we could end the direction. Like Doooovid wanted to kind of like just explain what the other people think, and I wasn't going to say my own theories, but if you want to have more conversational, that's fine. And I'll just end with my thoughts that I said to to Gandalf, say I am not the body. So the I that I feel doesn't come from the brain, and it doesn't exist in the material realm, and that would be my belief system. And I would say science would prove that that can't come from my brain. And the direction of science right now, we're saying that there is no material explanation for how this I that feels that there is a me that controls this body actually exists. And I put up this Hameroff article about free will in quantum mind of possibly solving it, and I don't think it will. But the direction of most of the experts, and like Sam Harris, I don't call him expert, but of the the main people that talk about it, is that free will is an illusion and doesn't exist. And even the article is putting off that the explanations when people give an explanation for why they did things, the neurological evidence shows that it's not actually true. Like even in chess studies they've had, that if you ask a player why they did something, it doesn't actually correspond to what they did. And if you in the brain imaging, that the part of the brain that gives explanations for what we do isn't the same part of the brain that actually does things.
So
And
they're saying the decision happens, then the rationalization. That was it. They had, were able to isolate a temporal separation between a decision and a rationalization for the decision, and basically say that the decision happens prior to the rationalization.
No,
Is that
it's
correct?
deeper than that, actually.
Yeah, I'm saying that's the evidence of the actual neurological studies that are leaning towards free
Awesome.
will and
That doesn't
consciousness.
actually have anything to do with free will, which is really funny, but go ahead.
What was saying that when people, if I asked, like, why did you just do what you do, and you give me an explanation, that the neural correlates of your explanation will not correspond to the neural understanding of why we actually did what we do. And these are complicated. I've showed some of these papers, and I had some of these papers up earlier of the various quality aspect of consciousness and decision making. Ralph is a fellow chess player. A lot of these studies are related to chess, because chess is a very simple understanding of decision making, where you have a variety of moves that a person could make, and a person might have an explanation of why they chose one move or the other. Just say, okay, like, I have a different way that I want to run my stream than Jennifer, and I have to make a decision, and whatever that process is. And anybody conflict, your conflict with Joseph Cohn, or you have a decision that you have to go about making, and do you actually have free will, like in a chess position where you have all these various possibilities and you use logic to choose one of them, and you say, we know we have this perception that that's what goes on. If you ask a person, almost all people will explain something like that's what they're doing, but there's other mechanisms. They're kind of tricky, or the neural correlates. I've shown the studies, they're even hard to explain, that demonstrate that that's not actually what happened in the person's mind. So just any my ramble here, I say that the direction of science is kind of like an automaton, where there's some sort of mass
automaton.
There's some sort of mass of sense perception and possibly higher order mated rules from chunking, that over periods of time we've chunked these higher ordered rules, and that we just naturally react towards the sense perception, and the illusion of the I, the illusion of the experiencer, and the illusion of the decision maker is in fact all an illusion. It's all a deterministic process. And so that's what I would like to demonstrate, that is what science says, and use that as my backdrop to say, no, I believe we have a soul, and that these processes are not happening in the brain. The experience of the I, the experience of the decision making does exist, but it's not existing in the material realm. So I guess I'm happy if you guys want to make this more conversational, but let's keep it specific to conscious and even more scientific perspective.
David, can I build on exactly your point and actually agree with you? And so I was lucky to have met Daniel Dennett a few times, probably a fan of the skeptic communities, when he was writing his final draft of Consciousness Explained. And he found he earlier stumbled upon the same principle, that the thing you think is reason or rationality, when you wire it up to the biology, is running 0.6, 0.7 seconds behind real time. The latest science from the studies, mainly in complexity from the Santa Fe Institute, shows there seem to be 4 pieces of this puzzle. There's an instant biological inference, and then your intuitions have a layer of intuition, then a layer of intuition about representation, and then reason is operating above an intuitive, instinctive inference there. So when you have this Cartesian model of a little monkey in the head being, like the Chinese roost experiment, that's not supported by just biology. Forget quantum mechanics. It's not supported by a biological understanding, right, and cognitive science. It looks like when Daniel wrote, was it 97 or something? Was it 98 when I was at Cambridge? Consciousness Explained, he already stumbled upon the multiple drafts model. Like this thing you think is reason that's supreme, and this thing you think that is a conscious process as a singular voice is a biological property that's behind real time. And it does not correlate, which I believe what you're saying, to measurements of the brain while it's happening. And the
really
latest
doesn't make any
observations in the
statement
last
about
paper,
consciousness.
Sorry,
I just want to stop you real quick because you have to be careful. That doesn't actually say anything about consciousness. We have to sort of insist that the brain and the consciousness are not the same thing. They're part of the same cycle, but they're not the same thing.
They're not the same thing. And more importantly, even if we lowered our pragmatic sights for a second and would say that one aspect of consciousness must be the experience to take the qualia and reason about it, even reason and inferences, as Doooovid was saying about chess studies, is your intuitions are operating in a different time from this thing you think is your consciousness. It's happening before the thing, the I that thinks it's consciousness is late to the party by up to half a second.
Yeah, that's why, like, what consciousness really is that whole thing. Consciousness makes that whole thing that you just described happen. And we're identifying one part of the cycle of consciousness as consciousness and saying, well, it only happens in the brain, right? But it's like, how do we prove that? We can't. We can actually prove that that cannot be how it works due to something called least action principle.
Materialists will make the case that only happens in the brain because of things like partial experiments of people with damaged brains, etc., etc. So they'd avoid the metaphysical.
Oh, don't start with the bashed up brains. Well, what were you going to say?
I have this background of the elephant. This comes from Hindu scripture. There's debate of whether it's originally Jain or Vedic, of the elephant and the different people feeling the elephant and coming to different conclusions. And to use that example to explain whether you say the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, the Copenhagen, the many worlds, or the transactional of what's going on in terms of the collapse of the wave function. So these were interesting slides. I think I actually went over them before on Week in Review with Jennifer. If this sounds familiar, so this collapse of the wave function is very complicated to many people, although a lot of people have thoughts on it, and then relating it to consciousness, and then even the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. I'm just putting these slides up in the background of where you guys were talking. You go ahead, Amy.
I just wanted to say, I think one of the important questions is, what is the use of consciousness? What is the use of it to a bunch of cells? I think that will lead to help answering what consciousness is. I also think that, just like you were saying, everyone, well, actually, I'm looking up this Penrose, and I really liked your presentation, by the way. And so I think one of the important tests, or whatever we want to label it, will be actual replication, which we're a little bit off, but I think that will be the test. I don't know if we can truly ever get past, he calls it the Turing test. I kind of look at it like Turing's dilemma. Will we ever truly know the creations that we create are conscious? But I think that is the physical test, at least that I'm looking for.
You mean like a Chinese room experiment test? Or like you want the thing to describe, you want the thing to know itself?
That is similar. I would say that any theory of consciousness, I would like to know how they're just not getting false positives. That may be impossible, but part of what I think is very important to what consciousness is why it arose in the first place, especially on the multicellular level.
So was it either an inevitable conclusion of an evolutionary fitness function, or did it give us a evolutionary fitness advantage over lower conscious creatures, like lower primates, for example? Is that what you mean? Like, is there an evolutionary explanation of why consciousness evolved in a fitness landscape?
Yes, and I actually think that is where the key lies, because it seems that plants, we go back and forth whether plants are conscious. I think there's better arguments that the on maybe the micro level, but I don't think on the macro, like the structural fruiting body level, are they conscious. I think that tends to be something animals do. Does that disprove the soul? Absolutely not. I just want to know what the hell is going on.
Well, my point is saying the soul is necessary with the limitations of science, and science
Yeah, your
Um,
position, Doovid's actually really complicated. Like you're a dualist. Maybe you could tell us what your own sort of idea is about this stuff.
well, I guess separate because like my own belief system in is this real? The physicist, hello, hello. Okay, hopefully I don't get trolls or anything. I try to have a serious, but I'm going to avoid talking about my own spiritual beliefs. I'm saying if you have a Kabbalistic model, I've talked about in the past of how I mean, it could also be interpreted as a monistic model of the origins of free will and consciousness arising from some sort of spiritual realm. But yeah, that would be my theory that this decision making and experience of the I is not a physical phenomenon, and I would correspond that with the limits of what we know of the physical realm. What actually does the brain do? And say if the brain is a receiver for the soul, and even the quantum phenomenon, and if we accepted this, but yeah, I don't want to go too much. I don't necessarily even have a well thought out system to explain the interacting of the spiritual and physical realms. But I think I do have a logic of a reasonably well researched. What's the limitation of the understanding of what the material realm does, and then to say that this is unlikely to be occurring in the physical realm, and then if I'm going to accept sages or other traditions as the explanation, like a Kabbalistic model or a Vedic model. Me and Jennifer have Hindu leanings also. Ralph probably is familiar with Vedic leanings. The Vedas probably, or the Hindu sages more of, probably like the 8th to 12th century modern era, have the best laid out system of consciousness and how it operates. But an explanation for how that works is like, no, it's probably impossible.
So, David, I was going to say, are you familiar with constructive theory at all, or any of it?
Constructive
Theory?
like let me just see if the physicist, are you real?
Look, they're in the private chat. They're saying that they want me to expand how the least action principle relates to this, but they can't talk. I guess it's a microphone issue or something.
Okay, before you do that, so David,
I just dropped you. If you come back later, your mic's working. I'll let you on, but I just worry that people will be trolling.
I don't think it's a troll, but you might as well keep him backstage because the mic's not connected.
Okay, if you're backstage, so if you get it working, I'll let you get on stage. So I didn't want to get too much into these spiritualistic explanations, because focusing on the science of consciousness.
Yeah.
So I go back to the model point.
Yes, David, if
you have a model, like a theory, like Amy has a theory of like how consciousness works, which is somewhat of a theory versus like a complete scientific model. That means you could extract it into mathematical equations, into algorithms, program it into a computer, and the computer could replicate how the mind works and make predictions in the way like how the heart pumps. And so we are nowhere near that. In theory, the Penrose-Hameroff, there's models like that there's just computers that are not powerful enough to generate. But from my understanding, even the best models that are based on quantum phenomenon, they're not even close to being programmed into a computer, and they're not even close to explaining how a decision, even this collapse of the wave function, like I was explaining these papers, that of the possibility, and it gets collapsed into one function. There's really not good physical models that would actually explain how a person goes about choosing between two different things. And Amy mentioned the learning, like a consciousness being represented in any form. Decision making of any form is an aspect of consciousness, as is learning, thought, communication. And in my theory, that happens in the spiritual realm on any level. So if it's a single cell protozoa learning, or like a rat in a maze, or a cockroach, or any of these things, that is all a spiritual phenomenon.
So, David, the reason I asked you to be familiar with constructive theory is because I think it's probably the most exciting avenue towards addressing this. So, So constructed theory is
I'm
pretty
getting
much.
some serious motion sickness from watching like 5 versions of Ralph talk at the same. Thank you.
I think he's got the stream on stream. Yeah, so constructed
Sorry, I
theory
felt like I
is-
was about to puke there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, constructed theory is obviously, I would consider one of the most cutting edge, probably, avenues to answer this question, because you've got a foundational problem that David Deutsch and Penrose have pretty much stumbled upon in different ways, which is there's the physical. I need some way to be able to use physics to describe what is and what can be. And any such a descriptor must be a computational science descriptor, because
I'd leave it on this slide for a while, dude, because this is exactly what he's talking about.
And so therefore, any descriptor must be amenable to computer science, because computer science will be able to describe math and logic and everything in a coherent fashion, i.e. a Turing machine. And constructed theory seems to be approaching and rethinking the foundational premise that if consciousness is not a computation and must be entangled in the physical, then you need a branch of physics and computer science merged in a sense that reorients the old view of both computer science and physics, particularly.
Okay, what's a computation? Quick, what's a computation?
What's a computation? Is that what you asked me? Sorry, you just mic was blurry a second.
Yeah, what is it? Define it.
A computation is an invocation of a Turing machine.
Oh, a Turing machine. You mean a computer that's conscious? That's self-referential,
No.
genius. What the hell do you mean by Turing machine?
A Turing machine is a processing of a bit function. Some functions.
Word salad is that the irony here is that people say I do word salad. Go back and listen to what I say. It may be
Well, I don't know what you
confusing,
mean
but
by
it isn't
that.
nonsense.
Without
I'm
theoretical
afraid
computer science
no
and Turing
sense to me.
machine. Sorry, Jeremy, it may not make sense to you. Without it, this whole live stream would not be working.
Okay,
So
you do understand that
without
the fact
Turing
that
machine,
computers
this
work
machine wouldn't
doesn't
work.
mean that the universe functions on the same metaphysical principles as computers have been modeled as, right? I had a
No.
3-hour conversation with logical, floggable, blobbable. This point was made about 80 gazillion times. And that side of the debate's been,
I think most people don't seem to understand what computer science is.
Well, you can't tell me what computability or computation is in a way that makes sense. Now, I challenge you to give me an intuitive, easy definition, and you keep recursing into increasingly more
I'll
word
give you a simple
salad.
one. Think of a box, Jen.
But you have to reference a Turing machine. Have any idea how absurd that sounds?
Jen,
A Turing machine?
Jen, let me try to answer, man. Okay, here's a box. You put some input into it, and it gives you some output. That's a Turing machine. That easy?
It's a black box. So a computation is a black box. So nothing.
Oh, yeah. And then what a Turing machine is a description of all possible computations that you could even imagine.
So all possible black boxes.
Correct. That's what they're.
So you can't get around metaphysics by trying to magically hop.
I'm not trying to
skip,
get around
and jump
metaphysics.
away.
I think you're arguing against yourself here for some reason. I'm not arguing. I'm trying to point.
Well, you're trying to
that.
use something about computers, the way computer science has been interpreted, to then say something
Yeah,
about
because the top two brains,
a fallacious notion.
The top two brains in the world would agree with me.
See?
Jane, I think you're arguing with yourself. The top two brains, Penrose and David Deutsch, would agree with me. I think you don't understand what.
Let's not do the whole.
Well, I don't know why you're trying to pick an argument for something. It's like you're looking for something.
Citing some random talking head as a person who would agree.
Yeah,
with
Penrose.
Do you know against your position? Okay, it's actually counting against your position. These people have very little knowledge.
We're talking the Science of Consciousness conferences. It's the Penrose conference. He's quoting the person in the list. Like it's the Penrose. It's his 90th birthday. David Deutsch has been a regular participant in the Science of Consciousness conference.
Given what he had,
if we're not going to respect these people, why are we covering the Science of Consciousness?
I do respect these people. I respect these people. That's why I'm telling them what their mistakes are, and I really respect Hameroff because he basically did a lot of this independently. But the fact is, the establishment doesn't really allow for consciousness to be studied this way. So we can't blame the people who are plotting their way through with these things. All we can do is say, I acknowledge your work by correcting it. And I hope that that's taken in with the intention that was given, which is a desire to help people understand science better.
If Doooovid is kind enough to let my screen be shared for a second, I will point you to the home of constructive theory, the conclusion of the lifetime of Penrose's work, assimilating Hameroff, and pioneered by David Deutsch. If these people are talking about computation and computer science and quantum mechanics as being unified, if you think that's a crazy thing and you don't understand computer science, you should take it up with all the computer scientists like me. But to me, it sounds like you don't understand computer science. And David Deutsch and Penrose and Hameroff means there is no description of consciousness of physics without computer science.
Implied by
You
what?
understand that? There
Gödel
is no
theorem?
description. Your descriptions mean nothing if they're
Does
not.
that depend on the Gödel theorem, though?
Hang on a second. I just need to 1 second to do this.
Like, I just need to know if the whole proof of consciousness not being computational, which is a bad idea because you don't want to assert a negative axiom, that aside, right?
Sorry, guys, I'm just 30
Is
seconds.
this proof derived from the Gödel incompleteness theorem, which I've already disproved the validity of? Note, twice now. So you're saying computers can say something about consciousness. I'm saying no. You're saying, but you don't know enough about computers. It's like, yeah, I do. Used to work with computers a lot. I know probably more about computers than you do, to be honest. You know, you weren't working with any AI or going to court to defend stuff derived from AI. Were you, Ralph, Mr. Expert on computers? And you want to say that they say something that they don't. And I'm saying you got your logic all backwards, which is what I actually want to come back to a point that Amy made here, which is a really important one. It's like, when we're looking at these experiments, how can we actually be sure that they're telling us what we think? Because if you could, even if you replicated these experiments, right, which is obviously super important, right? We have to check whether the way they've been interpreted is it the only way to interpret it? Because, like, let's just say that Hameroff's right. And what happens is that these, what do they call them? Ultrasound waves do something to the microtubules and give you like a happy feeling out of it. And that's it. Okay. Or these ultrasound waves come on and they interfere with another waveform, which is the light waveform of the human consciousness. And that light waveform changes its frequencies a little bit. And then the manner in which the light waveform projects itself changes, which is then reflected in the microtubules. Both of those explanations are arguably a way to describe what happened in the experiment, but how do we know which one's right? Because maybe people with Occam's razor would say, well, the second one's more complicated, therefore it's wrong. Is that a valid interpretation? Like, basically, do we get a say in how complex nature is? Okay, I guess everyone's muted. And thanks for the support in the chat. I assume that's high testosterone. Okay, everyone's muted, so I don't know what to say. I don't like talking to myself, but yeah. Doooovid, did you want to put up that?
Jazz hands.
Hey, I apologize. Sorry about that. I had to just deal with the call. What did I miss? Okay.
I was explaining, and I wanted to come to this idea Amy brought up earlier about replicability, was that how do we know we're interpreting metaphysically the cycle behind the observations we're making? Because multiple possible explanations of what we observe in the human body, which is massively complicated, because there's many different parts. Multiple different explanations would make the identical prediction, or would make a prediction that would line up with the experimental outcome of that particular experiment, right? So even replicating the experiment, if the metaphysics doesn't change, all you're doing is reinforcing your bias.
You lost me.
So
You jumped all over the place. It's very hard to kind of keep the thread of where you went from. I thought we were talking about, the last time I left, so I had to take that call, was the problem with Penrose and David Deutsch's team at Oxford is trying to break through, which is going to be hard to the idea of an explanation of consciousness. Is on one hand, you have a very fundamental notion, theoretical computer science. If I can't describe it in a Turing-complete language, it doesn't exist. All your laws of physics can be described as universal Turing computers. Otherwise, they're just gobbledygook to computer scientists. And then you've got the problem of physical reality. What do we have in the neural hypothesis and Hameroff's hypothesis? Constructor theory is taking those two orthogonal ideas, that there must be a UTC description with the limits of consciousness manifest in physics. Is that controversial? Are you not familiar with that? Cutting edge?
Is it an established pramana?
It's
Can you cite it in the Veda? If not, don't really give a shit. And I just noticed, Amy, you have to leave at 7. I'm assuming that's 20 minutes, so maybe we can give you a little more time now before you have to head off. And yeah, thanks for joining, and I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. It could be a little heady, but it's
no, this was fun. And this is a great topic. Like Doovid was say everyone has a little bit of stake in consciousness, right?
Yeah. Small bit, small amount. I don't know. So I don't know. We don't have to talk about constructive theory, but I think that's where the answers will be coming from the Hameroff, Penrose, David Deutsch school of thought, which is that there are limits of descriptions of consciousness limited by a universal Turing machine. You will need constructive theory to make something out of quantum computation that will prove the limits of a describable model of consciousness. If I can't describe it in a Turing machine, it's magic. So without the metaphysics, you've got a physical naturalism state of the world. Then you have a
Turing
metaphysical
machine
model.
is magical thinking, dude. Black box is magical thinking. It's all magical thinking. You're like, well, we don't know what it is, and then we'll wrap it into it. I don't know what it is, and then we'll chop it up and do I don't know what it is. Then we'll integrate it into I don't know what it is, and we'll get the answer. Because Goodell, some incredibly disturbed-looking
I have no
individual,
idea
came
what
up
all
with
that
some
means.
gibberish that we can't establish applies to anything other than computers. So it's like, why do I care how computers understand things? I care about physics. Computers are such a tiny subset of physics that it doesn't matter.
Computers are not computer science. Theoretical computer science doesn't need a
Computer
machine.
science is about how you implement computers, right?
Theoretical computer science is nothing about building a physical computer. Are you crazy?
Exactly.
It's math.
Exactly. It presupposes the physical computer. Why the heck
No,
would I
that's not.
want to do that? It's the
It
opposite of
doesn't.
what I want to do.
I think this was the experiment I was talking
I
about.
mean, Jimmy,
Jennifer always
okay.
kind of gets into this, and even
I can't.
more.
Do it understand.
I'll be more educational because, like, I don't. My worldview isn't like that. Like, I'm assuming we're all born into ignorance, and saying that even the combination of all of our wisdom, at best, is just going to partially give us some understanding. But I think it was actually these Benjamin Libet experiments, 1973, that first we're talking about the decision making and awareness, or the dissonance between what we think we do, what we say we do, and what we actually do.
I think there also may be a reason to why give people false answers, and to why we may not actually have a good reason consciously for those answers. Like, generally the tests are, I'm going to pick something, right or left, and they can generally tell a few seconds earlier before you picked right or left. It seems random, especially when it's just a binary choice, but some things might be explainable, like, why did I eat this? There are probably numerous conscious experiences that led up to that one thing. It's hard when you're going, should I pick McDonald's? Should I pick this? But there are also reasons to why we didn't pick this. We didn't pick this. I had a bad time going here. I really liked going here. So it's hard, but I actually think eventually, and that is the hard part as well, is how far is eventually. I think they're going to be able to make a synthetic version.
Sorry, I'm typing. I was just having fun with the
19
physicists in the back.
It's already 1973. Just to clarify, you were saying that the subject is asked to say when they plan on lifting the finger, and then they lift the finger, and then you have the EEG signal, and so the signal shows that half a second before they start lifting the finger, that there's indication that that's what they're going to do, and only 0.2 seconds before they start lifting the finger does the mind become aware that it plans on lifting the finger. So that this is just already back in 1973 with simple signal, and then the tests have got much more complicated in terms of MRI. But this phenomenon of what we think we do and what we actually do not matching up, was already I believe first tested in 1973 with Benjamin Libet. So do you have any concluding remarks, Amy? I mean, I guess, it's kind of, you can have kind of like a tit for tat argument back and forth about like who understands certain phenomena better.
Sure.
But it's like, I'm taking the approach that it's a hard problem of consciousness. We're a long way away from solving it, and I'm saying kind of flat out, it's not going to be solved. There isn't going to be an answer to it, and there's spiritual systems, and also what I said at the beginning when Amy first came on is that everybody has an experience of consciousness. Everybody, to some extent, has a theory of consciousness because the mind is a prediction-making machine. So if you ask anybody about mind or patterns or predictions, like, sure, I recognize patterns. Sure, I know that I operate according to conditioned ways that are repetitive, and that I take those patterns and map it out in the world and can make predictions about how other people act. And so in that sense, yes, all people in terms of having consciousness have also theories of consciousness, because consciousness in itself is like a theory of consciousness because it's a predictive process of a prediction of how I myself am going to act and about how the world that I'm interacting with is going to respond to me or act.
Sure. I will push back in that I think the hard problem of consciousness will be solved. I think that actually building all of the components will create the emergent property of conscience and then sentience and then of introspection. And I think that one day we will actually look at beings who are having emotional states and they're giving us high fives and they're saying, no, please don't stab me, don't do this. And it's going to be actually very, very hard. It's going to be hard for us not to react like they are conscious, sentient beings. And I think that comes, see, I was afraid to push back. I've been silent because there's two separate sides to my life. I like the going back and forth with the religious debate, which I believe is more of a mental exercise, because as long as you're pro-science, you're on my team. I don't care if you're a theist or not. You're my brother and sister. Then there's consciousness. And I guess I am extremely biased to consciousness. I know everyone has views. I'll say the one reason that anchors me, the one reason that I think should make everyone serious, even though it's under control and it's amazing and science has it. But I have temporal lobe epilepsy, which means that every once in a while, before it's under control, my consciousness, at least that's what they told me, would randomly blank out. Not only that, but because of temporal lobe epilepsy, I have the onset, trying to think what the exact word, they have a word for it, but almost the twilight of knowing that it is aura. They called it aura. And that's the scientific term. Knowing that it's about to come on is deja vu. And so I used to have feelings of deja vu, and my consciousness would collapse. And then they would bring that word into me, and ever since then I have been obsessed, because they tell me that I lose conscious. So now I have spent my life, I am going to, until then, trying to figure out what that is. Well, thank you, Cars.
Yeah, it's impossible to lose consciousness. It's not possible to lose consciousness, but what happened is that we have a coherence in our minds when we're awake, i.e. our body is like using our brain to create a simulation of ourselves existing, okay? And that simulation has certain qualities, and one of them is of coherent entanglement, which means...
Well, if I can interrupt, I agree with you. I think that our minds are hallucinating our reality. I think it is a controlled hallucination for a very specific reason. And my background then is in information science. Hopefully, fingers crossed, next semester, I will then have my master's in information science. Woo! Now I may have a hammer. It may be that because it may actually give me a bias, that because I am knee deep in information systems, that I think that tool can solve everything. And that
Well,
is me
I can
trying
tell
to
you
map
right
that
now.
out.
It can.
And that,
I can tell you, it will. So you're right. But just to say the quantum stuff in the terms of information is that the information in the mind, in order for the mind to be coherently arrayed, the information has to be able to go losslessly approximately throughout the entire mind. And when there's a discontinuity to the lossless transference of information, that's when you can have a discontinuity in consciousness, like what happened with your seizures. But it's not an end to consciousness. So your intuition's dead on that one. It's just a disruption.
that may be true.
That's why I have the multiple truth hypothesis, because, like, if Jennifer is going to, according to my system, and if according to Jennifer's system, she doesn't need to say according to her system because she thinks her system is correct by nature and all other systems aren't. But saying according to medical science, we have a definition of consciousness, and so if medically Amy loses consciousness, like anesthesiology, when you put someone out and they become unconscious, it generally refers to the controller, that you're unconscious medically because you don't have conscious control of your physical body. So if when you have a medical definition of consciousness, and it's saying that Jennifer might be right according to her theory or different understandings of consciousness, but if you're talking to the ambulance driver or God forbid, or whoever the person who needs to know how to take care of a person when they're in that situation, and you say, okay, she's lost consciousness, that has an application to how a doctor or a medical technician or yourself would deal with that situation. And God forbid, I've known people over the period of time that had similar syndromes, and I'm thinking actually in Hasidic in Bubble, I remember someone that quite often had that, and there were people that knew how to deal with it. And one time the person was injured, they had that near like a balcony or a stairway, and they fell off of it. God forbid, it had to be injured. But you say, okay, like, you're in danger of losing consciousness, and therefore you can't drive. Therefore, we want to make sure that if you're not near any height or any place that if you, so to say, lose consciousness, you could hurt your body. So you're talking a medical definition of consciousness, which is related because it means the controller of your body, versus saying, well, okay, there's the Amy that I am not my body. So the Amy that's interested in talking about these ideas in philosophy, if you say, that originates in the non-material realm, and that same you that originates in a non-material realm is in fact the same you that controls the material, Amy, that people in the physical world know you as. You have different ontologies, different understandings of how these systems work, and that's why I promote the multiple truth hypothesis, to work through. Okay, now we're talking about medical consciousness. Now we're talking about Jennifer's model. Now we're talking about these various models, which all might be informative, but for the purpose of saying that Jennifer's model might be useful, but you want to say, okay, like, no, she's really conscious in terms of your medical care. Are you going to try to explain your ontology to the doctor and be like, no, I'm really still conscious? You say, are you just going to go with the medical definition?
And I'd say that's what I'm trying to suss out, because I can't even say what I'm trying to find. I don't think doesn't disclude
consciousness. Sorry.
Well, there is. And the medical definition of consciousness refers to lack of, it's self-referential, but lack of conscious control of the body, meaning saying that the Amy that right now we're talking to is not in control of her body if she has an epileptic experience. So at that point, she's not conscious because she's not in control of her body, and so the conscious. So there is the paradox of who is the person that's controlling the body, and what does it mean that you're unconscious, that you're no longer in control of your body? But the medical definition of like epileptic fit where you lose consciousness, it means that you are no longer in control of your body and cannot do simple things like like even be trusted to be able to stand up straight and not trip or injure yourself. Or God forbid, even like breathe properly. Like if it was
wait
a medical.
minute, is a drunk person conscious? Like I'm just trying to get in a boundary condition.
Well, yeah, I mean medically also that you could consider drugs like anesthesia, that the person lost consciousness, and it means motor control. That largely consciousness.
I think the expression is impaired, right?
Well, impaired, but it's a level of consciousness, and it means motor control, and it's self-referential because who's in motor control in the first place? But you're saying you're unconscious when you no longer have motor control of your physical body.
That's the naturalistic medical.
That's the medical, and there's levels like Hameroff went over in saying like if you're actually a surgeon and have operated on people, there's levels of consciousness, and sometimes a person's like not feeling pain, like a local anesthetic, or a person could be unconscious and still take command. Like I think some surgeons, you operate on people and they couldn't speak to you, what's my name, or whatever, but if you still tell them like lift up your arm, blink, this or that, they could still have some level of consciousness.
They're still present is a good word. They're present with impaired or altered states of consciousness under anesthesia, or consciousness under epilepsy, or under
what I meant
impairment.
was that I'm sorry, but what I meant was that there's no statement being made as regards to the attributes or components or what have you of consciousness. We're saying, yeah, sure, we're conscious at some point. We're sort of taking that for granted is what I'm saying. We're not going under the hood to say, well, it's this that's causing this sense, apparition of consciousness, if you will, right? We're just sort of saying,
it skirts the issue. So
Yeah,
medically
exactly.
conscious means motor control, and saying what is the thing that's in motor control, controller of the body. But medically, when you're unconscious, it means that whatever that thing that controls your body is no longer active.
And it's not monolithic, Doooovid. For example, your heart will still function under anesthesia. Your lungs will still function, right?
That's dead. Your heart functions unconsciously, like we breathe. Right. So I'm saying you're not medically being unconscious doesn't mean that you're medically dead.
Well,
it just means that
true, right?
that the controller can't control the body.
I mean, that's not strictly true. That's our misinterpretation of consciousness, right? Consciousness is what it is.
But you're arguing with
you're
medical
not conscious
science.
when you're
So
dead.
when you're promoting your own
The
idea
medical
about
scientific
consciousness-
definition is fine, but that's not an absolute definition of consciousness because it's by definition a relative definition of consciousness. It's saying boundary conditions and nothing about the substance itself. What's the underlying substance? It actually doesn't matter because regardless if it's purple ponies or ice cream or anything, it's on when it's on and it's off when it's off. The main metaphysical takeaway is that it's possible to be non-conscious, which in the greater scheme of things, we know violates the least action principle, which we keep getting hounded for in the chat. I feel like it's a bad faith question. Like I do want to answer it, but I feel like it's a bad faith question where somebody's on a Socratic stealth mission to try to find quote unquote logical fallacies. Like shove it up your, you're not going to find a fallacious thing in my argument. Your fallacies are fallacies. Let me just tell you that right now. Go ahead, Doooovid.
Yeah, I'm saying that consciousness isn't like a level of being between dead and alive. So medical consciousness doesn't necessarily have anything to do with healthy, unhealthy. And you could say like a police officer, when a person's drunk, if they give, like a breathalyzer versus like having a person walk their line and do basic physical activity isn't somewhat a test of level of impairment, which is related to a level of consciousness, your ability to do active motor control of the body. And just like a person's under surgery, it doesn't mean that they're closer to dead. It just means even an epileptic fit, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person's operating their body is in any danger medically, their heart or anything. I mean, it could be, but it doesn't mean that their body isn't operating properly. It just doesn't mean that the normal control of the body is no longer there. And also medically terms like the heart beating, we don't have conscious control of the heartbeat.
Yeah.
So that's
understanding is act and respond, right?
It's the difficulty of words that we.
It's in your biology, and you should be able to respond to that. And then you consider conscious and awake and healthy. And it's not monolithic. You could lose partial consciousness of any of them. So I could be conscious but not have. Stephen Hawking doesn't have control over his body.
Sleep is similar also.
State of consciousness, right? Or someone who is an athlete, for example, at the moment he breaks the 100-meter world record, has his consciousness in full tune with every part of his body, fine. So you've got different states of those arrangements. But then there's a legal medical definition. Are you aware of your senses and can you react to them? Right? That's the dictionary kind of medical definition. And also, not surprisingly, the legal definition. Right? That's what's going to get you out of a DUI or get you a DUI in the States, right? So, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is a model of consciousness, right?
Wait, you got very, because Amy mentioned her medical condition and that the term consciousness is related to the medical condition. It's related to the science of consciousness and even, the Platonic Vedic understanding that consciousness is the controller of the body. So the medical definition of consciousness is related to the classical definition of the controller of the body.
In fact, I'd say it's where I begin, but I'm open-minded. It's just I basically had years ago people, when they're telling you lose conscious, you then start to do a deep dive on what the hell it is.
And I think there's let's be honest, there's either naturalistic, materialistic, scientific explanation that has zero metaphysics. That's what the naturalist, atheist, skeptic, scientific community would look for. And then there's a multiple worlds model of different metaphysical ontologies, atheists, pantheists, Jews, I'm a Christian, Jen's not. And they would have competing versions. And the question ultimately begins, is there ever going to be an answer that satisfies the materialist, who goes back to things like constructed theory? What would
is the pigeon really playing checkers, though? Is the pigeon really playing checkers, though?
I don't know what that means.
It's a philosophical question, but the nature of your quote ideology.
See, the levels that when I was on Theology Unleashed with Arjun in New Zealand with Ben Watkins, the level of the controller of the soul, like in the Platonic or Vedic model of the chariot and the chariot driver, where the soul is the driver versus the level of thought. So the Kabbalistic model has that the controller and the thought process are both aspects of the spiritual realm, not the material realm. So some spiritualists would say that thought arises from the material, but the soul, the I, is immaterial. So there's levels of understanding of, even in terms of a scientific view of consciousness, if you think that all of it arises from the brain, like the qualia experience of the I. Do you need an I to make a decision? If me and Ralph are playing a game of chess and we're both going through a process, should I choose this move or that move? Does there need to be, should I choose this move or that move, or is it just this move or that move? Objectively, which one is better, and that's the one we do? Or is there a should I versus a controller of the body? And even it's like, adding 2 + 2, does that event occur in the brain, or does that event occur in a spiritual realm? And then the question of the I, does there need to be an I, add 2 + 2 to equal 4, or there doesn't need to be an ego I? It's just a computational fact that the brain does without an I controller. And that could also be the I that like you're mentioning the runner, that the brain, I think, requires a huge amount of blood and activity, like 25% of our energy levels is required for high level thought. So it could be a runner has actually completely shut off their brain, and so that they're not wasting any energy in thought, and that they're completely in the moment of the physical experience. And if you wanted to put it in the news situation, I think Simone Biles said that when she was in the middle of the air doing the twist, that she forgot how to do it. And so if it's a conscious, like, okay, like, me and Ralph trained at chess and we studied our opening.
You don't mind me interrupting. I was going to say the same thing, because you and I both play speed chess. When I'm making, let's say, 45, 50, 60 moves in a 1 minute game per second, very little of that is reason, and it's a flow of instinct that is.
It's otherwise compared to muscle memory, like the gymnast. But Simone Biles said that she forgot what to do in the air. Is that an accurate description consciously of what happened? If it's not muscle memory, is it if she's in the middle of the air and actually thinks like, do I move my body to the left or this or that? Or is it muscle memory? And then if it's like a runner who's saying they shut off their body and they're not even wasting energy sending a signal to the brain. They're using all the energy just to operate in the body. So all these are related to questions of consciousness and the differentiation of the controller and the process of thought in relationship to the controller of the body.
Hey, Doooovid,
I also think
the war between Kasparov and Karpov, at the peak, Kasparov had 4 Russian Olympic trainers training him daily just to sit still. He did that much physical training to play Karpov, and all he was doing was sitting still and using all his physical energy. Yeah, all his physical training just to focus his mind with zero body movement.
I also think that has a lot to do with learning and building a process. I think when you're learning something, even computers, I think they have to stumble and get things wrong. But once the processes have been built, it should be fairly easy to replicate them. And then it's the break in the process that seems to re-energize consciousness, refocus it.
Well, it's like muscle motor memory. We're saying there doesn't need to be an I to control my own body. There's just like chunking theory, higher level ordering, and it's already been chunked together, and something triggers this chunked associated actions that go together. And that could be like whole series of chess moves. It could be conversationally that like Jennifer, you're repeating yourself. You're giving your same ramble that you usually do, or like Doooovid, that's your ramble. And you're saying because I've chunked, something triggered me, and then I just went in to a learned scripted way of interacting, and that physically or mental, and it's probably related. So if it's muscle memory and how my body moves, like if it's fighting or sports or driving a car where it's a coordination of muscles, is that how related that is to like if it's solving a calculus problem. And then the question of dualism, if like 2 + 2 = 4 in my head versus a complicated question differential equation that might involve tens of steps, is that parallel to the process of coordinated multi-muscle action? And from the dualistic level, where does the event occur? Did the event occur in the neurons, or did the event occur in so say another realm?
It's in a continuous feedback loop.
Can I actually answer the question for Amy? Because it was a good
one. And then after that, I'm gonna say I love you guys, and I gotta go.
Because I didn't want to make you late or anything. And if you have to run off right now, because I noticed it's 09 or whatever time, if you want, I can answer it later. But it's a great question, so I did want to acknowledge it.
Sure. No, that'll be the last thing, and then I'm sending you guys love.
So you worded it really well. Breaking consciousness somehow actually being the reason it gets refocused. So one thing to think about as a starting point is, when you first wake up, how there's almost like a half second before you could sort of say your personality is booting up. Like, for example, something terrible happens, and then you wake up and you forgot about the terrible thing, and then it just sort of, you remember it. Basically, what I'm saying is there's a process of remembering your personality when you wake up. Do you agree with that description?
Like a boot up. I'm open-minded to it.
So basically, the way we would describe that is that your perception of I amness is a, quote, hologram or holograph, or however you want to put it, as a 3-dimensional rendition that takes just a quick second to fully sort of come on, just like a light bulb. It's like tink, tink, tink.
Sure. In fact, I think we render in real time, if that even makes sense.
It's near real time. We have one experiment we can point to, which is the delayed rationalization.
That is also true.
So by that, I would say 6 seconds is a good place to put the delta T. That's a starting point. I mean, that's not saying for sure every time it's 6 seconds. It's just like, I probably want to look around 6 seconds for maybe a window and maybe find something that makes sense. But there's the waking up metaphor, and another metaphor is like, have you ever had put the needles in you? What the heck is that called again? I want to say qigong, but that's not it.
Acupuncture?
There we go. Sorry, it's just, damn it, too many words.
Sure, or have lots of needles and stuff.
So
Did acupuncture exist in the neurons in your brain and you failed to retrieve it, or did acupuncture, the concept, exist in the spiritual realm and somehow you failed to retrieve it?
I'm not sure.
The idea I'm trying to get to is this breaking consciousness leading to a refocus in it, right? So a tear, on a weight thing, when you push the button tear and it puts it back to zero.
Sure,
Your
mind
has
scale.
Yeah, your mind has some version of that, but it's more complicated because basically it has to relay back and forth. Like, it has to be at least as simple as a volley back and forth, the way like basically a heater is. So it'll heat up your house till it goes past a certain temperature, then it'll turn off, and then once it goes down below a certain temperature, it'll turn back on. So basically a band. But basically the point is that this is a physical entity that has to send information through it, and when you stick the needle in, you're changing some attributes of the conductivity of this information conducting organism, which is your mind. And so that can also help in the sense that it is like a mini seizure, but it's on such a superficial level of consciousness that it's only disrupting it on the level that won't cause a major functional disruption to the main stem of consciousness, which is the I am, which is where you actually lose your sense of self. But it'll dissolve a certain boundary, which has an analgesic effect. Let's just say smoking marijuana will suppress nausea, because it's just basically saying, okay, information that used to go is no longer going. Information that used to go, separation that used to be there is no longer there, or vice versa. So I hope that clears it up, and thanks for listening, and we'll talk to you soon.
Woo-hoo.
Everybody subscribe to Amy Newman. I saw you just passed 666.
I know, I was excited.
Congrats.
The theists on that, well, I should say some of the creationists on there might have not been happy of that success, but I can't help it. 666, what a great number. And okay, I just wanted to say, Doovid, this was a great stream. I hope you have more streams like it, and I'm going to go check out that conference tomorrow.
Yeah, I the link's in the description. I'm not sure I think you could still register. You could message me if for some reason you're there and you can't register. I'm not sure if they closed registration, but hopefully they didn't. You could just go to the webpage, and it should start at noon tomorrow. And it's possible. We'll do another.
It's East Coast time.
It's 9 in the morning Arizona time. I guess he's far enough Pacific time, so it's 12 o'clock Eastern time. The conference. I mean, Penrose is in London, so people are all over the world. Tomorrow will be about the objective reduction aspect, and then Thursday the orchestrated objective reduction, and then Friday about cosmology and the Big Bang.
Okay, that sounds like a list of awesome subjects. And so, Doovid, Jen, Ralph, I hope you have an awesome day, night, or morning. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thanks for joining. See you soon. Ralph, what the heck's going on in the private chat? Why do you have to do that?
I don't know, Jen, man.
You're like unwatchable, and then it's
the
like
stage of
shitpost. It's like I'm basically, in a way more surly than Doovid. Like, I don't want to deal with 20 million shitposts. I'm already getting stalked, into Discord servers by Claire Gaw, million trolls. It's like, do I need more trolls?
I thought you guys were friends and
the
stuff.
thing is,
I
you're
only
fucking
found
arguing. You're arguing. Yeah, Stalker's my friend, right? So you're arguing that you're being rational, and you got 20 million shitposts in the private chat. It's like, why?
I don't know, Jen. All I notice is
You're trying to throw me off my game. It's like this is literally just making me more furious.
I know.
Which means
I
my
can't
burns are
really
going to be
understand
more
it, Jen.
savage.
You're always in an antagonistic state with lots of people, not just me. I'm really here for the consciousness shit, to be honest. I came for the consciousness. I came for the maths and the physics. Yeah. That's all I care about, to be honest. Well, not all I care about. But you seem to get into lots of little, you seem to like the, should I say, the antagonistic form of interacting with people. Right?
It's called I have self-respect. I'm not going to let someone just walk all over me like I'm some sort of carpet or servant.
Well, conflict is usually reciprocal. So I was saying if Jennifer has a confrontational aspect, it gets reciprocated. And people, I mean, there's theories, it's related to theories of consciousness, but theories of conflict and conflict resolution and escalation. We had memes of destruction, and we were talking about dueling or theories of violence. And I mean, there's actually well formulated spiritual, Kabbalistic, Vedic, and even scientific understandings of the escalation of conflict. And it's the natural order. Like people always ask me, I play on chess. Like, how can people cheat? It's like because the main reason people play chess is because they like winning, and when they lose or they come across someone that they can't beat, it hurts the ego. So the natural inclination is to cheat. So much so that almost I think studies are 10% of online chess players will cheat because it's just a natural dissonance resolution that people don't like to lose, and it's very easy to cheat. So so conflict, and even in terms of violence, like why do people kill each other? Why do people there's well-developed theories of consciousness in the dispute resolution to explain why people behave poorly. And the question, why would people behave properly? It's actually a bigger question, saying that improper behavior is the natural condition. That's saying ignorance is the natural condition of man. The animalistic way of behaving is the natural condition. So if you behave properly, it's because you've worked on yourself and you've changed the natural beast into a better behaving, actor by exhibiting some sort of conscious control of the natural animalistic tendency. So if a person, God forbid, murder, rape, steal, that's actually the natural condition of the human animal. So if you say, why did this person murder, rape, steal? Because, well, they're just acting like the normal human animal. And so the bigger phenomenon is, how come this person acted properly? It's because they've consciously somehow taken control of the body and turned the natural animal into a better behavior.
Hey, Newman, ride the tiger, Evelyn, right? You ride the tiger. I look at it differently. I have to deal with hundreds of people online because of all my right-wing activities. And I just use game theory. Because game theory works for me. Right? You go into peaceful, you go non-peaceful, you
burn everything down and then rule over the ashes. I think that style of governance is on the way out.
Well, we have predictive programming where it's okay, I deal with bad situations constantly. And so, it's hard to tell friend or foe. And so if you meet me, because I'm so often on the battlefield, even if you're my friend, I might think you're a foe and deal with you as an enemy, as opposed to you like a Vedic, like Narasimha or something like that, who just destroyed and obliterated and killed the enemies. But then, like a devotee could walk up and he would be perfectly calm and friendly, saying that I've exhibited enough self-control that I could tell foe from friend, and I could act to my foe in the way a foe deserves to be acted to, and I could act to my friend in the way a friend deserves to be acted to in the same occurrence. And saying that say it's difficult. Say in some situations it might be impossible, and like perfect chess player or something, that if you're in a public place and you're dealing with a bunch of trolls, and then someone walks up to you and you deal with them harshly, and it's like, no, you don't remember I was your best friend in third grade, and you take a second to recognize them. It's also kind of related to consciousness, same way that Jennifer, for whatever reason, forgot the word acupuncture, not because it's a complicated concept, but because of her thought train that's connected to what she was saying. It has some sort of
chunking. It's chunking.
Yeah, it's really chunking theory that explains it. So Ralph has a pre-chunked out way how to deal with foes, and then he has a chunked out way how to deal with friends or various things that you're just like your chess preparation. It's hard to keep it all clear in your mind, and sometimes you mix it up. And like dissonance resolution, people do what works. People go with the strategy that's most likely to work, and most of those strategies are pre-programmed. Most of the way people interact and deal with each other is pre-programmed, and people might have archetypes of behavior and how they deal with certain types of behavior, but to consciously at the moment be able to choose and recognize to say, this is who I'm in front of. Ralph is a bigger streamer than us. He's got 100 people watching him and a bunch of people in the chat, and to consciously pull out from the chat and act with different people differently. It's an exhibition of mental prowess and consciousness.
Jen and I got off on the wrong foot, so let me try to execute Doooovid's mission statement there. And Jen, if you think I'm here to bust your balls and not like you, you're wrong. So I can be the transcendent.
No,
person.
just burn me at the stake like a witch, and allow that stellar J. Aikens man-child to mistreat me endlessly, and say you want to burn me at the stake like a witch. It's like, I don't forget that shit. Women hold grudges, FYI.
No, I wouldn't say that, because like if you have a way of interacting with a person, like when you said when you wake up, there's being in the proper place, time. Like a meditative aspect, that you have equanimity between mind, body, and action. Equanimity between place, location, and time. So like sometimes you wake up, like I moved around a lot. I lived in New York City for years, and I was couch surfing, staying in hotels for months, and could have been at different places. And sometimes you wake up and you don't remember where you're at, or it takes a few minutes, or even to this day, I could wake up or even dreams, and I'll think I'm in Jerusalem or in New York. And then if I'm running my house, so like if Jennifer was in my house, and like I don't like people wearing shoes in my house. I keep my house vegetarian, and I away interacting, but then Jennifer came into my house and she didn't take her shoes off, God forbid. It would cause a certain dissonance where it would, I would have the distance. How do I act with people who don't follow my rules and take their shoes off, and versus how do I act with this person who I'm generally friends and in good relationships. So you have to take in the time and circumstance in place. So that Ralph could be like, oh, generally I treat women in a certain way, but if you're in a place, in a location where that action demands you acting in a certain way, and it's too difficult to to code switch, that I need to just act one way, and the way that I'm acting in this time and place necessitates me acting in a certain way, and I don't have the conscious ability to code switch and act with you the way I would like to act with you. So therefore, I'm going to have to act with you in the way that the time and place dictates.
Situational ethics.
Well, I mean, talking about from the level of consciousness, where it's saying it's with the code switching might be beyond your ability. That if your worst enemy, like if you go to the bar and you're trying to impress a girl, and then when you get there, your worst enemy from third grade is there, it's pretty likely that might cause you to be irritated and treat the girl you're trying to impress worse.
But you saw part of the stream or something last night. You had a few hundred people there, and obviously a very complex situation. The stabbing of the woman, Joseph the Zionist coming in to check I'm not being anti-Semitic. And it's a very complicated game, if you like, right? It's a complicated congregation of spirits.
If you had a son, let's say your son was right there standing next to you, what would you say? Like, I'm always merciful to my son, but in that circumstance, like maybe you would have slapped your son. You'd be like, look, like I'm about to get called an anti-Semite. This person just gets stabbed, and you got to slap your son, even though you want to be only merciful to your son.
And ultimately, you've got to realize how you interact with people who you know what they are in real life, and whether you focus on the person, the process.
Well, limitations of consciousness. I'm trying to get you to put it in terms of consciousness. It's actually a limitation of consciousness, and we would like to act with different people in different circumstances, but then you have, because consciousness, you have the what time and place am I in, and who I'm interacting with, and the brain is trying to hold that all together.
I think consciousness, if you ask me my first opinion, David, I don't rank my consciousness or my reason. I see them as manifestations of my soul
first and foremost. I don't rate or rank or give primacy to my experience. My
You
reason.
have limitations. I mean, if you're angry, you're not going to be able to withhold your anger from a person you love. It's you might just be like, oh, now I'm talking to a person I love. My anger is dissipated. If anger is still in your heart, it's going to show up in the interaction with the person you love.
I believe it's all first and foremost. First and last and always is always the spirit for me. I don't know what you did. For me, it's first and almost a spiritual issue. So if I can't control my anger, it's because I've not tamed or practicing the fruits and spirits of the Lord correctly. The other things like the manifest feelings, like my experience, my consciousness, my behavior, are derivative for me, or at least downstream from the metaphysical. For me, it's the metaphysical first. Right? For me, the metaphysical has always has primacy over the material, over the conscious. But I'm interested in this conference. It looks quite good. And the chap in the back is badgering Jen with the question about the least action principle. Maybe Jen wants to answer not because he seems keen to have that answer for some reason, whatever that means to him. It's quite late here in Berlin.
I think I did.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I mean, what's the question, right? It's like, I gave you a general definition. You can look up the general definition. If you want me to explain how it applies to a particular system, you have to state that system. But frankly, it's like, these are not good faith questions.
It's like streaming strategy where I'm trying to produce a valuable stream that would be valuable if someone who attended the conference and never heard of any of us watched it. And also in the future, if a year from now, someone turns to my channel and watches this, and I mean, you like taking questions, and it was, trying to express the Jennifer earlier that if she has a tendency to go into like Science 101 explanations. And sometimes there's reasonability to that. It's related to the science of consciousness, and it's a chunking together of concepts. But then, just like, okay, can you explain this concept? Can you explain that concept? And then, if we have Eastern leanings, like the Hindu guru, where it's like, like, now I will take all questions, ask me anything. And like at the end of any program is basically ask me anything. But, the nature of, like this is, it's Science of Consciousness Conference Day 1 post-show, Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis, that, someone watching this and then is like, okay, well, people were asking random questions not related to the topic at hand, maybe understandable, but, what does it mean to produce good educational content? And, I mean, you make a lot of streams. Like I see maybe your strategy, Ralph, is you have what you want to express and you get that done at the beginning, and then you take guests, and then at a certain point it just comes a free for all, and it's just like wherever the direction leads, even if it has nothing to do with the original topic at hand.
Correct. And some people are clipping all my stuff because they want to use it for different reasons, but I'm doing it for multiple purposes. One of them is just speaking about the topic that matters at the time, and also because it's an iceberg of a base of supporters I have actually doing real work. And for them,
you said the first time you saw my channel was after Jennifer on Modern Day Debate, and I was talking about flowing theory. I'm not sure if that's what you said, but that's why.
No, I was debating it. The reason I came here was Claire said, "Oh, you need to speak to," or because she was badgering me about God and God doesn't exist, and Claire. And then she said,
"You know about flowing theory," and so like Jennifer was debating. I said, "You gotta flow. You gotta learn how to flow." And that's one of the benefits of flowing, is keeping track of the conversation. Very intelligent people a lot of times have branch type thinkings where one thing leads to another, and then you forget how the topic, but like the actual activity of debate flowing trains a person mentally to be able to lead to how did the conversation get from this to this to that. And even from like a streaming.
You saw that with Joseph, right? Joseph's very good, because I like Joseph in real life. We've had many arguments, debates about things, but I had like about 10 or 11 of the young wolves snapping in the back chat, trying to have a pop at Joseph. And he was masterful in maintaining multiple narratives, flows, flipping people around, pivoting this, getting what he wanted out of it. It was interesting watching people trying to win, but you're
Talmudic. Right. Flowing is like the Talmudic studies. I mean, that's how the Talmud is set up in a narrative where it jumps from one thing to the other, and then sticking to the topic at hand. Like a masterful tell me
I
to
think
statement.
I got the wrong foot. Let me try again, Jen. Let me try it in a peaceful, loving fashion. Look, the problem here's what I was trying to say. Why constructive theory and why Hameroff and Penrose and computation is that we know from theoretical computer science, which has nothing to do with computers, we know that, for example, if there is a computation or a way of looking at a computational model of the world, we know from foundational principles, Gödel's and Turing and the lambda calculus, that there's no descriptor of mathematics or any branch of higher order maths or physics that would not be reducible to a universal Turing computing type of mass description. And Penrose stumbled upon early, and when he wrote The Empress New Mind, and later on verified and ratified that we know consciousness will not have a computational descriptor. If something has a bounds, because computations are bounds and descriptors themselves, therefore they're problematic, but they wouldn't be able to do things like provide models with predictable hypotheses. We also know from the physical problems, literally from entanglement, quantum entanglement, that classes of computation seem to be related to the physicality of computation. So constructor theory, which is the tail end now of, you could argue, Gödel to Turing to Penrose to David Deutsch, is saying, can we put these two right axes to these right angle orthogonal concepts together? And I consider this one of the most exciting advances, so that we would be able to possibly take things like the attempts to solve a quantum qualia geometrical computational description of the consciousness problem, so that it is both tractable and describable physically.
So that's why I said you can't, and that's why I came up with the multiple truth hypothesis, because at the end of the day, that you have competitive theories, and even, not just theologically for like interfaith, but scientifically, it's impossible, like in Kuhnian scientific revolutions, that we just take one paradigm and work with it. But even scientifically, it's like, no, we're not going to come up with one theory that has good enough explanatory power. So there's competitive theories, and therefore you need something like a multiple truth hypothesis to keep in your mind multiple competitive conflicting theories that all
possibly, I think, but even if you imagine that OR in some sense delivers or OR delivers, it's still going to run into certain constructor class theory problems, or whether it's going to be describable, computable, tractable, haltable, reproducible, for example, all these things that would have a physical implication. Now, if this just pops up and surfaces a new science, which be able to describe that, we don't know that yet. I don't think we can make the claim that it won't, and I think we're safe in your claim that a multiple truth hypothesis model keeps it honest, like checks and balances. But nevertheless, what is unknown is whether there is going to be such a thing, because its minimum requirements from theoretical computer science, which is a foundational model of the universe, it has to be compatible within the constraints of universal Turing complete languages. From physics, it's going to have to deal with entanglement. So we know those two things coming together are going to give us. And constructive theory is exciting because it changes the whole game. It's literally ambitious enough to want to go after the standard model as an entire whole. It's literally trying to say, I think the standard model is the problem, right? The actual, the expressions of the standard model are fundamentally flawed. So that's why I'm very curious about the stuff in the conference. I'm probably going to tune in tomorrow if I can get a thing, or I'll replay your streams. I've obviously missed the majority of the stream, David. But I like the stream. I like the idea of keeping it focused on a single topic. You can look at it later. Keep all the personal crap out the way. Keep all the lightweight stuff for different streams.
I did do, I'm not sure, hopefully I'll be able to timestamp it, but I did do like a 15-minute presentation of these slides. Just an overview of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. The link to the actual conference is in the description, although when I clicked on register, it didn't seem to go through. But if you could sign up, maybe I'll speak to Jennifer. We'll see tomorrow if she wants to stream, or if she doesn't, maybe I'll stream and it'll be me doing more just reading some of these recent papers.
Obviously, there's a time zone difference as well. But no, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because we don't really, let's be honest, we don't know. And my question was an honest question, now that everything's calmed down and stuff. It's like, as a computer scientist, I need to be able to model the world in a descriptive sense. I need three fundamental things that require that with those three things, I can get everything. And it's
so you need me to tell you a bunch of stuff so you can turn around and boss me around with it while deriding me and my traditions? What could go wrong? And plus, if you want stuff to be chilled on stream, don't insult people in the private chat. It's like, yikes.
Okay, well, whatever, that's not the intention. But the point, nevertheless, is back to the actual concepts. And so what would a descriptor look like? Well, a physicist would want a descriptor that was at least, coherent in some sub-part of the standard model, right? And for computer scientists, it must be consistent with the equivalent discipline. Otherwise, it would be pointless because it wouldn't have any utility value. Now, we know those constraints have fundamental problems within them, but they're both required concurrently to answer the question. So that's why I had it in simple English. If someone said, what is consciousness? My first question is going to be, what does the answer look like? Is it an equation? Is it a set of English? Right? What is it? Because it's got to be describable. All languages, all maths, all logic are describable in computing. So I need to understand what the descriptor looks like to the question. The question is, what is consciousness? So the question.
Can we go back to the Penrose-Lucas argument, because you see, computer science and the Gödel, which Penrose, saying here, just reading off Wikipedia, Kurt Gödel proved any effectively generated theory capable of proving basic arithmetic cannot be both consistent and complete. In other words, a mathematically sound theory lacks the means to prove itself. In The Emperor's New Mind, Roger Penrose argued that Gödel's unprovable result improvable by human mathematician. He takes this disparity to mean that human mathematicians are not describable as a formal proof system and therefore running a non-computable algorithm. Penrose-Lucas argument leaves the question of the physical basis of non-computable behavior open, and and then even on the level of a Turing machine, that Penrose is saying, like, no, a Turing machine is not enough to explain consciousness, but at the quantum level that possibly I mean, Jennifer has her own approach, but did you have basic comment?
You hit the thread in the head. So when Gödel realized the balance,
if you could make your comment explanatory towards someone who wants to understand the Penrose-Hameroff orchestrated objective reduction hypothesis better, that it would be informative to someone trying to understand this better.
Yeah. So basically, you look at that. What's the intellectual thought? It goes something like this: Bertrand Russell and Wittgenstein, everyone ran out of steam and couldn't unify logic, maths, and language. Gödel found that there are foundational problems with even trying to do that with consistency under axioms. And the genius of Turing was to solve it all by creating another model, a universal Turing machine, in which these problems are re-expressed, whether they are decidable, computable, tractable. And within that, you get everything like classes of determinism, indeterminism. And with this, we can reconstruct all of maths, logic, and language, including all the maths required for physics. Now the problem is that universal Turing machine can be demonstrated to be incapable of generating two problems: incapable of generating a descriptor of all conscious models. So consciousness is not a.
Just to read here, if collapse is truly random, then no process or algorithm can deterministically predict its outcome.
Correct.
This provided Penrose with a candidate for the physical basis of the non-computable process that he hypothesized to exist in the brain.
Exactly. So if you look at that and you say, therefore, in simple English, consciousness is not a computation, you're left with the problem: what does your descriptor look like? So in computer science, when you have something that doesn't have a descriptor, you're varying between an algorithm that's description is the execution of the algorithm itself. So let me give a simple example. I don't have an algorithm to give me the nth digit of pi. Pi is irrational. There's no formula for the nth digit of pi, but I can create a computer program that runs through the numbers of pi. So the descriptor of the nth digit of pi is actually a computation. So if you think of a descriptor as something being richer, either it's got a précis form. In the case of a formula, if I drop a ball, the velocity is square root 2g over r or h, for example, but the nth digit of pi can't write it. So if consciousness has a descriptor from the entanglement, which must result in equations, which again are just descriptors, is the description form itself tied to the physical? By meaning, what I mean is, unless the description results as a quantum computation now, which escapes that computation class, then you can't even address the problem. And that's what Hameroff sees, Penrose has seen, and that's why I'm pointing you to David Deutsch, who seemed to have been coming after the fundamental way of describing physics that needs to be rewritten. And therefore constructed theory saying, I'm going to take on the limits of a Turing machine, which I need, otherwise I don't get a descriptor of anything, it's just magic. and the ability to tie that into the entanglement itself.
Well,
So
I
if
told
you-
them making a review like a year ago that just like Newton
if you put up
developed a
the
calculus in order to explain the relationship between position, velocity, and acceleration, that we really probably need a higher level new form of mathematics to explain if there is going to be an answer to the hard problem of consciousness. It's going to need some higher level new form of mathematics to answer it.
No, not quite, because all mathematics can be described by computer science, including mathematics we haven't described yet.
Then how come you couldn't figure out the periodic table was three-dimensional?
I haven't tried to do that, whatever that is. But the
Oh,
point is,
what a shame. I guess you've got all this claims and not a whole lot of evidence to back them up. You can't
I see, this
predict
is what I
DNA
consider
either.
antagonistic behavioral pattern for no reason at all. I don't know
Do
why
you
you
know
have to do this.
Wolfram's theory?
Yes, I know Stephen Wolfram. Yeah.
He's got a point.
No,
his
but my point I think you're missing, so just to continue the thread with Doooovid, so therefore we've got a problem with Doooovid. So if you just bring up the Google page, let me share the screen for just the Google page for constructive theory. And you see exactly, because you said, Doooovid, you were open to seeing where David Deutsch and people are right now, right? So
You're going to share your screen, or you want me to share
I'll
something?
share mine, it'll just be quick and easy. So if you look at the problem we have right now, let's zoom this up. So constructive theory is a proposal for a new mode of explanation in fundamental physics by David Deutsch, right? And constructive theory expresses physical laws, think the whole standard model, exclusively in terms of transformations of tasks, which are possible versus impossible. So think of restructuring the entire standard model so that it has a computational concept. Possible or impossible is a computational science concept. Whether an algorithm terminates or not is whether the algorithm is decidable mathematically. So possibility and impossibility as a axiomatic orientation is what Deutsch's team and everyone, which is building on all the life's work of Penrose, all the life's works of Gödel and Turing, to point out that if we're going to try to describe in a theory the physics of consciousness and the information model of consciousness, they must be able to be merged. And that looks like you're going to have to come at a computational model. So Chiara Miletto, who is clearly a genius, with David Deutsch, are breaking through and seeing, can we rewrite the standard model using possibility and impossibility as the process in which we look at the physical universe, therefore tying it into the bounds of the fundamental thing that bounds the geometry, which is whether it's decidable or haltable. So my money, that's where I jumped in, is I'm very interested in this. So you guys, if you aren't, you should have a little look up yourself. You don't have to believe me. You can have a little read, and I'm sure David Deutsch will have a lot to say about the conference.
I've seen some David Deutsch. I think he participated in the Science of Consciousness conference before.
Oh, yes. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah. So I haven't seen the older conferences, but yeah. So constructive theory looks super exciting, right? Because it looks like, okay, sorry, go on, Jen.
I was just saying it doesn't look exciting because it's basically reading all these gibberish people put out is like correcting really shitty homework assignments, except that sometimes I find one where there's one non-mistake.
From David Deutsch.
I'm not even going to bother looking at a theory that hasn't already been pre-validated as at least making one prediction that can be isolated as a reasonable prediction. Excuse me. Most people can't even answer that question, and they fumble and they start reading definitions. It's like your ideology should make you very smart if it's a good ideology. And if you are fumbling over definitions, i.e. what's a definition of computable, right? And you say Turing. It's like Turing's a guy who lived like not even 100 years ago. It's like, that's not a definition. Like, please, like, I understand there's domain specific jargon that we would all be well served to familiarize ourselves with, but then to try to impose these obscure things as sort of, mainstream word references is a touch pretentious.
So do you believe David Deutsch is not one of the world's leading mainstream physicists?
Like, that's supposed to mean something?
David Deutsch, do you know who he is?
No, and I don't care because I would have to be.
That's
I
genuine.
validate people based on
The
what
rest
they
of the world would consider
do.
him Oxford's brightest physicist.
I don't give a shit except for anything but results. So if you show me some results like John Joe McFadden, I'm like, high five.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
He's basically
So,
doing this.
I think you should take that up with the University of Oxford's physics.
You make a lot of presuppositions. Here's the problem: you make a lot of presuppositions. and then I don't agree with any of them, or most of them I don't agree with. So I'm not going to follow your train of logic to an inevitable conclusion. I'm not going to thread my mind into a falsity, something I know is a falsity. You're trying to get me to think about something I already know off the bat. Doesn't make any
You
sense.
can ignore David Deutsch if you like, and ignore all of constructor theory.
Well, why shouldn't I? You're ignoring everything I'm saying, even though I have the 3D periodic table. I mean, you're the one who's not being rational here. What does David Deutsch have to show for his idea being right? What proves his ideas is right other than my feels, which is supposedly not what this is all about?
David Deutsch's papers were seminal.
Oh, seminal.
They were
Okay, well,
theoretical
who was
mathematics.
inseminated by them?
Well, Jen, you seem to think you're very special.
Let's go back to my
But
point.
David Deutsch doesn't. He's a very humble man.
Oh, well, I guess that makes him better than me, right, Jesus?
I don't know. I'm not
But,
into the
pride
karma
is
game.
evil,
How do you
right?
think your karma counter is doing right now?
I think the more you think my karma is bad, the more I get a huge hard-on with the
I
common
don't know,
knowledge
Jen. You
and
just
joy.
seem to have a bee in your bonnet. Like you seem to get very personally entangled and very emotionally erratic.
Is that a normal response to being insulted on a personal level and told that
I think you're easy
in no
to
uncertain
insult,
terms
aren't you,
people
Jen?
want to burn you at the stake and that they have no issue with that
You
and that they
don't
think that
have
that's moral?
what Heidegger would call the
Could
vola
you tell me what the
Schossenheit.
normal,
You don't have any
well-adapted
resolute
response to
to
such an
easily
assertion
trigger
might
it.
be?
Yeah, I'm more
You've got-
detached. Like,
you're easily
I
triggered.
prefer to. You guys could take this argument to a different
No,
place.
I
Like,
just want to talk about the stuff Jen wants to talk about me.
well, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, certainly, I don't mind talking about David Deutsch and ideas. I want to talk about the Science of Consciousness conference, but I mean, we could just wrap up the stream. I mean,
I was simply asking for what's special about David Deutsch, and then it was a total breakdown because you realized you have nothing, right? So maybe next time get something. Okay. And then we can talk about it.
but I think if the breakdown was with you, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's I don't.
Did you read the private chat?
No, honestly, I didn't even notice the private chat. Like, I looked and there was like 36 messages in the
Of
private chat.
pure
I didn't
insult
even
to me,
notice them.
right? So it's like, who started that?
I don't usually care who started things. I think that's largely irrelevant.
Because you want to sin and get away with it.
Well, I was saying that means it causal in terms of bad behavior, and to say that I'm behaving badly because someone else behaved badly is somewhat irrelevant. Like, saying, so if I look and this person's behaving badly, and then they say like, no, there's an explanation. I'm behaving badly because I was behaving badly in reaction to this other person behaving badly. I recommend against that. Like, don't let other people's bad behavior.
I would say don't enable bad behavior, and by not standing up to it, you do that. And by only bitching at me about it, you're having what's called a moral double standard, yet also invoking moral high ground. So it's like,
well, he just left.
doesn't make
But
for
no, I
very
was saying
good,
that to both. Like, I would have.
very good
It
cohesion.
seemed like petty arguing. I'm more a man of ideas. That's why usually, I mean, like my conflict, I would take it like straight to death threats, and like, I'd be like, of course, I always thought you were going to turn against me and try to kill me. That's what I always thought. I always knew, even though we streamed for 2 years, the whole time I knew that one day you would turn against me and try to kill me. But don't worry, I knew that the whole time.
It's against my religion to do that. So
But that's more my nature. Like,
that's why it's not my nature.
I'm not an argument type, so it'd be like because my experience maybe is negative in life. That just like Judas turning against me the other day, and so it's like I'm not surprised that you're turning against me. Like, of course you're turning against me.
What was
I
that?
always thought you were going to turn against me, but like I, even in like a petty argument, I would take it straight to well, your intention is to kill me, right? And so like, no, your intention is not to kill me. So what are we arguing about?
I normally don't think people's intention is to kill me, but when someone says they want to burn me at the stake, yeah, I'm very upset about that, and I basically want an apology and a recanting, and I might just wait and be pissed until I actually extract my apology and taking it back. Because saying you want to
I
kill
even
someone
deal with the person that's saying,
Sorry, guys, I clicked the wrong
for
button.
being better than you,
even if the person
spiritually,
like I deal
you
with
want to
people
kill them
like
for that.
even if their
That's
intention
disgusting.
is, even if I was able to cipher out like, yes, this is the man who's trying to kill me, I've conclusively demonstrated that I still have interaction in that way. It doesn't bother me because my notion of like monotheism or consciousness, that my interaction with everything is a reflection of God's judgment on me. So like if I have an enemy who's trying to kill me, it's actually God who's trying to kill me, and the reason God is trying to kill me is because I bad karma and deserve death. So if I have conflict with a person, that's a sign of my own personal bad karma. And usually I look at, because I try to look at everything equally, I try to look at all of my interactions in the material realm and with people as my interaction with God. And therefore I take all conflict as a form of my own bad karma. So if it's someone like saying like, okay, I know I've made mistakes and I know I deserve death, so this person coming trying to deliver the punishment of death upon me is not surprising to me. In fact, it's predictable because I know I deserve death already.
Hashim would approve.
I mean, it's really a basic theological, like you put it in Calvinism or Kabbalistically, but you say like, yes, the sword of is hanging over me, and it could be delivered by anybody at any time, and good karma also. I always advise people to avoid conflict or de-escalate conflict, and then to separate ideas from people that associate ideas. Like I'm talking about ideas. So even if you are my enemy, it doesn't matter that you're my enemy or my friend at the point, because we're just talking about ideas. It has nothing to do with me or you. It has to do with the idea.
That's an intellectually honest trait.
Well, it's an approach. I mean, it's my approach. If you call it, better, they're saying that I'm better than you because that's my approach. But that's my approach towards interaction and say conflict. I usually just will take it up. So you're trying to kill me now. But as a way to avoid kind of silly argument and bickering over ego.
So you're saying basically accelerate it to death threats.
Well, because it's ego assertion. Because argument is essentially an ego assertion and escalation. Okay, you're trying to exert your ego over my ego, and the end of that is it's a breach on monotheism. So the reason this person,
lost me there. What does that mean, breach on monotheism? Sorry,
it is. It's good.
I mean, everything is God, and if there's one thing trying to be asserted over the other, saying like why is one thing trying to be asserted over the other? Everything is one. And so it's saying like the only, so it's essentially like the death. You're saying like, no, there could only be one. So at the end of the day, because there's a conflict of two, the resolution is going to be moving forward. There's only going to be one.
So like Highlander.
So I mean, conflict resolution saying that, well, what's the conflict? Why are we in conflict? There's no reason that we're in conflict. Or saying, no, there's reason in conflict because there could only be one. And there's two. That and the only resolution is for the two to be reduced to one, which is like death threats. This will only be resolved when the planet doesn't contain both of us and only contains one of us. I mean, it pretty much seems straight logic.
The ultimate exclusion principle, right?
Well, traditionally, what we do is just start a different school, but it's not a school if you have no axioms, or if your axioms is to run, lame games on other people to try to screw up their vibe and get them off their game for no other reason.
It's a big rule. We move on.
Make yourself seem less pathetic by comparison.
But because I separate ideas from people, and it's like, okay, like a game of chess, like you beat me, I'm going to go run into a head and corner and cry, or like you prove my idea. It's not about me. It's about the idea. And I mentioned this to Jennifer in terms of like Talmudic logic. Women are incapable of separating themselves from ideas from a Talmudic angle that is just beyond the ability of women to do, and that's why in the house of study, women are excluded because it's beyond their ability to separate themselves from ideas. But saying that's not the path of the West or the world. I treat women as equally, and so say like if it's Jennifer, incapacitated as a woman to separate herself from ideas. Or is it something that anybody could do with work? And then, how do you deal with people who can't separate themselves from ideas? Saying if no one can separate themselves from ideas, then I'm not going to be able to have any conversations with anybody.
Well, your personality is an idea, so you can't really separate yourself meaningfully from that idea. So the default position is that we can't separate ourselves from our ideas. Just unclear what that means exactly.
It's a diminishment of ego, that there's no ego of me talking and trying to understand these ideas. that
perceived diminishment of ego, but perhaps just thinking that you're better for being more even-minded, right? So there's always a way to turn
it's
around.
Kabbalistic.
There's always a way to turn those types of assertions around on themselves.
I draw this largely from Kabbalistic training, and in for anyone familiar with my in Hebrew it's called bittul yesh, which is the nullification of self. That enlightenment comes from self nullification, which could be similar to Buddhist type thing, but saying like I say, like I'm not my body, there is no me. And if it's like a Hindu type thing, like okay, you're insulting this, well this is meaningless anyways, or even like God forbid if you're beating and killing this, I don't really care about this that much because the I is not this body. The I is not related to any ego. So the I that's talking about these ideas has no ego, has no affiliation to whatever you're struggling with. So it's like, okay, you need to kill my body. Fine, kill my body, but my body's not me. The me that's interested in these ideas is essentially separate from the me that is within this body. And that's the Talmudic logic about women, that women are intrinsically incapable from doing that.
Let's just presuppose that, what you just said. Yeah, presuppose. What's up?
So that's usually when Jennifer acts like that. Usually I just draw back on the Talmudic and say that women are incapable of separating themselves from their body in that way. And, even Ralph maybe, say not like, and I don't even make any judgment on Jennifer because the conflict is natural. But generally in my stream, like I'm here to talk about ideas. I do have conflict like duty, but these ideas aren't really like if it was Judaism or identity or my personal dharma of why my soul entered my body that has dharma and might include me entering the battlefield. However, the interest in these ideas has nothing to do with my dharma or my identity. So I could discuss these ideas unemotionally, even with my enemy, so to say, without any attachment.
Dispassionately, actually. Strictly speaking,
Well, I'm passionate about these ideas, but I don't have an ego attached to it. And even from the conference perspective, I don't want to gain any prestige or, I would say that I'm altruistic about these ideas. I'm trying to understand these ideas for the idea's sake itself. And even if I've determined that, that's impossible to have any self-gain, say like the Nobel Prize or something, who cares about the Nobel Prize? I mentioned that. But you're saying like, no, I want to understand the ideas so that I could serve God better, so I could understand the reward will be in and of itself. That if I understand the truth, that in and of itself will be the reward. And I don't need any ego attachment that someone else recognized that, oh, this man understands this thing. And even Hebraically, like an Islamic perspective of like the Nobel Prize from like a Kabbalistic, it is completely forbidden for man to get together and honor man. If man gets together, man can honor God. But if there's a group of men that get together, or women, and they use that to honor man, that is a form of idol worship, at worst point, and to say it's completely forbidden to honor man. And if man has accomplishment, the accomplishment is accomplishment in and of itself, and the gathering to honor a person is essentially negative and forbidden. So that's always my attitude. I don't go to award ceremonies. I have no interest in award ceremonies. If someone decided to award me, I would not want the award. And if someone wants to donate money or make a super chat, I would take it. But if someone's like, I want to make an award dinner for you or something, it's probably no one's ever going to say that. But like, no, I mean, my theology, I say those things are completely forbidden and counterproductive.
Even for Christians do it, right? I mean, we take the equivalent I would take would be something like Matthew 18:20, for where 2 or 3 are gathered together, my name, I am there amongst them, said Jesus. If men are gathered together, they should be gathered for the glory of God. They should be gathered to stroke each other off.
Oh, I bet you guys are great fun at parties.
Yeah, I'm not fun at parties. I'm never fun.
Assuming other people presuppose your moral axioms is guaranteeing conflict.
I never presume anything. Like I'll take conflict theory.
That's idolatry. That's exactly what the assertion of idolatry is bad is doing. It's presupposing your own moral axioms. It's like that was the thing that was going to guarantee you the conflict. So maybe don't do that, and you'll be on the path of never having conflict. Not that you can never have conflict, but you can definitely minimize it.
We have dharma. I mean, meaning to say, okay, like you were sent to kill me, and is my dharma to be killed, or is it you in the wrong?
Getting killed isn't really that bad in dharma terms. It's actually.
But it's like if my dharma was to fight and defend.
Because there's such a thing as a fate worse than death, like being reincarnated to a lower life form. Many people consider a fate worse than death. Death being sort of one of the less bad things that can happen.
I'm saying if me or my cause was in the right and it was my dharma or obligation to fight,
like that's cringy.
But I'm saying like the ahimsa principle, we've discussed this in the past of conflict. So say that even Jains believe in some form of just war theory, that the ahimsa principle could be satisfied through the vanquishing of your enemy in circumstances. That generally I avoid conflict, but though I'm not necessarily an absolute pacifist, and although I am an absolute believer in the ahimsa principle, that the ahimsa principle in some cases,
God, battlefield, blah blah blah. It's like that. You should really try to curtail that a bit. It's a bit off.
No, I'm a man. I'm saying my dharma is essentially on the battlefield.
Oh man.
So I mean, when someone bickers or argues with me, I just assume they're trying to kill me. If you're a woman and you have argument, you don't assume they're trying to kill you. But a man, a warrior, the assumption is if there's conflict, the root of the conflict is the person's desire to kill me.
And this is why it's always difficult when you argue with women if you're men, because there's no escalation path to violence. And this liberal illusion of equality between men and women, and therefore argumentation is an impedance mismatch of the spirit.
Women, I said that women usually instigate violence, because like between man and man, it's like, well, why you pick on me, Ralph? You're trying to kill me. He's like, no, like so let's not argue. As we're a woman, she's like, I'm just arguing. Why are you associating the violence? So if you're with a woman, you say, I could argue with a woman. And I would never hit a woman. I've never hit a woman in my life. I never plan on hitting a woman. So if I was arguing with a woman, I would not expect myself, according to my understanding of myself, my action, that it would rise to hitting or violence. But when you interact in joint settings of men and women, women instigate argument, and that leads to violence. And most violence is usually the fault of women. With memes on like if bars, in events, in public gatherings, that I would, and someone who went to all boys schools, they're saying like there were very few fights in all boys schools. Most violence is instigated by women.
And this is the strange kind of liberal world we find ourselves in.
Well,
it's a relationship to consciousness.
Doesn't matter, because a lot of people feel perfectly fine making death threats to me. So I guess we really truly have feminism now. So I guess everything's fine, right?
Well, it's the nature of consciousness. It's like, could you have a principle that okay, I wouldn't hit a woman, but that's because because I don't feel a threat that if a woman was hitting me, that I would be able to defend myself against a woman without resorting to violence because of the physical superiority of man. And if that principle wasn't accepted, that like, no, I feel like this woman could beat me up, and if I don't, I mean, there's questions. It's related to consciousness and decision making and escalation theory, and this is a classical model of escalation theory. The difference between male and females, that when I see conflict, I immediately see violence. And so Jennifer, as a woman, saying that she sees conflict without violence, and that's why I say ideas. Like I could discuss with my enemy ideas.
That's a crazy thing, dude. But it's not even Claire, and I like Claire a lot. She's in the chat. She comes on my chat and she tries to sell secular Quranism or insult Christianity to male Christians who operate under the patriarchy, under Hashim, under Yeshua. And she doesn't understand why they don't want to listen to a woman disobeying patriarchal structures, yet claiming she wants patriarchy. The same way when you argue with women, there's men have to make a choice. Am I going to be nice to you, or am I going to exercise the patriarchy? If you
sounds a bit like the stabbing. Like the stabbing by Speaker's Corner.
Laughing at you, the bleating at you, really. It's quite interesting.
We're saying the stabbing at Speaker's Corner. That if you insulted my identity, you'll say Judaism, Islam, Christianity, that violence is part of my dharma, that you have insulted my identity, and therefore I have to stand up for my identity with violence. But I wouldn't do that against a woman. So if a woman insulted my identity, so if a man, came straight at me, if it was anti-Semitic, and it was like either I would just take it and be like, okay, no big deal, or I would probably, take it to violence and be like, you're insulting my identity, and my identity is attached to me. But if it was a woman, so the stabbing, God forbid, if it was a man that happened to, would it be different than a woman? You say, okay, if there's a woman who insulted your identity, like saying the N-word, like basically anti-Semitism or the anti-Islam. Like when you see a video of someone saying the N-word and then they get hit, but what if it was a woman who said the N-word? And so, I mean,
it's interesting, David, because before that she was slapped, and one would argue that the slapping was more appropriate than the stabbing. But despite the slapping, she continued onwards, and then she was stabbed.
But it's a question of consciousness. It's a question of consciousness and identity. Where if you attack my identity, what is the response? And so, if there was the natural response is you sort of say violence. And then if you have a principal idea, well, violence is between men and men, not between men and women. Right. And so, like, generally, I don't argue at all. I'm not an argumentative person. And I'm not really a violent person. But if conflict can't be resolved, usually, I'm just assuming that it's going to be violence. And if the conflict in terms of words,
the metaphysical ability to overcome whatever your faith is or however your metaphysics access your spirit, and you're right. And I love the expression Vola found in Schlossenheit from Heidegger. You must show metaphysical anticipatory resoluteness. You shouldn't be so triggered by people on the internet. You shouldn't let them get to you. Now, you won't always do that successfully, but every time someone gets to you, you should develop and fortify yourself with anticipatory resoluteness.
Yeah, usually I just accept the insult and avoid conflict. that women will serve that instigating role of violence. Like, okay, let's say me and Ralph, and we're having a friendly conversation, and both me and Ralph, let's say, theoretically, are people that would never hit a woman. So me and Ralph aren't arguing because we're talking about ideas, and then there's a third party woman that becomes argumentative, that would instigate violence
in response to massive disrespect perpetuated and not apologized for yet, including death threats. Do you mean
if me and Ralph, if we were in an all-male situation?
So it's like you're going to be all catty and insult me a bunch of times, and then I'm going to take a swipe at you way cattier because I'm a woman. I can do it way better. And you're like, I'm sad. The woman thing not going to work against a woman, right?
Well, I think that's why the Institute would just not have women involved. If it was Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, the House of Ideas doesn't include women. So because we're over the internet and we're talking, we're inclusive of women, but like if we were at the mosque, at the synagogue, even, at the ashram, it would probably be all men, and this conversation would never happen. And the conflict would also likely be avoided because largely conflict is usually instigated by women.
There is of men competing over women, because who is it who said it quite well? I can't remember. Maybe he said, men like to test ideas, women like to test men. And if men want to sit there and talk about quantum computation,
I'm starting all this conflict? Is that what are you saying? I'm starting the conflict? Just wondering.
Well, I'm saying that I'm not saying that you're the one at fault.
Conflict.
I'm not saying necessarily blaming it on you, but I'm saying that yes, that it's the energy issue of when men discuss ideas. When men are all men.
You're a fucking asshole. Don't apologize, and then person that gets resentful. That's normal, predictable human psychology. Only someone who didn't understand human psychology at all would fail to understand that not apologizing probably a bad call. The person was still very agitated about it.
If Doooovid and I insulted each other in arguments, I think it would be very different. Because we both have a male part of violence, we would be fine with it. I could insult Doooovid, be rude to me, and there wouldn't be any emotional entanglement left.
And especially if it's over
it'd be natural.
You're mistaking passion for religion for emotional whatever, because that's what you relate to, because you're an emotional train wreck, but no. Misunderstood me yet again.
Yeah, but it's like that's instigated by a woman. So if it was just me and Ralph, let's say we're both emotional train wrecks, but that is brought out by there being a woman. If there's no woman present, our emotional baggage would there would be no reason for me and Ralph to escalate conflict. The fact that there's a woman involved makes it the ego driven nature. I mean, it's really the I.
That's why you're supposed to stand by principle. It just so happens I'm always right, but that's bad karma on my opponent.
That's why you're supposed to not let women into the academy. I'm sorry. That's why you're just supposed to reject women from the academy.
That's why, Western civilization, for Claire in the chat, started crumbling.
And now you're going to have to face the fact that a woman saved the day.
Women have never saved the day.
Well, I mean, there could be, if there's wisdom, I'm saying there's reason to learn from a
woman.
The woman has knowledge. If there's a value proposition there, but like the danger of allowing the woman into the institute, even though they're the benefit of it, and saying, okay, we're not an institute that we created. Me and Ralph are both in the West and a largely egalitarian society, so that we don't have any control of saying, like, I'm going to create an all-male institute in a society where it's forbidden to create an all-male institute. We're already, born into this situation of degeneracy.
Yeah. Indeed. And it doesn't mean we can't use the positive. It's because the best thing for women is the patriarchy. And it doesn't mean we can't use our patriarchy to tend to the women, but nonetheless, it's a tending process. As opposed to
some really, 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 really bad news for you guys.
What's that?
Okay, is it possible if I'm just excuse me, gonna just real quick? Yeah, I just have to share my screen real quick. So yes.
Is this your YouTube viewership? You have absolutely no women who watch you?
What is this viewership for?
You got B. TFO by damn YouTube statisticals.
What is this? It's just
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, it's her viewership on YouTube, and just showing that she has all male viewership.
Oh, that's just young homosexualized males on the internet who want to have sex with you.
I mean, God forbid. I'm saying I respect. You're saying I'm largely asexual, so saying if I exhibit more impulse control than Ralph, that I could deal with a woman in a largely asexual manner for various reasons. If Ralph doesn't exhibit that sort of impulse control, that's on him. And I can't recognize. Jennifer is the one who taught me about the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis. Meaning to say that yes, like you said, like generally, like I'm a good chess player, and there's very few women that could beat me, but there are women that are better than me at chess. Like Jennifer has a degree in physics, I don't, and so I could see that there's a value proposition working together with her. And
you guys are good together.
And but like I do accept my experiential and what's been revealed from the sages and studies about the nature of the downfalls of working with women, and that it's not necessarily a downfall. It's like there's no, like, Jennifer's a little bit more argumentative than me and settles arguments in a different way.
I don't even know if I would go that far. Like, you are argumentative in your own way. I just think like where we manifest our argumentativeness or confrontationalness is different.
Well, I'm saying that's your feminine energy. So like whatever your qualities that you come to conflict and argumentative, as a woman, and it comes out different. And even if you don't look at that yourself, that men who interact with you in conflict are going to deal with you as a woman, even if let's say you're tough and you could fight too, but still your average person.
I don't want to fight.
I'm saying God forbid, but let's say that you're a woman who does fight. Your average man is not going to be like, oh, this woman fights, so I'm going to deal with her as a man. It's still going to treat you like a woman, because like if I have a hard feeling, I've never hit I've basically never hit anybody. I've been in very few physical fights in my life, but I've never hit a woman. Maybe, God forbid, my sister when I was like less than 10 years old or something, or in elementary school. God forbid if I did. But like, no, I never hit a woman. I never plan on it. And if that's a hard, fast rule, that you could assume I would interact in that way. versus me saying, I like Ralph, I haven't any conflict with minor arguments, but like, yeah, I would assume if he, like Judas, he called out my honor, as a man, and, I was ready to challenge him to a fight because he called out it was over the internet, but that's the way I felt. He called out my honor as a man, and I was ready to resolve that in violence, but like, no, even if Jennifer called out my honor as a man, I would not have any violent energy towards her.
I wouldn't do
because
that
she's a woman. That even if she called out my honor as a man, it would not cause me to have a violent reaction.
Yeah, absolutely. And if this doesn't come across as being uncomfortable, I would never disrespect a woman who is Doooovid's co-host, because I would respect Doowovid as a man. So that's what I'm letting you off, Jen, and I'm being nice to you.
But you're not.
I am. You don't know me.
Nice would be, I'm sorry about the time I said I wanted to burn you at the stake. And I'm sorry about all the times I insulted your religion.
The internet isn't for you. If internet remarks and chat comments trigger you,
you don't get to set the terms of my feelings. Thank you very much.
Your feelings are relevant.
Well, I mean, I've done, entertainment management and dealt, so as I was mentioned, there's equanimity of time, place, and circumstance. So Ralph's a big streamer and deals, it's like if a woman wants to step into the arena and then you get treated like a person in the arena, God forbid, that's just how it is. So Ralph is dealing with argumentative places. He's dealing with a tough competition, like on Speaker's Corner, that this woman got stabbed. It's like, well, what the hell did you expect? You're making anti-Islamic statements on Speaker's Corner. That someone stabbed you, God forbid. I'm not saying she deserved that. I followed the HIMSA principle and don't wish harm on anybody. But expectation level, it's not surprising. So if you're dealing with people in adverse situations, it might be hard to determine friend or foe. And like, yes, if you're on the battlefield and someone hits you and, you just turn around and hit them and it's like, oh, you're a woman. I never hit a woman. But I struck back before even paying attention to realize that this was a woman. And so, there is a time circumstance, differential, and then, certainly internet, political disputes, they're pretty harsh, and people get treated in a harsh way. And, it is what it is. That's the consciousness level where I would like to be nice to all people at all times in all places. But the world, we're dealing with the harsh realities of a cold, violent world. And
you can have the maximization of niceness when you are sure to disincentivize problematic behavior. AKA
but people are dealing
death threats.
People are dealing with the harsh condition of the material world. So I would put this in equanimity, that all people, the Talmud says that all people, when we stand judgment before God after death, answer the same thing, that we were all struggling with the harsh conditions of the material realm. So that, why do people behave in the way that they do? It's a cognitive dissonance to the fact that we're dealing with the harsh conditions of the material realm. So say, okay, I'm trying to create a string area like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where if people are on the low rungs of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, of course they're behaving in that manner. Anybody on that dealing with those harsh conditions would be behaving that way, unless they exhibited an unprecedented spiritual level of enlightenment, level of impulse control. But you create a safe space where you're operating on the higher rungs of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where there's no need for conflict, where we could set aside our egos and I'm not worried about money. I made my money doing my job. I have my house and my protection. I'm not worried about my neighbors rising up against me. I'm in good with my local police and government. I stabilized. I don't think my friends or family are going to turn against me because I came up to, these various things that we could purely talk in the realm of ideas. And that's just simply Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And so if Jennifer and Ralph are in a situation, why, you're not on the higher realms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs to, purely function in the realm of ideas.
Well, how about the idea of respect and how important that is for whether your ideas are taken seriously?
Well, I mean, respect, just to put it up there, respect is part of Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
It'd be nice, Doooovid, if you had a sort of like a Maslow's hierarchy kind of threshold that says if you don't at least decently self-actualize, you shouldn't be allowed to enter certain rooms where the men are talking, for example. Right?
Yeah, so if you don't accept reincarnation, you get no opinion. I agree with that. Cool. Glad you brought it up.
And so you have physiological needs,
Yeah.
like
Like
basic
eating
needs, safety needs.
Basic needs. Like
Then you have psychological needs, belongingness, and love needs. So let's say Jennifer, she's stable. She's not worried. God forbid her husband's going to leave her. Her family's going to turn against her. She's reached the third rung. But the esteem needs, prestige, feelings of accomplishment, which she would say respect. Like, these people are not giving me the respect I deserve. And so if Jennifer's struggling for the fourth realm, and
it doesn't have anything to do with
she needs that respect,
feelings.
as opposed to self-actualization, achieving one's full potential, including creative ideas, where I'm not in need of recognition or respect, and I could purely focus on ideas.
I am focused on the
So
idea.
that's what like Jennifer just said that she's
now.
struggling on the fourth level.
No, I'm not. You're doing an attribution error. You think that my displaying emotion is equivalent to emotional.
You said respect.
Like, no.
You said you're not getting enough respect. That's the fourth level. You just said it yourself. You said you're struggling with respect.
You're fighting for
you're not getting enough respect.
People don't understand.
You're
Have you ever heard
demanding
Doooovid claiming about not getting enough respect?
I'm teaching them about it. At no point
have you ever heard Doooovid
complain
complain about not getting enough respect?
Yeah. Jen, you've been demanding of me all evening respect. As soon as I came in, you've been confrontational, saying, I want you to respect me, treat me equally. I won't let you walk all over me.
I never said treat me equally. I said apologize for making a death threat against me and take it back.
That speaks to yourself, and it's a person who isn't self-actualized.
And you won't do it out of pride.
No,
not at all.
I'm trying to help train you, Jane.
You're not going to succeed in training me, okay? That's absurd.
I don't know why he would have made a death threat. Like, definitely wouldn't approve of that. But even demanding an apology is a sign of only being on the fourth rung. That you're saying, why do you demand an apology?
Showing other people how to actualize the fourth rung. I don't need it. The people watching who gain from my experience need it. Duh. How hard? Like, how many times do I have to keep repeating this? The fact that this hasn't sunk in, that's getting a tad irritating. Now you're touching on my actual emotions just to touch, but not
you're
still
on the fifth rung.
Not really.
I'm not worried.
I'm beyond the fifth rung.
I'm not worried about me and my peeps and the reaction to how someone else treated me. They say like, oh, all of a sudden,
because you're not aware enough to care enough as much as I do. Basically, I care more, just a general quality of caring, and you're like, how could you care so much? It's like, why don't you just care more?
But my self-esteem is not dependent upon respect from other people, and nor do I think that my friends or my people that I need. They're going to see that this person disrespects
that immediately commands
now
me
that they're going to have less respect for me because
sure. So
no, but immediately I respect Doooovid because he doesn't expect
respect. I'm sure you do, honey. I
do because he doesn't have an external loci of identity. His self-esteem is not based on what others think of him. I would immediately respect someone at that level, unless someone comes up to you saying, "Hey, you respect me." I'm like, "Yo, bro, what do you want?"
I was just using the model paradigm of Maslow, and because Jennifer said respect, so it is mentioned that means that she's on the fourth level of Maslow's hierarchy.
I'm teaching the fourth level. There's a difference for the quintillionth time.
Well, I think Doooovid is teaching the fourth level by demonstrating that Jennifer's still stuck on the fourth level.
Not realizing that I'm making a demonstration with what I'm saying rather than entertaining my own emotional preferences. And it's like, okay, I guess we'll just keep going in circles, and people listening will be like, damn, the conversation was they were talking past each other the entire time. Okay.
Well, I'm self-realizing the way I know that people make their own decisions anyway. I know that people
but
I encourage people to make their own decisions. I don't try to influence people's decisions.
Me.
And therefore, I have no implication that I'm going to have control over other people's decisions. And there's also a feminine type aspect that you feel you have control over other people's decisions. And maybe your husband or your family, you might have control over their decisions, but the fallacy that beyond that,
my family's decisions now, that seems a bit.
Well, you might have control over your husband and your children's decisions. That as a woman, that it makes sense that women have a fallacy, are more likely to have a fallacy that they control other people's decisions.
If you don't mind, in our neo-reactionary models, we have described this perfectly. Men will use authoritarian coercion or financial. Women will use gossip, rally, and shame to stitch together. So Jen uses one of those three all the time. It's
I'm
more
doing
than-
it to reflect your own shitty behavior at you, genius. Go read the private chat, genius. Who started the malarkey, genius? And now
But
you're
it
acting
doesn't
like a
matter who
woman. It's like
started it.
you can't outwoman an actual
I
woman.
mean, it might
thought
matter
this
who. It does
through.
matter who started it, but relatively,
You
it
didn't
matters
think this
very
through as
little.
far as I
who
did. Let me
started
just
it.
put it that way.
And it's saying that I have a realization that I don't control other people's behavior. I don't expect to be able to control other people's
Correct.
behavior.
Or expect people to behave a certain way either.
Yeah, I mean, it might.
Expectation
Present
is
their models in
imposition.
a manner coherent with a very narrow interpretation of computer science. Okay, sure.
There
I'll give
is
you.
something of reciprocation in who you associate with. It they're saying, okay, I avoid conflict, and try not to associate with people that bring me conflict. But it's saying that's controlling myself, not them. That I could control who I associate with, but I can't control other people. I can reciprocate behavior, and usually I try not to reciprocate behavior. If someone's behaving badly, that it's beneficial to not reciprocate bad behavior. It's beneficial to remove association.
Yeah, strong. And to be honest, Jen, with the deepest love from my heart, because I'm a Christian, I'm compelled to love you. I've only seen you 7 or 8 times. Most of the times you're often in game theory, you're often in an aggressive, multi-way, antagonistic mode. I
That's
don't know why.
ironic coming from you, isn't it?
No, I operate in very high intensity modes. I can manage hordes of
so-
high intensity people in conflict. So I know what conflict patterns look like. It's true. That's what I do.
Holy crap. Midwit circle jerk alert.
Well, maybe perhaps so, but I'm
I'm
just
sure you have tons of beta orbiters and they're real smart.
Again, you see what I mean?
I'm not even going to say anything. But
You're
cool.
still
I'm
trying to.
glad
You're
you
still
feel
trying
so
to
good
do.
about things.
You haven't risen up the hierarchy.
Have you read my model and validated that it's right? Because I
But now
don't
you're
think
just
you have
coping.
at
But now
all.
you're just coping.
I don't think you have at all.
No, because the truth is painful.
Our conversation has deteriorated. I mean, maybe there's no reason to continue it. Maybe we'll stream again tomorrow.
Well, what should here's how you resolve the conflict. Somebody submits. I was
Disassociation.
wrong, I'm
No,
sorry,
I'm
and that's
saying
it.
better. You're saying
So better kill someone than say you were wrong and apologize, Doooovid. Is that your approach?
Well, you're saying you can't force someone to. You so say if you can't
Oh,
associate.
trust me, I can get a lot of things that I want done. I don't want to say force, but if you disrespect me, I will not forget it. This is a lesson to people watching. Don't. I'll be nice if you don't disrespect me. I love to be nice to nice people, but disrespect can't be tolerated.
I wouldn't. I would recommend not disrespecting anybody. So I wouldn't disrespect Jennifer, my streaming partner. But no, I wouldn't recommend disrespect. Saying if there's some sort of conflict between Ralph and Jennifer, you're saying usually, unless it's Dharmatic, that the conflict has to happen. Which in my estimation of manly terms, likely is escalation to violence. If it's a conflict that has to happen, it depends. If it's economic conflict, we're saying but usually disassociation.
Conflict. It's been escalated to conflict with all the people in his chat.
But I'm saying it's only escalated to conflict because of association.
Burning me at the stake.
If you and Ralph were not
with the death threats,
if you and Ralph were not associated, there wouldn't be conflict. The simplest solution to the conflict would just be to end the stream. And you're saying that's fine. And that would largely be the end of the conflict. I don't think you or Ralph are going to continue to try hunt each other down to because the world's a big place and you're both busy people in general. Escalating and continuing conflict is against both people's interests. So disassociation solves well. You're in the high, probably 99% of conflict. Just to disassociate, that usually ends conflict.
Absolutely.
And then saying the time where you can't solve conflict by disassociation, then you need arbitration and negotiation. So saying really it gets to the point where it's like Highlander, there can only be one, and so it has to be violent to fight to the death. You say no, it's going to be arbitrated negotiations by a third party who recognizes that it's not in our self-interest to fight each other to the death and to arbitrate a negotiated settlement to the dispute. And it usually takes a third party to recognize the stakes at hand and why there's a dispute and why both sides are going to be losers in the dispute and able to negotiate a settlement to it.
Yeah, the non-existent neutral third party.
Well, I mean, in Judaic
I'm
sense,
supposed to
in
do
a
that
Judaic sense, you would
because
have a
it's true
system
that
to
I
deal
have
with
the most
it,
neutral
where
judgment.
you
So
would say
everyone
you
should
would
just
choose a
defer to my
judge,
judgment. Well,
Ralph
of
would
course, you
choose
don't
a
want to do that
judge.
out of pride. So that's
Well, the
always just an
Judaic
argument of
system,
projection between everybody else blaming me for their own egotistical attachments. That's what it always turns into.
it's
If
like
you
the
really
Vedic
live by those
system.
principles, you just want to learn from me at all times. But because you don't really want to espouse those principles, you want to beat around the bush and seem cool. Well, yeah, you're
It's
not
an
going to submit to my
arbitration
superior
panel.
knowledge. Of course not.
I mean,
Because you already think you know it all, both of you.
if you need arbitration, and saying if both people could agree on one party to arbitrate it, otherwise you need an arbitration panel, and there's different methods. I said the Judaic system is where each person chooses a judge, and then the judge that person chose chooses a third or a series if it needs, depending on the severity of the case and how many judges. In Judaic laws, arbitration of death requires 23 judges, but most things could just be arbitrated with 3 judges. In reality, a lot of things could be arbitrated with 1 judge, and 3 judges would mean that you would get to choose your judge.
I'll
Ralph
just
would
take my
choose
chances with
his
unarmed
judge,
combat.
and then both of those judges would choose a third judge, and then you would be able to have a majority rule in arbitration. In Vedic panels, it's it's almost similar in all religions. It's a Masonic, or that there would be a mutual respectable body that you would go to arbitrate the conflict.
The chosen light upon the world.
Yeah, I'd have my head chopped off before I walked in the door, wouldn't I?
Well, no, you would get to choose your judge.
Fair.
You get to choose your judge of your choosing. Ralph would choose his judge of his choosing, and then the 2 judges would choose a third judge amongst themselves.
Who will all agree that I
that's
should be
the method usually
for
of fair
idolatry.
arbitration. But I'm saying this conflict between Jennifer and Ralph could largely be solved by disassociation. They say like the Modi Netanyahu doctrine is, like with China, where Netanyahu told Modi is that they're going to have good relations, but Netanyahu is going to also negotiate with China on his own what's best for Israel, separate from his negotiation with India. And Modi told Netanyahu that he's to negotiate with Palestine independently of his negotiations with Israel. So the Netanyahu-Modi doctrine. So Doooovid would generally apply to that I will negotiate my relationship with Jennifer separate than my relationship with Ralph. And if it came into a dispute that my relationship with Ralph or Jennifer was leading to difficulties between the 2 of them, then that would require some sort of dispute resolution. But in all likelihood, that if I stream with Ralph, I stream with Jennifer, that it would not lead to conflict between me and Ralph and me and Jennifer, as long as Jennifer and Ralph are not, so to say, in the same association. That
same room at the same time.
They're saying that just because, in theory, that if India and China have circumstances that Israel could negotiate both with India and China, even though they have conflict among themselves, that Doooovid could stream with Ralph and Jennifer independently, even though Ralph and Jennifer have conflict. But I mean, the preference would be for Ralph and Jennifer to resolve their conflict. If they can't resolve their conflict, then just disassociation.
Here's the thing, Doooovid.
Is the conflict so
you're
strong
partially
that
contributing
Doooovid has
to
to
it.
choose a side?
No,
Like,
you're
no.
partially. Maybe if you understand how you're partially contributing to it, it really seems to only be an issue when I defend myself against people who are attacking me, which I see as an insult to my honor, because it's like I didn't start any of these fucking conflicts. I stated facts. People got hurt emotionally by it and didn't have enough self-control not to lash out about it. And if you just said, put them in their place, and I wouldn't have to do it, but I am not going to sit there and be disrespected
your
over and
conflict
over
on
and
my
over and
territory.
over again.
You're saying if it was on Week in Review and I was having conflict, and you say, do not have this conflict on my channel, my territory,
I would not care.
In all
unless
likelihood,
you,
I would just say,
to me,
I would
like
agree. So now
conflict.
you're on my territory, and you're bringing your conflict into my territory. So I mean, it's largely your fault. For whatever reason you have a conflict with Ralph, or he has a conflict with you. I didn't
he's
notice.
refusing to apologize, which would be easy. So he's the one promoting the conflict.
So
Yeah,
you're demanding an apology from him.
Yes, I am. Yeah,
and Doooovid
it's
saying,
my
like,
prerogative
I'm
to
not
do
here to force Ralph to give an apology, and then Jennifer's going to say,
right.
that's
a
Doooovid. We're not friends anymore. We're never going to stream together unless you help me get an apology from Ralph.
I'm just explaining to you where the
That's
ball
why I
is
said the Modi
stuck right
Netanyahu
now.
doctrine. That, like, no, I don't want any part of this conflict between you two. I could deal with you both independently and assume that the conflict that you two have each other is not going to have any bearing. And like reality is not. I deal with Jennifer. I know her much better
Then
than
I guess
Ralph.
you didn't see the comments in the private chat. It's like
I don't even want to look at
rat.
them because, like,
I don't want to have to
generally,
rat out the private chat because it's like it's sending a bunch of messages, which seems like to taunt me, to like insult me, so that
well, I
I'm
mean,
off
God
my
forbid,
game,
but
so that
I'm
I
saying
don't
that
sound so
conflict
good.
is
It's like
better being de-escalated. So looking into the cause of conflict
asking for an
usually
apology
involves
is
escalation.
de-escalating. It is de-escalating to ask for an apology because it's humiliating. So the chances that the offense will happen again are very low.
No, because then
Because
it
it's like,
needs
oh my
me
God, I don't want to
it
look
needs
like an
me
idiot
to
again.
assign fault and saying, oh, the reason there's conflict
Oh,
is
you
this
have to make a
person's fault,
judgment.
not the
Wow,
other
big shock.
person's fault, and even demanding an apology to some extent necessitates admittance of fault or harm. So if it's reached the point where you're
Yeah,
saying
it's like
I have been
hurt,
harmed
I admit.
and I need compensation from my harm, so like this person stole from me, and you're like, it'll only be resolved when I get paid back. There is no just turning the other cheek forgiveness, and it will only be resolved when I get paid back. And so you need some sort of looking into the facts of the dispute and a resolution to the dispute in that manner. But like, no, I mean, usually looking into the cause of the dispute just escalates it. So from my perspective, I don't care who caused it. I don't care who started it. It would be better. And like, from my perspective, I would probably just apologize. Like even if it wasn't my fault. So I mean, if Ralph has a different outlook towards me, but like I would probably just be like, okay, I'm sorry. Like whatever you feel like I'm saying, like I'm sorry, even if I'm not wrong, I'm sorry. I mean, if Ralph has pride or worldview, that's not his aspect of looking at it, where he just be like, no, I'm sorry. Whatever I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Doooovid, I already tried that. I said, hey, whatever, we got off on the wrong foot, but I don't think that's enough for Jen. So,
no,
me,
what would be enough is, I'm sorry, I was wrong to make a death threat on you, and I am the cancer in society, making it less stable, and I'm immoral. That would be nice to have all that stuff.
Even just an acceptance of the ahimsa principle.
Just an apology for the death threat would be enough, but you won't do that because you're not sorry. So I don't really want to talk to someone who wants to kill me. Is that okay? Or no, now I have to be like, okay, cool, yeah, let's talk to someone who wants me dead.
Jen, when you troll
I talk to people who want to kill me all the time, though. Like that doesn't bother me. Like half the people I talk to want to kill me.
Good for you, Doooovid. I'm very proud of you, and I celebrate your cultural enjoyment.
But come on, Jen, you're being a little hysterical, sweetheart. Listen. Well, here's the history in a nutshell to those listening. Jen tries to troll Christians. Christian says, we'll burn you in the stake as a trolling response.
They're allergic to the truth, and I tell them the truth, and then they start crying, and they make death threats, and then it's my fault.
Do you really think a bunch of Christians who are trolling will burn you at the stake is actual death?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the place. This like, God forbid, this is supposed to be the Science of Consciousness conference, and it's related because of identity. And
yeah, because if somebody says you're dead or threatens to kill you, that's it. There's no more conversations to have.
No, because you're not your body and your consciousness. You're saying if they kill your body, your consciousness probably still survives.
Sorry, I'm not a chump who likes to go talk to people who see me as like someone to be burned at the stake, fucking worthless. Nothing. I am not worthless.
God forbid.
I'm just quite funny, isn't it? The short version
he's
is
doing it again. Right? He's like, oh my God, you're so
Christians.
funny.
I say I'm going to burn any witch on the stake. She thinks I want to kill her. I mean, come on, sweetheart Jen. Do you seriously think people want to? People want to kill you?
Look up something called retributive justice.
Yeah, but you come talk to lots of little alpha Christian boys who talk shit about Christianity. They're going to be bringing out the swords and talk about tolerance.
If you're upset, okay, think about that for a second. The truth sends you into a homicidal rage, and you think you're the good guys.
There's no homicide. There's no.
Yeah, but it's saying that's just the natural human animal. So it's like murder, kill, rape is the natural order of how the human animal, not restricted by impulse control, wants to behave. So that it's not surprising. If someone breaks into a murderous fit, you're saying what happened? The person acted upon the natural animal inclinations that all humans feel and was not able to exhibit the impulse control to overcome the natural animalistic desires. So he's angry, like you say, like of course, when you get angry at someone, you have a desire for violence and killing. That's the natural animalistic behavior of all humans. And saying that why don't people kill each other in the street all the time? Because we're humans, we have a soul, we have the ability to exhibit impulse control, to control the animalistic desires, the decision making that the natural animals, say conflict, person I don't like, the body says kill, God forbid. But then the intellect comes in and says, I'm a man, I have a soul that controls this body. And even though my body is saying murder, rape, steal, that I still have a higher level of consciousness and control of my body, that my body doesn't act like that.
Doooovid's spitting out some serious.
The cross is the mark of the beast. You're all beasts. You're all animals. Look at yourselves. Animals.
No, I have a soul and I have higher level power that allows me to exhibit impulse control, that even when I'm angry, even when I desire forbidden things, that I don't act out on those desires, as the biblical tradition, the eyes see, the heart desires, and the limbs carry out. Or from a more profound Vedic, might have a few levels. The eyes see, the heart desires, the mind plots, and the limbs carry out. But it goes through a process of the eyes seeing and the heart desiring to the mind carrying out, so that when my eyes see something that makes me angry, and my heart acts on that anger, it makes me angry. And when the mind starts thinking of how to carry it out with the limbs, that the conscious level function of my mind says, I'm not going to carry out the desire of my heart. So that God forbid, when, like the Me Too, when you see the woman that you sexually desire, and the mind desires sexual desire and tells the body rape, God forbid, that then the mind starts acting on how do I fill out my desire, that my soul steps in, the higher level cognitive function steps in and tells my body that I'm a man of morals and ethics, that there's a God who's going to judge me when I die, that I'm going to be reincarnated or whatever process. And then cognitively, I gain control of how I act out on my body, even though my heart tells me to act like an animal.
Oh, blessings. That's wonderful. Ooh, I love stories like that. It's going to be so relatable. It's such a tough challenge. It's like the Gita. It's really about how hard it is to get up in the
biblical
morning.
And Hindu cosmology. The eyes see, the heart desires, the mind plots, and the limbs carry out. But at a certain point, well, one, you can control what the eyes see, like disassociation, that this is making me angry, and you're not going to like me when I'm angry. So therefore, I choose for my eyes not to see, or at the level where my heart begins to desire and my mind starts to plot, that I recognize what my mind is doing, and this I that is not part of the body, the I that does not dwell in the evils of my heart and the evil desires of the flesh, controls the body and makes sure that the body does not act in accordance with the I that is not within the body. This basic, science of consciousness.
Yeah, I love the way you describe your chunking. It's great.
I mean,
So
is that how you
detailed.
see it, Ralph? You still there?
I'm still there. Sorry, what was the question again? I missed the last bit.
I mean, do you agree with my assessment? The eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, and the limbs carry out. That you see a beautiful
100%.
woman, and you say like, oh, but she's married, or something that something like a higher cognitive functioning. That you say, I don't like this person, and my heart is burning with hatred, and my mind is just plotting about how to cause harm to the other person. But there's a higher level function of the I that I would say originate from the soul that says, I do not act like that. That even though my body is telling me to act like that, there's a higher level I that will not allow my body to act like that, even though my body is telling me to act like that.
I couldn't agree more. And the top of Maslow's, really, if you update it, it's quite old, would be a metaphysical sense of oneself under God. That's why you would not think that thought. If you thought that thought, you would tell yourself the thought you thought was bad. And
well, you will, because the eyes see, the heart desires, and the mind plots. So at some point you control, and I'm saying the consciousness, the mind will say, not that I never, God forbid, think murder, rape, kill. I have self-control enough that the second that enters my mind, that it's wiped out because I have
And to be
enough
honest, I'll be
self-control. But it's like I am still a human animal, and the human animal, I can't control the human animal telling me what the human animal says.
I thought she was funny. She has a go with physics. Not many girls in physics. You know, a bit of a Big Bang thing. And you get off the wrong foot, and she's at it. But to be honest, I haven't tried to be antagonistic because I respect you. I know she's your streaming partner. Then I thought, do we have a debate? Does she want to go full fucking?
You can't apologize. Ralph
We
has
scream at
something,
each
but you
other
can't
for
just
5 minutes.
apologize. Ralph can't
Yeah,
just be
and we see
like,
who
I'm
insults
sorry,
each other
Jennifer.
better.
I'm
like,
sorry,
just like-
Jennifer. You don't have
Oh
any
yeah,
just
he
be,
can
I'm sorry.
apologize. He can apologize, but he better not re-offend.
Even if he's wrong, he can't even be like, you can't even
No,
like, you're
no,
like,
it's
deep in my heart, I think you're wrong and I'm right, but I'm still going to
Nah.
apologize.
But the one who can prove they're right is me, and everyone else. Bubkiss.
Mm.
So let's be rational for a change, boyos. After that whole lecture about my emotions and how I want to control my emotions, you ever hear about faking emotions?
I think that was the
to control
sermon
people?
from the
Did
top
you
of
ever hear
Maslow's.
about that? I'm so sad.
I think that was the sermon from the top of Mount Maslow. I don't think Doooovid was being emotional. That was literally
Not
the sermon
being
from Mount
rational
Maslow.
is being emotional because
Well, I say
that's
passion,
all
I mean-
you got.
I mean, Doooovid is basically always rationally in control of my body, but my body still
Prove
sends
it.
signals so that there's a moment. I mean, so you test a person to say like, no, this guy never gets angry. So like, no, like you could trigger this person, but saying that the rationality function kicks in, and hopefully it kicks in to the point where people don't even notice that, think you're incapable of being triggered. Although, like the ethics of the sages say the best case is to anger slowly and dissipate anger quickly. The worst case is to anger quickly and dissipate anger slowly. So Doooovid tries to be the type person that is extremely difficult to make angry. And if you make me angry, that my anger is appeased very quickly. But the natural condition of the unworked on man is to anger very quickly and to dissipate anger very slowly.
Wow, well said.
That's
And even you, I
actually-
noticed with my alt-right buddies, you kept your cool most of the time, and then eventually got you agitated you, but you returned to the base state pretty quickly. So that's right. Obviously, you've done that before many times.
Well, because I've went through a process of self-improvement. It's like the natural body inclination of Doooovid was not to anger slowly. It was not to anger slowly and to dissipate my anger quickly. The natural inclination of Doooovid is to anger quickly and to dissipate anger slowly, and that came from years of working on myself and gaining more conscious control. That the higher level faculty functions control what Doooovid does, not the natural body inclinations.
How
And
about
that's
just
why I
no
always
anger?
express ignorance is the animalistic, is the natural tendency of man. That man acting as an animal is the naturalistic tendency, and man only acts according to a higher level functioning because they worked at it.
How about just not angering in the first place?
Well, that's the penalty of the soul entering the body.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
if you have
angers.
metaphysical principles, you divorce them from people, and then you don't have expectations of people that cause you to scorn them when they don't live up to them.
No, because the soul, the body, that's the harsh condition of the material realm, that the body will always act in, will have the inclination to act in the wrong animalistic manner. And, like I told Charles in the, the Talmud says about the evil inclination, it never takes a vacation. It never sleeps. Every time you beat it, it comes back stronger. So it's like, yes, this desire to do bad things is always with me. It never takes a vacation. And every time I thought I defeated it, it comes back stronger. It's ever, until
got you.
death sets me free and my soul leaves my body,
won't free you
my
from that,
body will
Doooovid.
be telling me to act in this bad way.
Death won't free you from your attachments, I'm afraid.
Death will free me.
Only principles
Death will
will
free
do
me
that.
from the inclination that tells me to act in this negative way. And it could be that
A
even death won't
cessation-
free me of that.
A cessation of false expectations will free you from the torment of anger.
No, I mean disattachment to the body. That's why I said that
No,
talking
that's
ideas.
too easily
That
conflated
when
with
me
denial of the
that
self.
when I'm talking about these ideas, I don't have an attachment to my body. That my body would come in and tell me to think of sex and anger and negative things, because we're talking about ideas. But my soul is still resting in my body and until that the punishment of taking birth and the soul entering the body, that my sentence will only be up when I die. That the sentence was for my whole life. When my soul entered my body, it was a lifetime sentence. That death will only set me free.
Sorry, but you'll be reincarnated with the exact same karma, so that doesn't fix anything. It would be nicer
Possibly,
if it did, but it
but I mean,
doesn't.
the
Expecting
whatever.
it to change anything is going to cause you cognitive dissonance, which is going to make you more confused and more suffering.
Confusion about. I mean, saying what happens to me after I die, whether I'm reincarnated into another prison sentence or whether I go back to Godhead or whatever. But saying that this current prison sentence of whatever soul was entrapped in this body will not end till death.
But you could stop feeling so much anger for sure.
No,
Like,
you
I
can only have
almost never feel
detachment.
it.
You're saying I'm detached. That Doooovid, I'm not my body.
No, like the feeling doesn't even arise in the first place because I don't have false expectations.
No, they're saying the feeling is natural. They're saying that as long as there's attachment to the body, that
Passion is natural, but anger, that's something that it starts out as passion. Anger doesn't have to necessarily come out of passion, but passion basically will be there for everyone.
Well, I said Kabbalistically, the nullification of will. When my will has been completely nullified, I won't be angered. There will no attachment to this body, but whatever the ego that is in me, that there's this I, there will be anger, there will be lust, there will be the natural tendencies of the human animal. And if that's completely nullified and saying that's largely impossible, only death will nullify the attachment to this body.
Cool.
It was a really basic
Fair
theology.
enough. Yeah, what you were saying.
I think even Ralph agrees, right?
Oh, I haven't disagreed with almost anything you said tonight.
Because it's really basic theology. Even Hindu, Christian, Judaic largely has a similar theology of the nature of the soul and the body and the continual struggle.
We shall overcome is both personal and metaphysical at the same time.
I mean, you can't really overcome. You're saying that's what the Talmud tells you is that it never takes a vacation, it never sleeps, and every time you beat it, it comes back stronger. That's why the Talmud tells you that, no, you're not going to beat it because it's with you your whole life.
I didn't mean we shall overcome as in a statement of something mission accomplished. We shall overcome as the ideal and sentiment of the perpetual struggle.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Not like, hey, we got it done by Tuesday.
So if you want to end the stream, you two want to have final words. If Ralph wants to make a formal apology, you can. I don't know if Jennifer wants to make a formal apology. Doooovid will apologize to everybody. I will apologize to everybody I've wronged.
Apologize to me 11 times.
I told Luke Ford. I say I'm a good Jew. In Hebrew, I'm a Beinoni. There's a special prayer, and I forgive everybody before I go to sleep who harmed me, even those who intentionally harmed me. Before God forbid, don't intentionally harm me. Don't harm me unintentionally. But Doooovid, generally accepts my karma and fate, and I try to go to sleep every night and say I have absolutely no ill will towards anybody on the planet, including those who intentionally harmed me.
That's a great sentiment. I echo that. Forgive them the trespass and against us as well. I don't know what to say. Yeah, like I said to Jen, I don't know what the issue is, but whatever she is, I'm like, I wish it.
The death threats and getting everybody all excited about burning me at the stake for the 5th time now. You are playing dumb. It's tacky. It's dishonest in standard fashion. Just trying to expose how immoral you are really at this point. That's all.
I have never, ever burnt anyone at the stake.
Just forget it.
Just forget it. Never want to or will burn anyone at the stake. And if you believe I want to burn you at the stake, you are mistaken.
I'm just reading what you just wrote in the chat.
Okay, so why don't you have like a final word on the conflict, and whatever that is, you could have your final words, Ralph and Jennifer, on the state of this conflict, and then you have a final words on the Science of Consciousness conference, and maybe we'll even stream again tomorrow.
If that's
condescending platitudes from Ralph, gaslighting, and it's something I've repeated 5 times now. Reiterating and trying to gerrymander the moral high ground from both of the other panelists. I could go on for some time, but allow me to apologize to Doooovid for not being able to not confront this asshole person who keeps saying absolutely awful things about me and jerking me around, waste my time with a non-existent debate. I'm sorry I let that come onto your channel. And I wasn't going to be honest. And I was like, okay, I won't, because I do respect Doooovid, and, you know, it means a lot to me. But then I saw this pile of shit in the private chat, and it was just like,
I'm not even going to look at it. I'm going to close the stream, and whatever in
Okay.
the private chat, I will not see,
I
and it
apologize
won't be
to
there
you for
anymore.
having disrupted your stream
Like,
unconsciously.
no, I don't want the negative energy, so I'm not even
Yeah.
going to look at it. I didn't look at it, and after the stream is closed, it's not going to be there anymore. I mean, maybe you screenshot it for your own sake, but not for mine.
God bless you all. God bless you all. Good night. Thank
no,
you.
I don't need to read it a bunch of times, but yeah. That's
So if you have any final words on the science of consciousness, and maybe people got a lesson on the science of consciousness and even the dualistic nature of who the I consciousness controller is, and to say that there is a higher controller of me, and I do not believe it's attached to the body, and saying that I am not my body, and the controller of this body is capable of acting in an upright way, even though the body tells me to act in a negative way, because the I that is the controller of the body is not sourced in my body. And that's my view on consciousness. So maybe you got to see that demonstrated a little bit. Maybe tomorrow.
I think
I would have rather had a conversation
your own
with
personal experience are great. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Well, I would have rather had a conversation with people, like in the chat on the panel. That Ralph actually knew quite a bit about this. But maybe tomorrow, if I'm up to it, I'll just read some papers, and then maybe I'll try to have energy, do like an hour or two of just reading papers, and then if you want to join for a conversation, I'm glad. Amy, thanks for coming on. I would have preferred to had this more straight intellectual and the discussion of ideas, and even like I mentioned to Jennifer, the separating of trying to understand other people and explain their ideas the way that they hold their ideas without. I can give my criticism or my theory, but try to, my main goal is to give an accurate overview of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis, and it wasn't to promote my own ideas. There's other time and places for that, so that I wanted to make the stream more to state the current state of the science of consciousness, assuming that no one cares about my opinions on it or my own ideas. And if Jennifer, doesn't like that approach or is incapable of that approach, that's fine. But that was my hopes, for the content, and then even to have a conversation. I could talk to anybody about consciousness and just like, well, what do you think about consciousness, and like a psychoanalysis. But like the establishment of expertise, and then the difficulty which we have arguing with Jennifer earlier, of these things are very complicated, and at what level does it pay to just explain basic concepts? It's like you're teaching Talmud, and you have advanced students and basic students, and one guy just saying, "What's this word mean? What's this word mean?" And in some circumstance, you have a good teacher that doesn't mind saying, "What's this word mean?" And so you want the Penrose-Hameroff orchestrated objective reduction involves some of the most complicated ideas in the world of physics and biology. And if you don't have a strong undergraduate basis in science like biology and physics, it's largely going to be beyond people to understand the mechanisms of quantum mind. But I was going to put out it from PowerPoints and slides. So tomorrow, if I read articles, it will probably be more advanced. Just saying that that if you don't already have an undergraduate level in science, like you can still gain things out of it. But like, no, you can't really get a person up to a undergraduate level understanding of science by answering a few basic questions. So that people have to put years, like in a chunking type theory, saying like, I'll keep you busy for years. And so you want to understand these things, you're talking about years of effort, although you could gain at any level from understanding basic elements. And then Jennifer, in her own streaming, as I've recommended again and again and again, is just make informative videos, so that like if you enjoy explaining things over and over again, but the nature of what's the advantage of streaming and how to be a good streamer and take advantage of the technology is just to make videos and then refer people when they ask questions, just share them the link to the video. And I wanted this video to be like that. So like, I'll probably still try to go through and timestamp a table of content, but like, like that, I wanted this video to be like that, someone,
Why don't you just delete it and we'll start fresh tomorrow, and I will try not to have as many flubs.
well,
That's what I would do, but
I don't
that's a
delete things because
non-attachment thing.
if it's a public record and there's good content there, and I accept my karma.
Arguably, there isn't really enough to justify it, especially if you want to spend 2 hours speaking from directly, because that'll be super valuable, right? And then you can end the stream and start up a separate convo, or you can just timestamp that bit and then do like a conversation at the end. Because like people, honestly, people want to build up their own ego. They just want to repeat their own opinions. For like 90% of people coming on the stream, that's going to be the way it is. It's maybe even it's 100%. It's just that the level of the ego is being reinforced. Depends on the person, right? So I have definitely considered this informational video. I do have a couple informational videos on the
I accepted
YouTube
solitude.
channel.
I told Lipton Matthews, I read that book Solitude, Anthony Storr, in high school, and I saw that in my early years that I would probably spend the majority of my life in solitude because I really want to understand these ideas. So, it's probably
right. So think of this as making your solitude longer lasting, because you'll succumb to dementia later if you have a Sudoku-like interactions with other people, no matter how tedious at the time they may seem. If we see it as something that's
I first saw that all interaction is like you can't
yourself.
really have interaction is like this. So is this just reminder of saying like, no, I recognize the life of solitude at youth because I saw accurate vision of human nature. So I'm not going to keep on trying to fool myself into thinking that human nature is something different than what it is, and continue to largely accept solitude and make a video. So even the video stand is the karma saying like, no, this is human nature as is. This is the nature of how humans interact. Don't think that you're going to find anything else. And people who really like these ideas is largely path of solitude, mental struggle, and study. And I guess I'm glad I found Jennifer. She found me. And you need collaboration, Science of Consciousness Conference, solving the hard problem of consciousness. From it's beyond the abilities of one mind. It will require the greatest minds of the generation working together to move these things forward. Like the Copenhagen interpretation. People didn't like each other. Heisenberg was a Nazi and Einstein was a Jew. But the advancement of the physics required Nazis and Jews together, or whatever the example is of the greatest minds have to somehow advance ideas together. And even though in reality is like, no, the greatest minds fight each other and are part of different movements that might even go to war against each other. But the eventual idea that humanity uses afterwards is the combination of the ideas of the greatest minds, even if in reality they were in conflict with each other in their lives.
Yeah, maybe it sort of is worth mentioning, like just sort of how much better things have gotten in a sense. If we think about, I think his name was Giovanni Bruno, the heretical priest who espoused panpsychism.
Yeah, it was burned at the stake in Italy in like the 1500s.
And then we have what happened with Spinoza, which arguably is not comparable, but just, to put a positive spin on it, it's like maybe as a society we have become better as a society for the fact that there aren't these as hard. There are still harsh reactions, but they're not as harsh.
The Judaic attitude is Maimonides came up with his ideas, and the Rashbam, I believe the acronym, had his books burnt and was publicly against him and denounced it and had his books burnt. But now, when you study Maimonides, the commentary of the Rashbam, his disagreements are typically written on the same page. So that when you study the ideas today in modern yeshiva, the man and the man who had his books burnt are studied together on the same page, because the ideas are related in that way. So the historical note that these people didn't like each other, and maybe were like Maimonides was the advisor to Saladin and the Muslims, and the Rashbam was the advisors to the Church and the Crusaders, and maybe it led to millions of deaths. Or so like Heisenberg was a Nazi and Einstein was a Jew, but together modern physics necessitates both of their works. And so that, if you're a historian or knowledgeable, maybe you could know, about Heisenberg being a Nazi and Einstein being a Jew. But for the physicist point of view, that's irrelevant. You just know Einstein's theories and Heisenberg's theories, and they're both integral to understanding how modern physics works.
Sojourn on wants to know what's consciousness is it fundamental to the universe. I think we're just wrapping up right now. So I know, Doooovid, if you want to head out, I won't launch into an answer for this. I still had a couple final words.
Yeah, go ahead and just give your final words. Don't bother addressing the chat. Like they know I've seen Sojourn before. You can watch the video and sign up for
We'll
the
be
conference
live
or
again.
join Week in Review. And
Yeah,
might
join
even
Week
come
in
back
Review, those kinds of
tomorrow
questions.
for I'm not sure if we'll see how interesting. So tomorrow if I do it, it'll probably be more just reading straight from some of these papers and looking at the diagrams. And if Jennifer wants to join, like hopefully I don't mind even if conversational, if it gets like this again, it's possible, but at least I'll try to have like Ralph, like an hour or two of straight informative like straight reading from papers and giving over scientific knowledge, and then afterwards if it devolves into this, so be it. That's the current state of karma.
This? How about an AUA, which is an Ask Us Anything, and just keep it to that, right? Like rather than people trying to interject a bunch of stuff.
I don't really think
ask questions after your presentation. Those seem to go best. Like just based on the other shows I've seen, asking the person on the channel questions and nothing else seems to work pretty good.
I don't have the attitude like Jennifer. No, I'm these guys are the experts. I'm not a panelist at the conference. I'm assuming no one has anything to ask me. So I just want to do a review of what the current state of science says, and saying like, no, I have not published any papers. I'm not. I'm just an attendee at the conference. I'm not a presenter. So so I will be telling people what other people think, not what I think. So it's unlikely I'm going to do and ask me anything. We do that at a different time.
Sure.
Or if you want to do that on your channel, I'd encourage it. But like no, I mean, like I said, like even I was not doing this to have Jennifer promote her theories. In fact, I'm discouraging her. I say if she wants to do that, she should make videos, and I would help her. But like no, I mean tomorrow I do not want to make the program for Jennifer to promote her own ideas. I want to do it to examine and present the ideas of what the people at the conference are presenting,
which is discovering my ideas. Right.
Well, I mean, if that's the way you feel, then maybe I'll just do it myself. You can do that. You can do that. I encourage you to make your own videos.
Yeah, all good either way. You talked about dualistic nature, and this is one of those things that you don't want to brush this off because it's a multiple sort of layered meaning word. Dualistic nature, like not everything has a dual, but a lot of things do. Anything where you can sort of set up a type of polarity to it. And one example of dualism is the opposite ends of the human mind. One end is like the super self-actualized end, and the other one's the pure animal end. And they come out to different extents, right? So everybody sort of has like a secret demon on their shoulder that only comes out when they're having cognitive dissonance. So that's the default state. Excuse me, it is possible to get past this, but you have to shift your expectations away from people and onto ideas, and also onto yourself predominantly, because that's the thing you have the control over. Other people, maybe they do what you want, but probably not. So yeah, we saw that come out. A lot of like code switching, because you see like people are sort of losing inhibition, which is the fundamental. Second to fundamental. The fundamental thing is the impulse, and then the secondary thing is the inhibition. So there's another dualism, right? So we have a dualism between the good side of us and the bad side of us, and there's other dualism between action and a type of reaction, or impulse and inhibition, or sort of, in some sense, operating at opposite poles. So I noticed you, this is just another aside that I liked what you said to Judas when you said, say it to a mirror. That was good. And also, we do want to do the informational videos. It's just that it's a lot of work to do that, and it's really hard to like actually get it down to something bite-sized because of how complicated everything is. But I am still working on that, and we'll continue to. And appreciate the feedback. Until next time, thanks for having me.
Okay, great. So hopefully I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a great night, and hopefully see people in the chat on the actual conference also. So thanks for joining, Jennifer, and have a great night.